Good morning and welcome back to our final day of the Canadian Championships. I don't know about you, John, but it's been a fabulous weekend of weightlifting.
It has, and this is just our second day of coverage, but if we throw back to the very first day of this Canadian Senior Weightlifting Championships in 2021, you actually saw our 89 kilo lifters kick their nationals off. We see Braden Sanavy coming up here, who hit 130 kilos in the snatch and 165 kilos in the clean and jerk. Much improved lifter since we last saw him. Just a great display of speed, power, and strength coming from the youngest Sanavy brother, that is. We won't be seeing Bodie in today's sessions, but we'll have many other lifters coming up. Who stands out to you today?
I think we're all very familiar with Alex Belmar.
Yep.
He's competed in many competitions. We know that he's won many senior championships, and I think maybe three or four he's won. So that is a familiar name in the weightlifting community, especially in Canada. We all know his fabulous singlet that he wears when he shows up on the platform. That's almost like his signature. But that is a name that I'm definitely counting on in this session.
Yeah, it's definitely a name we'll be looking for. He's definitely had his fair share of chances to represent Canada on the international stage. Impressive record for him. He comes into this competition declaring 140 kilos on his snatch and 170 kilos on his clean and jerk. Doesn't mean he's going to take those, but that's what he's declared right now. He looks to be the favorite, but he does have some competition today, as we see Braden Kennedy out of British Columbia also opening at 140 kilos and 165 kilos in the clean and jerk. So he's definitely looking to give him a run for his money if he hits all his lifts today.
For sure. And looking at our start list, just in this session alone, we were kind of bantering about age yesterday.
Yeah.
And majority of these athletes are born in the 90s. They're almost your age.
Almost my age. Yeah, we actually see 2000 here in Kellen Melnick out of Alberta. He looks to be one of the lifters in the competition as well. Set to open at 126 and 152 as of right now. We'll be looking at him and keeping a close eye on his progress in this session. But a jam-packed 89 kilo and 96 kilo session today with 11 lifters in this session. So we hope to see a lot of green on the board, a lot of great lifts, and we discussed it quite a bit yesterday. A lot of these lifters are seeming to be starting to be accustomed to this kind of online format. We know we're all itching to get back out there on the platform in person, but not too many errors yesterday in terms of communications. We had one in our first session with Farash Rafael-Dean missing his second attempt there because of a communication error on the coach's part. But other than that, everything's run fairly smoothly, and we're looking for more of that today.
For sure. And I think it's also important to understand that this is not our normality of competitions. And as much as we'd like to be in that in-person setting, unfortunately, we have to take it for what it is. We hope to be back to these in-person competitions or these meets or even local meets for that matter. It's always something we look forward to, and definitely changes our way of training. I think we always talk about how the social aspect plays a big part in I think most athletes in how they train. They thrive off that energy. They need their team support, or they want that physical and social contact with their coach, not just like an online type of thing. So hopefully we'll be in that situation soon. But other than that, I think we have a pretty good lineup for today's sessions.
Yeah, we did. We do notice that, some of the lifters who really thrive off that in-person adrenaline cultivated in normal competitions don't necessarily get that in this online format. But, with that being said, adjustments are being made. These are great athletes. These are athletes on the elite level. This is some of Canada's best talent here at 2020 Canadian Senior Weightlifting Nationals. And, with that being said, we have just over 10 seconds before our first session of the day kicks off. We'll be looking at Charles Gravel out of Quebec, who will be opening at 117 kilos, and Haroop Singh out of British Columbia, who will be kicking us off today in this competition. we look forward to seeing them kick off this competition and getting us started. And while we wait for Haroop Singh to get his bar set, we'll note he is born in 1995. He will be opening at 115 kilos in the snatch to kick us off. And he looks ready to go. The bar has been verified and is set. And here comes Haroop Singh ready to kick us off. And I'm not sure if that bar has been verified. The clock never started running. And we'll see what the judges say.
For those who are just tuning in for today, being in a virtual competition, there are different rules. So you have to, or the coach for that matter, has to verify the weight on the barbell, meaning they turn the barbell at a 45-degree angle so that the judges can see how much weight is on that bar. Now, we wouldn't have to do that in an in-person meet because we would see it, but in that lift, I don't think it would even count because, like John said, the clock didn't start. There was no verification. He might have to attempt that again.
And it seems that they're trying to verify the bar right now, as you see on screen. Typically, the bar is turned, as Nikki said, at a 45 kilo angle so that the judges who are watching head on can verify the weight and make sure that 115 kilos in this case is in fact on the bar. And obviously that hasn't been done yet, so we wait for Haroop Singh to verify his weight, and a few technical difficulties starting off today. We didn't see any of those yesterday, but for some of those lifters lifting for their first time in this virtual setting, that is to be expected.
And I think in a virtual meet too, it's important to have that extra body, your coach, maybe another training partner with you to do that stuff for you, so that as the athlete, you don't have to worry about adjusting the barbell and then running back and then chalking up and then resetting. So again, something that we have to kind of adjust to in a virtual meet, which is, I mean, to some people it might be an unfortunate setting because we all know that this is not what we want to be in, but that's just what it is. And unfortunately, like what John said, we didn't really have many technical issues yesterday. Not too many Friday as well, but again, it also can come to internet connection, which we would never think in this century. Internet could definitely be an issue. We'll
not name any names or anything, but I got a few messages yesterday saying, like 4 seconds after I completed my lift, my internet cut out. So,
elite lifter.
Yes. He knows who he is. We're definitely at the mercy of internet here, and we're seeing a few mishaps here technically. But with that being said, Haroop seems to have changed. He hasn't changed the weight. He did have a different combination on the bar last time we saw him on screen. He's now got a red and a blue and a collar to make up his 115 opening snatch.
So there might just be a different...
And with that being said, the clock has began to run, so it appears the bar has been verified.
So this is his first attempt at 115.
Yep. He'll have to hit this for a second time, basically treat his 115 that he did, that didn't count as his last warm-up.
I mean, he came out pretty strong considering he decided to power snatch it. Yeah.
So we'll see what he can do here on his official opener at 115 kilos out of British Columbia.
A little soft there, I think. It could also be he might have been thrown off a little bit, I think, since the first attempt.
Definitely some mental aspect of that. Didn't look all that comfortable as he sunk deeper into his bottom position.
It kind of looked more relaxed when it should be a little bit more dynamic, I think.
Yeah, you
but
can make an argument there, yeah.
but it's such a, we talk about it all the time, that a snatch is such a mental lift, I think. And that little mishap that happened in the beginning totally might have just startled him a little.
Yeah.
But I don't doubt that he can hit it because he's already done it.
Yeah, and for those just tuning in right now, I'll remind you this is the M89A session as well as the M96B. We had Braden Sanavy headlining the Friday 89 session with a 130 kilo snatch and 165 kilo clean and jerk. For those who didn't tune in to the broadcast on Friday, that was those some impressive numbers from Braden, as we see on screen here.
You're just
Herb
verifying
Singh
the weight.
is looking to verify again.
I think he'll take 115 again.
I think so, yeah. Could have looked a little bit better there in his official opening attempt at 115 kilos. So unfortunately, the first lift of this competition is no good, and Harup looks to bounce back here with 115 on the bar for his second attempt. We'll see what the judges think of that.
That definitely looked a lot stronger than his first attempt.
It did. And
Unfortunately, the lift has been turned down. So for those who are new to the sport of weightlifting, there are 3 referees or 3 judges. And by majority decision, Harup was given 2 red lights, 1 red light. So the lift has been turned down. He will be following himself. He gets, if you are following yourself, you get 2 minutes on the clock. Usually the 2 minutes is a strategic aspect of the sport, but usually you find that later on in the session. Sometimes it's used for more rest. Sometimes the athlete wants to clean the bar, the platform, so many different reasons as to what you could do in these 2 minutes.
yeah,
But with Harup, I personally think that was a more powerful lift, but the judges clearly saw an infraction. Could have been a press out.
yeah, likely a press out there, especially in the left elbow. We saw that a little bit even on his last warm-up. That technically didn't count towards his competition number. A little bit of a press out there in his last warm-up, and again there on that second snatch. So we've been following Harup for quite a while now here, as he needs this last attempt at 115. He needs a clean lift here to stay in the competition and secure a total. And you see Harup pointing to the elbows there. From what I've heard and what I've seen, that usually means he's indicating to the judges that he is double jointed. And we'll see what the judges think of that. I'm interested to see what they give him here.
That
They give him
lift is
2
good.
ones. So that signal to the left elbow of Harup seemed to have saved him a spot in this competition and secure a total for him, as it clearly changed the mind of one judge. Have you seen that before?
It's not common, but there's usually the one or few athletes that do call elbows.
Yep.
For those who have a soft extension.
Right.
It's really, that's your safest bet to get those 3 white lights, or at least 2 white lights in this situation.
And that brings us up a new athlete from Quebec, Charles Gravel.
It's a solid opener.
Real impressive lift there for Gravel.
I mean, he's bringing back some 80s vibe here. I'm loving the outfit.
And you see Charles there opening at 117. I don't know if that's his brother Etienne there. Both born in 1999, both have the same last name, both live in the same gym, or lift in the same gym, pardon me. I wonder if they're twins.
Solid opener, though.
Solid opener. We'll
For
see
sure.
if his brother can.
Could have been the chest pump at the end, too.
Could have been, yeah. See if his brother can replicate that opening performance here as he decides to up his brother by 3 kilos on the snatch. This is exciting. This is cool to see two people who we're guessing to be brothers go head to head. Really, they look pretty similar too. Etienne here rocking the man bun, whereas his brother Charles had the old school headband going.
I think I'm rooting for the headband.
Oh yeah, all right. I'll take
in
man
the 80s.
bun here. That's a powerful lift from Etienne at 120 kilos.
I kind of like that they're battling against each other.
Yeah, these two are definitely going for bragging rights here. Starting off neck and neck in the competition here. You see Charles move up to his brother's opener at 120. He's indicated that he would like to take 120 on his second attempt, while Etienne bumps his up to 123 from his opener at 120. And we see Charles here indicating that this is his third Canadian Nationals. He was a Canadian champion in a junior champion in the 2019 Canadian Nationals. So he's looking to take his talents to the senior level now. Born in 1999, so just 21 or 22 years of age. Lots of time for him to develop in his young career. He gets set for 121 here. And both of these guys,
that's a good lift.
Yeah, both these guys have real strong, fast pulls off the ground, strong legs pushing into the ground there. And that should likely bring up
It's a new
lifter
athlete. Yep.
from Quebec. I believe Jocelyn Dubuc would be his name, taking 122 as his opener.
This is his second Canadian
Yep.
Championships.
And the scene has not changed. We seem to be at the exact same gym. This gym has at least three lifters in this session here. All within striking range of one another, especially in the snatch early on. And that lift is no good. We see multiple attempts within that lower, late one teens, low 120 range. This seems like a potential great training atmosphere for these guys, all within striking distance of one another. They must push each other every day, being so close together in similar weight classes, at least, especially Charles and Etienne here. I can only imagine what that atmosphere is like.
Well, looking at their best lifts, and it's not too far from their best lifts either.
Yeah, and this is Jocelyn's second Canadian Nationals. He notes that he finished 7th at the Canadian Championships in 2019. So we'll keep track of his progress and see what he elects to do here on his second attempt. That is slated to repeat at 122. As we look forward to Jocelyn's second attempt at 122, what kind of adjustments do you see can potentially be made? He missed that snatch in front of him, couldn't quite get his head through. What'd you see there?
I think it was just the catch, to be honest. I think the pull was great. The extension was great. Just catching it. And we talk about being patient
Yeah.
at the bottom and not standing it up right away, even though you want to stand it up right away.
Okay.
I think the whole lift is actually not that bad.
And just, again, couldn't secure the lockout in the bottom position there. Couldn't quite get that bar behind the ears and push up into it to secure the snatch. You
So
gotta
he will-
imagine these three are really cheering each other on, but at the same time, they are competitors in this scenario, right? So a little bit of a different kind of environment here at this gym.
So in this situation, how do you, as yourself, an athlete, you've competed before, if you miss 2 lifts, how do you think an athlete approaches the barbell in their 3rd attempt?
I'll say that's a different one for me because I've never actually missed my opening 2 snatches or opening 2 lifts. I've never been in that situation. I think it's every weightlifter's...
Let's be a hypothetical situation.
Yeah. I definitely think
what
it's
would
every...
you think?
Definitely every weightlifter's worst nightmare to be put in that position.
I've been in that situation once.
Yeah, I think here at this level, in terms of near maximal lifts, I think the best thing to do is just trust your work, trust your technique, not overthink it, and at this point, just do it and eliminate all mental obstacles that could be in your way here.
For sure.
I don't know how you'd handle that.
I'd be angry.
Yeah. I mean, I guess anger can be channeled in the right way if you use it properly. We'll see what Jocelyn does to try to remain in the competition here. We've seen Haroop stave off elimination early on with his 115 on his last attempt. We have Jocelyn here trying to do the same thing. And he unfortunately gave a better fight there, but didn't quite secure the lift there. 3 reds from the judges on 122 kilos. He will not total, unfortunately, in this competition. But, you know, we've seen a young lifter out of BC yesterday who did something similar and came back and hit some good clean and jerks and came out aggressively there. So we'll see what he elects to do in this M96B session of this competition.
This will bring back
Etienne.
Etienne for his 2nd attempt at 123 kilos. We've seen a lot of this wide grip or the full barbell length in the snatch. I think that was a good save.
Yeah, walks out a little bit, but secures the
Great lift.
Gets 3 whites there. So his brother Charles has indicated he wants to go up to 124 from his 2nd attempt at 121. Both these Gravel brothers are attempting to go 3 for 3 in the snatch.
But because another athlete is asking for 124 kilos, he will go first since the 2 brothers are taking 124 on their 3rd attempt. And that's a good lift.
Yep, that's a good lift for Jordan Wenzel out of Nova Scotia. We've seen a couple of good lifters coming out of Nova Scotia. One in the 73 kilo session yesterday. In that nail-biting 73 kilo session yesterday.
That was a great session.
It was a great session. If you're just tuning in now and you don't know what we're talking about, when all these are archived, I strongly suggest going to watch that. That was, I may just watch that again. Not to,
on our break. We'll just watch it on our break.
Yeah, not to hear our own voices over again, but you know, just to watch that. Just from a viewer standpoint, that's definitely something I want to tune into again.
There are some changes in weight, so this brings back Charles for his 3rd and final attempt at 125 kilos.
Charles bumps his indicated weight up a kilo from 124 to 125 here, as he looks to squeeze every last kilo he can out of himself here, as he goes back and forth with his brother. Both these Gravel twins have that wide grip you mentioned, Nikki.
And that lift is been turned down. That was a great effort, though.
It was, and you know, even on his misses, just seeing real strong speed and pull, big strong pull out of the ground.
Very controlled, I think, too. We'll see him definitely in the clean and jerks.
I think just a little bit more extension there and a bit more of a finish can definitely make that 125 attainable.
Sometimes, you know, when you're putting that much weight over your head, it's a little scary. So sometimes you just close your eyes and just hope for the best.
We definitely wouldn't condone that here at the at the 2021 Canadian Senior Weightlifting Championships.
We've talked about fun.
Yeah.
Weightlifting is supposed to be fun.
We are not condoning the pull and pray methodology here. At least I'm not. Here's Kalen Melnick for his opening attempts. We highlighted him as one of the younger in the competition.
What a great lift.
Good lift from Kalen as he walks out a little bit, but
But he's very patient at the bottom.
Yep. Good opening attempt there for Melnick out of Alberta.
That's the thing with this, like when you get under that bar, stabilizing that weight overhead, I think that might be the hardest part, I think. For at least for me as a lifter.
For some athletes, yeah,
right.
100%. You know, then there's other athletes who, once they've got overhead, that's not going anywhere, right? So it all depends on the athlete's strength and weaknesses. We mentioned, you know, so many anatomical differences in terms of all these athletes, and there's definitely more than one way to roam, as we've seen in differing technique, differing strategy, right? As we see the last of the gravel twins here, Etienne, who looks to go 3 for 3 in the snatch here. A 4-kilo jump to 127 kilos.
What a beautiful lift.
He seems real content with that. Gets 3 whites from the judges in his
with the chest
third
pump.
national.
He seems very excited about that lift.
And that would be just 1 kilo under his all-time best at 128. So definitely a great performance from Etienne Gravel. He'll be real happy with that result. Going into the clean and jerk portion of this competition with a few kilos over his brother. Here comes Jordan Wenzel out of Nova Scotia. Another impressive lift there at 128 kilos. His coaches seem to be pleased with that attempt. As we await a new athlete here, potentially in Maxime Bardier out of Quebec, who's indicated he wants to take 130 kilos for his first attempt.
That's right, for his first attempt. For those watching, the coach has to verify the weight in a chat, I think, right? That's how they have to type the number that they need, and until that weight is verified on the officials, that's where they can actually input it on our end. And there's so many different technicalities when it comes to virtual competitions. So when you see like coaches' faces in the camera, that's exactly what they're doing.
And we are back to the scene where the Darcigny's took the platform yesterday. We see another impressive lifter here, Maxime Bardier.
And that looked like a
who's still holding the bar overhead. It seems he was also looking for a down signal. I've been in that spot before.
Well, the thing about being in a virtual meet, again, we come back to this, is there is no down signal.
Yeah.
Your down signal is your coach letting you know when to put that bar down, control the bar down. In an in-person meet, you have this loud buzzer that basically says, all right, you can bring the bar down.
Yep. I feel like we've reiterated that point over and over again, feel like broken records, but for those who haven't tuned in to previous coverage of this 2020 Canadian Senior Nationals, great point made by Nikki there, as Kalen Melnick takes his second attempt at 130 kilos. Comes out a real slow first pull there, but accelerates powerfully past the knees, but just not enough to quite get his head through and hit that second snatch at 130 kilos.
He will definitely make that lift on his third attempt.
Yeah, it did come off the ground looking a little heavy for Kalen, but the grand scheme of things, as he began that second pull and accelerated vertically, looked like it was definitely attainable there in that bottom position. As we see a minute 30 on the clock for Kalen Melnick. Be interesting to see whether or not he elects to move up. As of right now, he has indicated he wants to keep 130 kilos on the bar. I think he'll stay there.
I think so too. There are still a few athletes that have not attempted their first snatch. Athletes like Braden, Alex Bellemare, Jean-Christophe, and Gabrielle. These athletes have yet to make their first attempt in their snatch.
And it looks like Kalen will come out, let the clock run a little bit to give him some time before he takes this last snatch of his session. I think we wear the same weightlifting shoes. That looked much better.
Definitely
Kalen
looks
Melnick.
stronger.
Much better lift. Yeah, those are the Reebok Legacy lifters, the CJ Cummings pair. I wear the exact same color as well.
You're really trying to sell this shoe.
Yeah. It's a good shoe.
You know, the
Underrated
people
for
that
sure.
are listening to us, they're probably going to buy this shoe.
Yeah, but onto the lift itself. A complete 180 there for Kalen Melnick. Really increased that leg drive and cultivated so much more strength and power there in that third and final. It was like night and day in that third and final
Overhead
snatch
stability
attempt.
was fantastic.
Overhead stability was fantastic and really pushed his whole foot through the ground there to create that awesome leg drive. Really pull with his legs. As you see Jordan Wenzel take his third and final attempt there. Really sinks deep into that deep bottom position.
Could
but
be
appears to
still a
secure
good
the
lift, though.
Yeah, 3 white lights. I
And
have
that's a
no
good
problem
lift.
with that. And 3 for 3 performance from Jordan Wenzel.
Two athletes have come 3 for 3 in the snatch this morning. So bring out Maxime for his second attempt in the snatch at 134 kilos.
Yep. See Coach Yvonne Darsigny with quite a few athletes and quite a few competitive athletes this weekend. Maxime Bardier is no different as he makes this 134 kilo snatch, and he still seems to be holding that bar
Starting
overhead.
to think he just likes holding the bar
Okay.
over his head.
I don't see any other possible explanation as to why that is. But 134 kilos nonetheless there, as the automatic increase to 135 is in effect. However, we expect him to change, and we see that now.
I think another athlete from the same gym will be taking the next lift at 135 kilos.
Yep.
Jean-Christophe.
135 is loaded on the bar. And we don't know if this is for Jean-Christophe Blanchet's first attempt. It appears to be. So these two lifters are lifting out of the same gym. Jean-Christophe is, of course, a 96, whereas Bardier is in the 89A session.
This is his first
Yep.
nationals.
First nationals. Seen a couple dudes out of Quebec now rocking the man bun in the session.
I love it. Sometimes the long hair don't care is a thing.
Yep. And the opening attempt for Blanchett as an M96 is good at 135 kilos. Just 1 kilo over his teammate's second attempt at 134. That was successfully made. Loaders at this gym.
I was
Definitely
just
busy
about
today.
to mention the loaders. If you're not familiar with the two female athletes that's loading the bar, they are our future Olympians.
They are. They are.
That would be Tali Darsigny and Rachelle LeBlanc.
And that brings up the third consecutive lifter from the same venue. That would be Gabriel Dagenais out of Quebec. Born in 1997. You know, we talked about the Gravel brothers and Jocelyn Dubuc all lifting at the same gym, within striking distance of one another. And we see the exact same thing here with Gabriel Dagenais and the previous two lifters. Must be a real competitive atmosphere when these guys are training together. Strong pull there. I definitely think that's a small error he can fix.
Definitely surprised himself there too, I think. Did you notice the back slap?
I did notice that.
Tell me about experiences with Clance. I know he's got his own routine. Does he have
not
any?
Usually in the snatch, but the clean and jerk kind of wake the legs up. Although I will say I've never actually made a lift. when that's been done. We have to reevaluate our strategy there.
Maybe less leg slap.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Definitely gets that. It's a good feeling, especially if you're fatigued and tired. It gets kind of sends kind of like a cool shockwave through.
That's
the legs.
how you feel.
That is how you feel.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I prefer not to be back slapped like
Oh,
that. That
okay.
looks like meat that you're
Okay.
just slapping.
Speaking of meat, Dagenais has got 2 slabs of beef on the bar. As he takes 137 here. And that's a good lift. Made the adjustment there.
So everyone likes to hold the bar overhead for more than 5 seconds at this
I don't
gym.
know if that's a thing or they haven't figured out the established control on your own kind of memo.
You know what? It's not a bad thing.
Yeah. Why not?
They're just letting the judges know, made the lift, let
Yep.
me know when I can put it down. They might be waiting for a down signal. We don't know, right?
Yeah.
I think he'll probably go
Yeah.
a little higher for his.
But before that, we'll see Maxime Bardier come up here.
For his third and final attempt.
Yep. Looking to go 3 for 3 in the snatch.
And that's a no lift.
Just, I think he's gonna be upset with himself if he watches this back again. I think that is definitely an attainable weight for him. He can definitely hit that. I think that was just a commitment issue. As Blanchette looks to take his second attempt at 138 kilos, following his opener at 135. As Nikki mentioned, this is his first Canadian Nationals. His best lifts being at 140 kilos.
So he wasn't too
175.
far off.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do. Your own leg slaps.
I don't know if it really does the same thing because you can't. That's like massaging yourself. You can't really. You can only do so much to yourself. You can't really. You can't. I don't think you can really put yourself through the kind of pain necessary for that to be as effective.
So you're being too kind, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't think it'll work. I don't think it works as effectively. But here's Blanchette's second attempt. That's
It's a
good.
great lift. And with the smile, maybe look like a smile or exhaustion from holding that bar overhead.
We've been
A
here.
lot of athletes from this gym.
Yeah, that same site for what feels like an eternity now, as Blanchette moves up to the automatic increment of 139, and we have a change of scenery here. Moving to
This is the fun part.
potentially Braden Kennedy.
Camera
Numbers.
changes,
Yep.
different athletes coming, asking for the same weight. We know that this is where it gets a little exciting.
Yep. Braden Kennedy has elected to move up to 142 kilos, so that will not bring him up. That's going to bring up, as it stands right now, Gabriel Desjardins out of Quebec again. You see the Team Canada International singlet on Desjardins. He's represented Team Canada in the past.
The coach or loaders need to verify the weight.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking briefly about how many athletes are at this gym, but I think overall this weekend there's been a lot of athletes competing from Quebec.
Yeah, and this particular one, Desjardins has noted here that he has competed 4 times internationally, so that explains his Team Canada singlet. This is 5th nationals.
And that's a no lift.
Couldn't quite squeeze that overhead and misses that 3rd and final snatch in front of him, which will bring up Jean-Christophe Blanchet out of Quebec for his 3rd and final attempt at 141 kilos. Here comes Blanchet as he paces back and forth behind the bar, looking to finish off his snatch session with a bang.
And that's a no lift. Good effort, though.
Yep.
We have 2 athletes remaining for the snatch portion, coming with their first attempt in the snatch. We have Braden, coming from British Columbia.
Yeah, Braden moved up from 140 to 142 and now decides to open up at 145 kilos. Lifting at what appears on screen to be Dynasty Gym in British Columbia. That looks to be a smooth opener
That's a great lift.
from Braden Kennedy. And we did mention this name in the pre-session as a potential competitor to Alex Bellemare, who headlines this session, having competed on the international stage for Canada on numerous occasions. He'll take his opening attempt at 145 kilos.
Which you did call that he was going to change his opening weight.
Yep. This would be his 7th Canadian national, so a lot of experience here on the national as well as international stage for Bellemare. That's a real smooth
Easy opener.
And it's worth noting that this is the first time I'm seeing Bellemare compete at this new weight class as an 89. Last time I saw him, he was competing in the 81 kilo category, and he indicates that his best snatch as an 81 was 154 kilos at the Pan American Championships in 2019. So that 145 kilo attempt looked real fluid and real easy and real powerful from him. We'll see what kind of jump he takes there.
There was definitely no struggle in that lift.
We could see a pretty aggressive second attempt from Bellemare, as he's indicated he wants to go up to 150. No surprises there. We'll see how he executes. Braden Kennedy not shying away from the competition at all, as he likes to go up to 150. These two are going back and forth in the snatch component of this competition, and we expect to be for this to be a duel right to the very end, as Kennedy's also declared a pretty competitive opener in the clean and jerk. And that
is a no lift.
Keep in mind the time difference between these two lifters. We are currently at 10:40 Eastern Time here on the East Coast, while Braden is lifting at 7:40 a.m. No excuses, but just something that you want to put out there. Lifting at 7:40 in the morning isn't necessarily my preferred time slot, but Braden Kennedy has come out to battle and come out to perform here early on. Bellemare walks up to this bar quite confidently at 150 kilos. Real tall athlete.
Looked exactly the same as his first lift.
Strong lift there from Bellemare. Let's see if he takes a crack at an all-time best, perhaps 155. We know his best, as he indicates here, at competition is 154 kilos that he hit in 2019. We'll see what he elects to do, as Braden Kennedy is staying at 150 as of right now, and he is approaching the bar. It looks like he's going to take this. Just missed that last attempt behind him there at 150. The bar
is being verified.
Yep.
And that's a no lift.
Just misses one behind him and one in front of him there at 150. Two close misses there for Braden Kennedy. See Bellemare's automatic increment of 1 kilo, but he has decided, as we predicted, to go to 155 kilos and go for a best here.
This will be his best snatch.
Don't know if he has hit this in training. All he's indicated is that 154 is his best in competition as an 81. So here as an 89, looking to add a kilo to that total. Don't quite see his body weight on the board, so not quite sure how much of that 89 kilo weight class he fills out. He may have more room to grow into it as well. But we'll see what he can make of this 155 third and final snatch attempt, and this will be the final snatch attempt of this session.
When your first two snatches look like that,
yeah, I think you got to send it here. And
just missed it.
Yeah, just misses that behind him. Yeah, he was aggressive there, and see no reason not to be. He's already secured the number 1 position in the snatch component of this session. So moving on
to the clean and jerk portion.
We await Haroop Singh out of British Columbia, who, if you remember correctly, hit his last 115 kilo snatch to remain in this competition. After indicating towards the officials that his elbows are double jointed, ultimately resulting in him getting the benefit of the doubt there and getting 2 to 3 white lights to allow him a chance to total here. We'll see if that is at all a problem in in the clean and jerk component of this session. But the clock seems to be running for Haroop Singh here, as we see no break between the snatch and clean and jerk early on this Sunday morning at the 2021 Senior Canadian Weightlifting Championships. Jam-packed schedule today as we await Haroop Singh's first attempt at 145 kilos. We've got a few guests on the show. Today we have Jason McLean, who I'll be commentating a session with, and then later on, towards the last session of the day, we have Spencer Moorman, who you'll be sitting down with virtually and taking that last session of this 2021 Canadian Championships, as we see Haroop setting up here and powers that 145 kilo bar, and don't see too much there.
That looks like a good lift.
Yeah. Officials definitely be keeping an eye on that. But, wow, okay. They give him 2 reds there. What do you think of that, Judge?
You say judge like it's a bad thing. I mean, I'm just kidding. John is just stating that because I am an official for the OWA. I personally, the camera was kind of all over the place.
Yeah,
I think it looks like someone is holding it, maybe.
Yeah.
It might just be a formality of maybe the judges just couldn't tell. I don't know. I didn't even really see a press out.
It looked a little shaky, but I mean,
right.
I didn't see. I thought he would have gotten 2 whites there at the very least, but fortunately for these athletes, we are not the judges, as that brings up Jocelyn Dubuque, who did not complete a snatch attempt. And potentially
see what the judges say about that lift.
Yeah, the elbows would be looking at those elbows there, and they actually give him the benefit of the doubt there.
They gave him 2 white lights.
They gave him 2 whites.
Great for him.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not sure about that lift.
I'm not going to say anything crazy here, but I think Haroop's going to be watching this later on today, and he's going to be pretty angry after seeing his lift turn down. But
he is going to make this lift.
And that, yes, of course, and that one being given 2 whites. I don't think he's going to appreciate that if and when he watches that. But we'll see how he bounces back. As he points to his elbow again. Both elbows.
Again, power clean.
Yep, seems to be real comfortable in the power position. And we'll see what the judges say here. This is a toss-up for me. I just don't know what to expect as that bar goes flying off the platform. 3 whites there.
3 whites.
And
I mean, he's on the board. He's got a total.
Yeah, I think it's real frustrating for Haroop because, I think he could have made the argument there that he actually performed a better lockout in his first attempt,
I think
but
so too.
maybe point of the elbows or reminding the judges of what's going on there helped his cause. I don't know.
There might be some technical stuff there too.
Could be,
it just seems a little shaky on the camera, at least from what we can see. He is moving up, so this will bring out Jocelyn for his second attempt at 150 kilos.
Yep. Jocelyn, who successfully made his opening attempt at 145, looks to take the 5 kilo increase. The bar is verified and the clock should start ticking. Judging this sport is tough at the best of times, and even tougher in a virtual setting when you don't have the typical 3 angles that you normally do.
It's a great clean.
Mm-hmm. That looks to be a much more powerful lockout as he walks this forward. Drops the bar overhead. A little bit of lag on screen, but
I was
judges
just
see
about
no
to
problem with
mention
that.
that. Yeah. Just for those that are watching, if there are some technical issues, as in there's a lag on the screen or lag mid lift for that matter, the lift will be turned down. It's just how our virtual rules are. It's an unfortunate situation.
Yep.
But if the judges cannot see the lift itself because of an internet issue, that lift will be declined.
Yep. That brings up Kalen Melnick. After an impressive third and final attempt in the snatch at 130. We'll see how he takes that momentum into his clean and jerk session, as he is set to open up at 152 kilos. And the scene shifts to Alberta as we get ready for Kalen Melnick. He is the youngest 89 kilo lifter in this session. Comes out of the clean there. And
That's a great jerk.
goes to the power jerk.
We've seen that a few times this
Yeah,
weekend.
we've seen that. We've seen a few renditions of that in the past, on the national stage, at the local level, and even on the international stage. You see some great lifters electing to use either the push jerk, the power jerk, or the squat jerk, right? It's definitely gaining a lot of popularity, and it's actually putting together results. You see many world records being broken with the power jerk or the push jerk or the squat jerk. Kalen seems real comfortable with it. Strong kid. And that brings us back to Haroop Singh out of British Columbia. We'll see if he elects to power this as well. Haroop chalking up as he points to the elbows to remind the officials once more. Doesn't want to take that chance again. And Haroop is able to stand that up. That's the first non-power clean we've seen. And again, we'll see what the judges think of that jerk.
That's
Three
a
whites.
good lift.
So definitely unfazed by that first red given to him by the judges at 145 kilos, and actually takes a massive 10 kilo increase from
That's
145 to 155 to give him a 270 kilo total here out of British Columbia. That brings us back to Jocelyn Dubuque, who will remind you will not have a total today, but is looking to go 3 for 3 in the clean and jerk here. Another real technically sound clean there coming out of the hole. And unable to get
That's
that
a
jerk
no
behind the
lift.
ears. But Dubuque ultimately comes out with 2 strong clean and jerks after a frustrating snatch session for him. He'll be in second place in terms of the clean and jerk right now, with most lifters still left to take their openers on the board here as we go over to the Gravel Twins. They are fairly close and neck in the clean and jerk as well, with the first brother Charles taking his opener at 156, and his brother Etienne indicating he wants 160 on the bar.
He did not waste any time from that clean.
Really good jerk there, and real confident overhead position from Gravel.
You know, we notice a lot of lifters coming into the clean and jerk wearing a belt.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a Velcro? Are you a buckle or no belt?
I've always gone buckle because I've just seen people come absolutely undone on the competition
With a
floor
Velcro
with
belt.
a belt. I've seen some cases where one girl's belt came off mid-lift, then her knee wraps began to unravel, and that's just not something I wanted to put myself through. So I like to go with the buckle. What about yourself?
I'm definitely a buckle.
Okay.
It's just, we'll get back to that in 1 second when we see what the judges think about this lift.
They'll give that 3 reds.
Yeah,
and
I
turn
think
that
there was
down.
an infraction on his, from our side, it's his left
Yep.
elbow. I think he'll definitely hit that. His clean looks strong.
Mm-hmm.
But about the belt, you and I both, I'm afraid of that unbuckling.
Yeah.
I like that where I almost can't move in my belt.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps my torso upright. Sometimes though, I play around with the Velcro.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes if you might forget your belt one day and you have to borrow a belt, you just never know, right?
Yeah. That brings up Kalen Melnick,
For his
With,
second attempt.
156 on the bar. Just couldn't stand it up and get that through his sticking point there.
I mean, he brought his elbows through quick enough.
Yep.
I think he could definitely hit that on his third attempt.
Yeah.
So we'll bring back Jordan Wenzel for his second attempt. Now, if he gets this jerk, he'll definitely be on the board for a total.
Yep. He likes to take 156 again. Another strong clean from Wenzel. And
Much better
seems
jerk.
to make the adjustment there. Should be no doubt in the judge's mind here.
And that's a great lift.
It's exactly what we see. 3 whites from the judges. We'll see where Wenzel goes next. And Kalen Melnick with this lift, should he make this lift, will have a 286 total.
Shout out to that cameraman that's in the corner there.
Yep. They look to verify the bar once more. Melnick currently sitting at a 282 total. He'll take some time off this clock. Try to get this third attempt right here.
We've seen him come out of that bottom position in a snatch, so I don't doubt that he can stand up this clean for his final attempt.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we'll see if he can get through that sticking point in the clean here. And that bar crashes forward.
And that's a no lift. He will be credited with his first attempt at 152 kilos. This will bring out Etienne for his first attempt at 160 kilos.
Mm-hmm. Quite a few lifts between Charles and Etienne's first attempts here. A lot of lifters taking numbers in the mid to high 150s. That will bring out Etienne for his first attempt. Looking to maintain that lead over his brother. Really strong there, clean. And powerful
And that
jerk.
jerk looked really strong overhead. And he said, yeah, it is.
Etienne's having a good day here. 4 for 4 so far.
There are many athletes taking 160.
Yep.
This could change. Maxime will be taking 160 kilos for his first attempt.
As we head over to a familiar scene in Quebec with Maxime Bardier being the first of Darcigny's athletes to take his opening clean and jerk here at 160 kilos. Comes out of that clean and uses...
I think that's a good lift. There's a bit of a lag on our end.
Yep, but the judges seem to have no issues with it.
Gave it 3 white lights. It's a
Well
great
timed,
lift.
a little bit of oscillation there to propel that bar upwards. As Charles looks to match his brother's opener at 160 kilos with his second attempt. That's
Still a
also a
great
strong
clean.
clean. Real powerful jerk there.
He kind of had his head a little
Yep.
behind the bar. I mean,
You're
that
right.
clearly didn't struggle or help or have him struggle in that jerk position. But as the weight gets heavier, sometimes
Yeah.
that could affect your jerk.
Yeah.
We'll
You're-
see in his third and final attempt.
Yep. Yeah, as Nikki mentioned there, Charles didn't quite get the head through, but totally legal lift there. Had complete lockout, no bend in the elbows, and was able to secure that position overhead. But as you mentioned, as the weight gets heavier, that barbell will be less forgiving if that bar is not sent behind the ears. As Jordan Wenzel, after sitting for a while, gets to take his last crack of the competition at 161 kilos. Good strong clean here. And I don't think the judges are going to be forgiving there.
And that's a no lift by majority decision. Now, sorry, if he had called elbows, do you think he would have gotten that lift?
No, I don't think anybody can just call elbows. I think
Oh,
in her-
anybody can call elbows.
I
Like anyone could really just say, hey, I have an elbow that doesn't extend.
don't think that's the case with him, though. I think I see a big difference between Harup's case and his case. In Harup's case, I see an elbow that never quite gets to full extension, whereas in Wenzel's case, you see an elbow that gets to full extension. He's got that behind the ears, and then you see the rebend, and then the push out again, and the press out. So,
Great training make.
yes,
For sure.
I don't see. Yeah, I don't think you can quite get away with that. And here comes Maxime Bardier. and just misses that.
That's a
behind
no
him.
lift. Again, you mentioned you mentioned the oscillation part. It was the same thing. I noticed that too. Very minor, but
Yeah. So you're telling me when you go up to on the podium or you're lifting in training, that bar is completely still in your training?
absolutely.
Okay. I think you'd be in the minority there,
I don't know.
in my experience.
It has to come to a rest, even
It
if it's
does,
a,
it does,
even if
it
it's
does.
a second.
Technically.
we have to see that bar come to rest before you attempt that jerk. You really can't use a bounce to jerk that bar.
Yeah, we've had this conversation. We've gone back and forth throughout the sessions here, but, that seems to be one of the gray areas of weightlifting. We see a lot of world-class lifters use that little tiny bit of oscillation to really propel that bar and time it correctly and get it up and behind the ears. As we see Charles Gravel really get under that bar and seems to lose a little bit of air there and dumps it forward.
That's a great attempt.
It is.
That's the thing with clean and jerk, though. I find it's exhausting,
Yep.
especially if you're attempting a heavier weight than you
Yeah.
normally would in training. Once you get that, you stand up from that clean, there's just so much, you think there's so much you have to do, but really
Yeah.
you just have to jerk it over your head. And in your mind, you said, man, I'm tired. Like, I have to put this thing over my head. And then
Yeah.
you're like, oh no, the bar's already on the floor. Like, lifts over.
Yeah, and I think in a case like that, we see a little bit of a crash in the clean from Gravel there. I think that's a case where a little bit better of a clean, a little bit faster on the bar, a little bit longer of a pull, less crash, doesn't take as much out of you as an athlete there, in especially in your final attempt, right? So
Well, that was actually a kilo under his best.
yeah,
So, great attempt.
yeah, great attempt there from Gravel. Made the clean, just couldn't put the jerk to bed. A better clean may just have him a personal record there. As we see Gabriel Desjardins taking his first attempt at 165 kilos. That looks like a really impressive
Looked
first
really
lift.
easy for him.
Yeah.
Few lifters here coming out with similar or very close numbers, the 165 and 166
Yeah.
kilo mark. There's still a few athletes that have not taken their first attempt. So Etienne is attempting his best for his second attempt.
And a little bit of a pause at the bottom of that clean, but unfazed as he puts that jerk through the roof.
Now I'm looking at these notes of his records. Now I'm not believing that 165 is his best, because that looked really easy to me.
Yeah, you could be right there. He's
Could
indicated
be a clean
once-
thing,
Yeah,
but the jerk looked really solid to me.
he's definitely looked impressive there with what he indicates as his best all time. Could just be having a really good phase of training and really peaked well for this meet. Just
Now
never
we're
know.
looking at the scoreboard. He's almost at his final attempt. He could go
Yep.
6 for 6. What do you
Yeah.
do? What would you do? Go for your ultimate PR or
Yep. Well, he has moved up to 168. I think he'll leave it there. If you look at who's left on the board, you see Belmer, who appears to be taking 170 as his opener, or set to at least, as we get to Blanchette's first attempt at 166 here. So there's still quite a few lifters left to take their opening attempts here. And
it's
a lot of these
solid
athletes
first
here,
attempt.
a lot of these athletes under Coach Darsigny leave no doubt in your mind when it comes to the jerk. Real powerful jerkers at the bar.
Well, I think when he chooses to sit down too, he said, "I'm not worried."
Yeah.
He's the moment he stands up, it's
Yeah.
where I feel like he's kind of has to watch what his athlete is performing, but it looked like he was on his cell phone. He said, no, this is easy for him.
And Gabriel Dejanay will take a 5 kilo jump to 170, which will bring up Braden Kennedy out of... Nope, it'll bring up Etienne Gravel again.
For his third attempt.
Third and final attempt. The bar has been verified. The loaders are rolling it into the middle.
He is attempting his best clean and jerk. If he hits this, he will have a 6 for 6 day.
What a day it would be for Etienne. He's already got the bragging rights over his brother. Now just looking to add some kilos on his total.
What a great fight in that clean.
Mm-hmm. And sidesteps here. Helicopters a little bit, but it looks good for
And the
Etienne.
judges agree. That's a great lift.
And his brother completely pumped up there with that 168 kilo clean and jerk. And you know, Nikki, you mentioned 165 was his all-time best. 168 is a personal record for him, as he's indicated here. This pardon me, this seems to be a personal record here that he's hit, and based on the reaction he gets from his brother and himself, I think that would hold up as either at least his best clean and jerk, or maybe even his best total in competition. So
Great performance.
Great performance. And how about that from his brother Charles, his competitor on this day?
I don't know. It's if you have a
right by his
sibling
side.
that you train with, it's always motivating, right?
Yeah, and we're speculating they're twins, so
Or cousins.
well, I mean, they're born the same year. Yeah, they could be. They
be
look pretty.
cousins.
They look kind of alike. So, and Brady Kennedy from British Columbia leaves no doubt there on that jerk. I love the bar slam there from Etienne Gravel.
We talked about that yesterday.
I can't get enough of bar slams. Alex Belmare looks to have 3 slabs of beef and a collar on the bar. Or is it just 3 slabs of beef for 170? It looks like he's got 170 on the bar right now. Without the 2.5 kilo. Oh, he has moved up to 173 kilos. So that will bring up Gabriel Dejanay out of Quebec. The bar has been loaded. It is verified. The clock is running. Real convincing opener there for Gabriel. We'll see what he's got coming into his second attempt with 170 on the bar. Yeah, I don't care what anybody says. I'll always rate the bar slam.
It's a celebration, I think.
Yeah, especially if you're doing it on your own bars, your own competition bars, your own plates.
Ooh, my own bar? I wouldn't do that to my own bar. Competition.
Really? Okay.
It's not my barbell.
I'll get back to that in just a second. Another great clean and jerk here from Gabriel Dejanay. Convincing, stable overhead position there. That bar's not going anywhere. Yeah, we've seen Alico tests with bars being dropped from like 2 stories in the air, like loaded
Just the bar.
Loaded with so much weight on the bar.
Okay, yeah.
And dropped onto the ground. That thing won't break.
Oh no, I'm not saying it will break.
Yeah.
I just said personally, my barbell.
Oh, okay.
I would not drop from overhead.
Okay.
Now, a competition barbell that I do not own, maybe.
So you're willing to risk somebody else's bar over your own. Here comes Jean-Christophe Blanchette. And we'll remind you, he is one of the 96s, one of 3 96s in this 96B session. Just over 30 seconds on that clock. Real strong, dynamic start as he rocks into that clean. And
See what the judges say about that
Yeah.
lift.
yeah, we'll give it to him.
3 white lights.
The 3 whites there from Blanchette makes that 170 a good lift. It takes him to 308 for a total right now for the 96. And that brings up Gabriel Desjardins.
We'll bring out Jean-Christophe for his 3rd attempt.
Yep. With the automatic increase of 1 kilo. We don't see them staying there. As 2 minutes remains in the clock, as technically Blanchette is following himself, although we expect that to go to either Bellemare or Braden Kennedy.
I think they're verifying the 173, so it looks like Alex will be taking 173 for his 1st attempt.
Here comes Alex with his first attempt at 173 kilos. 184 kilos being his best as an 81 at Quebec Senior Championships. A routine lift there from Alex Bellemare.
Looked really easy, I think.
Yeah, he hit that with authority. I expect quite
He
the
did
big
not
jump.
wait at the bottom. He just got out of that clean really fast.
And Braden Kennedy trying to keep pace with Bellemare here in the clean and jerk. Bellemare, of course, with the advantage over him gaining the snatch. That would leave Braden Kennedy with 8 kilos to be made up here in the clean and jerk should he challenge for that top spot at this 2021 Canadian Senior Weightlifting Championships. 175 is loaded on the bar for Braden Kennedy. Got 3 reds and the collars on. Looking to take this. Kennedy's best snatch was his opener at 145. Which was 5 kilos lower than Bellemare's Bellemare's best snatch at 150 today. Strong clean there from Kennedy.
That's a great jerk.
All right, so we'll see what Bellemare counters with here. He has indicated he wants 176. On the bar, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be what he takes. Considering how convincing that 173 was, we'll keep tabs on that on the scoreboard. Gabriel Desjardins with his 2nd consecutive 5 kilo increase. First from 165 to 170 and then 170 to 175 here. As he gets set.
Leaves us with 4 athletes left for this session.
Yep. This was the chance to go 4 for 6.
He used some of that
The
smelling
juice?
salt. The
Oh,
juice.
It's got the ammonia smelling salts. I think this is the time for it. Your 3rd and final clean and jerk attempt. Going towards maximal lifts here. Take whatever advantage you can get. This is Desjardins' 5th nationals. Got 2 medals here on the national stage. Looking to add to that today. Impressive clean. And I like this lift. Let's see what the judges think here.
I do too.
3 whites from the judges.
Very
That's a
controlled
good lift.
pickup. Nice acceleration from the knees.
Yep.
The clean, coming out of the clean, looked a little bit heavy, but I think it was a great lift.
Yep. And 185 is his best clean and jerk. So 175, about 10 kilos below his best there. Definitely room for improvement for Gabriel Dejanay, but a good performance in the clean and jerk nonetheless. So that brings up Jean-Christophe Blanchet for his third and final attempt at 175 kilos. This would match his all-time best. He's hit this weight before. He's felt this weight before. Should be confident here. Strong pull from Blanchet. Doesn't seem phased by that 175. He takes his time here with the jerk, and an impressive jerk there as his coach motioning for him to hold that and gives him the down signal.
Such a great lift.
Coach Darsigny's really happy about that. That's a good lift. That matches an all-time best for him.
Oh, you saw him getting up from his seat. And he was excited about that lift too.
And made it look easy too. So impressive technique on display there.
So he matched his best.
He did match his best, yes. What did I say?
No, that just clarifying that it was matching his best lift.
177 on the bar for Bellemare.
2 athletes left.
Yep. As we see Coach John Patrick Millette there getting his athlete pumped. JP, of course, was on the broadcast yesterday doing a couple sessions with another one of Canada's coaches, Greg Chin. Both, of course, really accomplished coaches on the international stage for representing Team Canada. JP will be at the Olympics this year. And Alex Bellemare looks to be another prospect for potentially the 2024 Olympic Games, as he makes that 177 look really easy.
All his lifts seem to be looking the same, I find, which is a great thing.
It's a great thing, yeah. And Coach JP, definitely no shortage of talent and hardworking athletes there coming out of his leadership. And we do see a move from 175 to 178 for Braden Kennedy, trying to push Bellemare a little bit in the clean and jerk, although this wouldn't be enough in terms of ground needed to make up in terms of a total for a gold medal push. Real great balance.
And that's a no. But I think he almost passed that sticking point.
Yeah, just couldn't, as you mentioned, couldn't get through that sticking point there, and a 3 for 6 performance with a 320 total for Braden Kennedy out of British Columbia. And that leaves us with the last attempt of this exciting men's 89 kilo session, seeing a move up from 177 to 180 from Bellemare.
So his best as a 81 is actually 184, so it's not far off from when he was in a lighter weight class.
And he's making a lot of these lifts look relatively routine, so looking to cap off a pretty solid performance here for Bellemare. As we mentioned earlier, we don't know how much of this 89 kilo weight class he is filling out for this 89 Senior Canadian Weightlifting Championships, but here he goes with 180 kilos on bar for his third and final attempt. Slower pull, but strong legs there to get that cleanup and ultimately fall short.
And that's a no lift. Solid effort.
Yep.
And that concludes our male 89 and 96 B session for today.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of talent on display. You know, we see the favorite Alex Bellemare take it home and take home another Senior Canadian weightlifting championship there. He's a real experienced weightlifter on the international stage, as we mentioned. Some of his best numbers coming at the Pan Ams in 2019. And we're not sure if this move to 89 is permanent or not, but a great performance by Bellemare and others in the field like Braden Kennedy, giving him a little bit of a run for his money, coming second in the 89 kilo category. What stood out to you today before we wrap this session up?
Well, like you mentioned, Bellemare being a different weight class before and moving up, we always talk about what makes weightlifting such a great sport. And I think because there's so much growth and being at a young age, maybe the 89 might benefit him. There's still years, I think, at least from what we can see, there's still years that he has to maybe fill out that 89. He's not like many kilos off from his best lifts. So I think that was a great performance from many athletes in this session. Some hit PRs, some unfortunate lifts, but that's okay. That's what the sport is, and we still have lots of athletes competing today. We'll see other lifters making PR attempts. So it should be an interesting day of weightlifting. We have our, like you said earlier on in our session, that we still have guest speakers coming this afternoon. So definitely something to look forward to.
A lot to look forward to. And to just wrap up this session, you see Bellemare taking the gold. You got Kennedy out of British Columbia taking the silver. And then back to Quebec with Desjardins taking the bronze. 2 out of 3 podium finishes coming out of Quebec. We've seen their dominance in this Senior Canadian Weightlifting Championships. But that's all we got for the men's 89 kilo session and the men's 96B session. It was a great one, and we look forward to seeing you in the next session. Welcome back to the 2021 Senior Canadian Weightlifting Championships. I'm joined by my partner, Nikki, and we've got a lot on tap for this session today. This will be the F71B session. We've got some great content coming up, some exciting sessions this morning as well in the men's 89 and 96. But before we get to what's in store for this F71, Nikki, why don't you take us through our sponsors?
We would like to thank first of all, the OWA for all the hard work. This week could have been really impossible without everyone. We would like to thank the OWA for the sponsors, the volunteers, everyone's hard work this weekend. Without them, really, this competition wouldn't be successful. So we have a lot of sponsors as well for this weekend. We have Dotmar, 6for6 Weightlifting, Virus Apparel, and Lift Clean Soap. So thank you very much for everything that you guys have provided throughout this weekend.
Getting into this 71B session, we've got Amanda Thompson looking to take the first snatch as we see it right now at 74 kilos. That's what she's indicated, as well as 95 in the clean and jerk. We have some Santavi content here. Alana in the F71B category, born 2003. She's still a junior here competing at the senior championships. What are you looking for her today?
Well, I think everyone that's watching, that name is a very well-known name in the OWA, or in Canada for that matter. We were kind of briefly talking about it earlier that we noticed that Alana went up a weight class.
Oh, right,
Right? So this is the B session, but it'll be interesting. We always talk about when athletes go up a weight class, what are they capable of lifting? Will it benefit them? Will it change the way they lift? So sometimes it's always interesting to see when athletes change different weight classes, whether they go down a weight class or a weight class up.
As Nikki mentioned, Alana will be making the change from 64 to the 71 kilo weight class, and will be participating here in the 71B session representing Ontario, the lone athlete representing Ontario. Not as much Quebec content as we've seen in past sessions. We've got Adrienne Messier and Magali Roux representing Quebec, opening at 92 and 78 in the snatch respectively. Looks like Adrienne Messier seems to have the upper hand coming into this competition. She will be the clear favorite today, but this will be tight for the second, third, fourth positions, and we look forward to this one.
Looking at the age of these female athletes as well, like if we look at the clean and jerk and their snatch numbers, it's pretty phenomenal to see that these women could lift that much weight.
Yeah.
I mean, like we said, we know that the Sanofi name has been around for many years, so I'm really excited to see what Alana can perform in this session.
Yeah, somebody like Adrienne Messier coming out with a 92 kilo snatch and 113 clean and jerk. What's that like from a mental perspective, coming out being ahead of the field?
I think they're used to that. I think those who have the last attempts of a lift, I think they're mentally prepared for that. I think it's something they probably train when they're actually leading up to a competition.
Yeah.
So sometimes I think it's almost like you said, we talk about distractions and whatnot. These athletes know what they're doing.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the stage will be set and will be Adrienne's to lose here in this 71B session as we take you to our first athlete out of Nova Scotia. It's kicking off the F71B session with a verified bar at 74 kilograms. The bar is centered and the clock is ticking for Amanda Thompson as she paces back and forth behind the bar.
So Amanda Thompson, this is her first Canadian championships.
This will be her first lift on the national stage. Let's see what she makes of it. Walks out a
Great
little
opening
bit,
attempt.
but looks like a convincing opening attempt for Amanda there at 74 kilograms.
No, we were talking about her first nationals. That's actually 3 kilos off her best.
Right. So coming out fairly aggressively here.
And I think it was a solid first attempt.
Yep. And that should bring out Alana if this stays put. The bar is on a 45-degree angle. For those just tuning in, that's so the judges can verify the bar and the weight on that bar. Here comes Alana setting up for her 75-kilo attempt. And that is a good opening attempt for Alana as she drops the bar overhead after controlling that convincingly. Good lift for Alana. We'll see what she takes as her second attempt, as Amanda Thompson has quickly noted that she wants to move up to 77. Did you say that's her all-time PR?
78.
78. So this would be just 1 kilo below her all-time best. Didn't indicate whether or not that's in competition or in training, but nonetheless, really some high percentage numbers here from Amanda Thompson starting off this competition.
Sorry, I stand corrected. You're absolutely right. It was actually 77. My apologies. So she will be, well, what it looks like that she's taking her best lift in her second attempt.
Yeah, so 77 and 98 are her best lifts, just 3 kilos lower than she indicated here on the clean and jerk as her opener. So she's really coming out aggressive. Looks like she's feeling confident, and see what she can make of this second attempt. And
fortunately, that's a no lift.
Yep.
What did you see there?
It's hard to tell from this angle. Of course, you got the head-on angle. We're not there in person, so the pull off the ground looked close to the body. Just looked like she didn't finish all the way and didn't really stick that head through and secure that bar overhead. Definitely something she's capable of. You know, I wouldn't even be surprised if she goes up a kilo to 78 and tries to secure a personal record, or if she stays here with 77 and tries to go 2 for 3 in the snatch. And we are looking at potentially a new lifter on deck here, Magali Roux out of Quebec. with 78 kilos on the bar, but it looks like Amanda may actually run out the clock here on this 2 minutes after following herself and actually take this lift. So we'll see what her and her coach elect to do. She seems to be quite in the zone there, making sure she channels all her focus. Positive reinforcements, what you want every time you're going heavy in the upper 90s. Well, 90 and up percent at least.
When she walks up to the platform, though, she looks really calm.
Yeah.
It's like she knows that she can make this lift.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that she can make this lift.
Especially after just dropping that in front of her, I definitely think that this is a weight she's capable of hitting, and she knows she's hit it before. It's just a matter of focus and execution here for Amanda Thompson. Same routine throughout all 3 snatches. You like to see that, keeping it consistent. As we see her approach the bar here for her final snatch in her first Canadian Senior National Championships. And that's what we knew she was capable of there.
I think that might have actually looked better than her first attempt.
It may have, yeah.
And that's a great lift. This will bring out Magali for her first attempt, coming from Quebec.
Yep.
We are familiar with this gym. We've seen it throughout the weekend.
And the bar is set. The bar is verified. It's loaded for Magali Roux out of Quebec. Looks to be a good lift there. A little bit of a walkout and a little bit of a dip in the shoulders, but we'll see what the judges think of that. And they, in my opinion, are absolutely on the money there with 3 white lights.
There might just be some excitement catching the
Yeah,
bar
yeah.
the moment you pass that part of the movement. I've been there. So sometimes the walkout is just probably just making sure you stabilize the lift overhead.
And here comes Alana with her second attempt at 79 kilos. Strong lift there for Alana. She walks that thing out, full lockout. Impressive
So
leg
this
drop.
is actually her best lift in competition.
Wow.
Her best lift in competition is 76 kilos, I believe.
And that likely came as a 64. But nonetheless, really convincing second attempt there for Alana. Looks like she's got room to add here. She will be opening, as of right now anyway, with a 96 clean and jerk. And that appears to potentially bring up Magali Roux out of Quebec. As the camera cuts to Magali here out of Quebec.
I think Magali wants more weight.
Yep. She will move up to 81 kilos, which brings up Kayla Bosch out of British Columbia, who, as Nikki's mentioned countless times on this show, gets to lift first because she's declared this as her opening attempt. Here comes Kayla with her first lift of the competition in her second Canadian Nationals. And that is a good lift for Kayla Bosch.
A solid opener.
And that brings up Magali out of Quebec. Gina McMonigal, pardon me, on deck.
Bar is being verified by one of their athletes.
Not just any athlete, an Olympian.
She is an Olympian. Pardon me. There are 2 Olympians in that gym right now. Maybe 3.
And hopefully, for Coach Darcy, many more to come. As Magali Rue sets up.
What an easy second attempt.
Even more impressive there on that second attempt. Really pushed her shoulders upwards towards the ceiling into that bar and secured that overhead position even more than she did on that opening attempt. As you said, that could have potentially just been opening attempt nerves, but the most important thing is she secured that opening lift and allowed herself to put some more kilos on the bar and not lose any ground in this competition.
Sometimes I find too in your second attempt,
yep,
it always tends to be better than your first.
Mm-hmm.
And we can tell she smiled after that lift, so she was definitely proud of that lift.
Yeah, she knows she's got more. As we head over to a new lifter now out of Alberta in this F71B session, we have Chandler Coleman opening at 82 kilograms. And that looks like a good lift.
That looks like a good lift to me too.
3 whites from the judges, and her 82 kilo opener will be granted.
I like that she was patient before she decided to stand it up.
And we see Alana here with an 82 kilogram third and final attempt, as we see the legend Jackson Levine in the frame, setting that bar for Alana.
So Alana's hit 80 kilos in training. This will be her best snatch if she hits it.
And just pulls that. Speed of the pull didn't seem to be the problem there, I think.
Like when we talk about routine,
yeah,
we all know that Sanovi last name. They're pretty routine, I think. Like, I don't think anything changes in terms of the way they approach the bar, the way they set up. I think they've been in this sport for so many years. I don't see... I think she would have... I think she had that in her.
Yeah. So Sanovi will carry her 79 kilo snatch into the clean and jerks.
We have a new athlete attempting her first attempt at 84 kilos from Alberta, Gina.
Yep, this is 2 kilos over the weight that she indicated on the start list. One of the few athletes who does snatch with a belt.
Little step back.
Yeah, no problems there.
But nothing. She definitely stood that up. But
Strong
you mentioned
left.
the belt in a snatch. What's your take on that?
Oh, I mean, I don't think I have an expert opinion on that. Just how it would fall into the majority of people who don't snatch with a belt. You obviously got a few people, actually a few world-class athletes like Mohamed Ihab out of Egypt who do prefer to snatch with a belt on. It's not something you see a lot. You see it more in the clean and jerks for our newer viewers especially, but Gina seems to have no problem with it as we move to Kayla Bosch, going for 84 kilos on her second attempt.
That's a great lift.
Yeah. 3 whites there from the judges. As we move to Chandler Coleman. Oh, we have a change. So we'll go back to Magali Rue, who looks to be finishing up her snatches here and looks to go 3 for 3 in the snatch, representing Quebec. And that is unfortunately a no lift. It looked like I thought she was going to have it there.
I did too.
Especially from the angle we're looking at. We don't really get a side view of what's going on in a lot of these lifts, but looked like she had that overhead. Just walked it out a tad. Maybe a little bit more patience in the hole would have had that. But a great attempt nonetheless from Magleru, and two great snatches at 78 and 81 to take into her clean and jerk session here at 2021 Canadian Senior Weightlifting Championships.
I mean, I'd be pretty excited too if I got under the bar. Like, let's be real. I mean, I think she could probably overhead squat that for reps. So there's no doubt that she'll hit that probably in training very soon.
And we've got Gina McMonagle on screen here, with the clock running down. It's about 45 seconds as we shift to Chandler Coleman, who's also taken 86 kilos.
I'm not sure of what the judges will say about that lift.
And one judge actually gave it a red. A little bit tough to see from where we are. I don't know about the monitors that you guys are watching there, but a little bit of a glitch out there. Nonetheless, looked like it was probably a good lift. One judge wasn't convinced, but two are in favor of white lights. That means it's a good lift. We'll now go to McMonagle out of Alberta.
Bar has been verified at 86 kilos. This will be her second attempt. You mentioned you've trained with her.
No, I haven't trained with her.
Oh, you haven't trained with her.
I remember her from Junior Nationals in 2020. And that is a good lift for Gina McMonagle as well. She's got a little bit more in the tank here on her snatch.
I think so too.
Great display of speed, power, and technique here from the Albertan. As we go over to Kayla Bosch out of British Columbia. Of course, this being her second Canadian Nationals.
This will tie her best.
Okay. Squeezes that overhead. It looks good.
I think it's a great lift.
That is given 3 whites by the judges. 3 for 3 in the snatch. For Chandler Coleman. Don't have a lot of red on the board here early on. That's good to see. I mean, seems to be a pretty consistent theme throughout the Nationals so far. That's a good sign. Athletes are a little bit more used to this virtual concept that we've been unfortunately having to resort to in the last year and a half. But here comes Gina McMonagle for 88 kilos on her third and final attempt with a chance to go 3 for 3 in the snatch. Real impressive.
Very close.
Great attempt there at 88 kilos. Just dropped that behind her. Yeah.
We only have 2 athletes left in the snatch portion. We have yet to see the first attempt of Adrienne from Quebec.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like she will be following herself on her snatch attempts as she actually moves up to 93 kilos for her opening snatch attempt, barring some crazy change from Chandler Coleman here, which we will not see as we expect Coleman to take this third and final attempt at 90 kilos. That snatch just spits her out there in the bottom position.
Could have been a PR attempt.
Yeah, for sure.
Sometimes we do see a lot of that as your third attempt. They kind of like to see what they're capable of.
And the leader in this 71B session will have the stage all to herself. Adrienne Messier out of Quebec. I'm assuming teammates of Magali Roux. As Adrienne approaches the bar here for her first attempt at 93 kilos.
And that's a no lift.
Yeah. Just couldn't quite finish there. Nothing, I don't think, some technical pointers can't fix in between snatches here. She's got 2 minutes on the clock to follow herself. Definitely didn't look like something she's not capable of. As we see the loaders tighten up 93 kilos on the bar for Adrienne Messier out of Quebec. This is actually her 9th Canadian Nationals. So she's been here, done that multiple times.
And she's performed really well.
Yeah.
I think she'll stay at 93.
Likely been lifting for quite some time now, given that only 21 or 22 years of age, and this being her 9th Canadian Nationals. And that's more like it on her second attempt at 93 kilos.
Which we knew she'd be able to lift that.
Yeah. Well within her capabilities there at 93. The automatic increase takes her to 94, but we expect that to be changed here as we see the loaders fastening what appears to be 96 kilos on the bar, just waiting for that official change. She will have 2 minutes at the very least to finish up and wrap up this 71B session. Amanda Thompson will be the first to lift in the clean and jerks, opening at 95 kilos as she's indicated there on your screen. And Messier will take a 3 kilo jump to 96 kilograms.
Have you ever followed yourself in a competition?
Yeah, I have. I don't
Do
remember
you
exactly.
normally take your
which
full
one.
2 minutes, or are you one of those athletes just give me about 30 seconds? And
Depends how we're feeling. I mean, I think with us especially, we don't. Well, I mean, in a timed setting like this, obviously you have to have some knowledge of it. But I think when you're ready, you're ready. And I think, at least in our case, when you're ready to take that lift, doesn't really necessarily matter what time's on the clock, as long as it's within the 2 minutes.
I was gonna
obviously.
say, I'm like, the time does run out.
Yeah, but I don't think it's like, you feel ready at 105, you're gonna wait till 45 just to say you killed 15 seconds there into the clock. If you're ready, you're ready. And I think that's exactly what Adrienne has elected to do here. She seems poised to attack this lift at 96 to wrap up this 71B session. Let's see what she's got. And
that's a great
absolutely
lift.
Smokes that. Much easier than her opener and her second attempt at 93. It looks like she had a lot more in the bag there. Maybe a little frustrating looking back if she goes back and watches the session and sees her opening attempt and maybe having a repeat at 93 kilos, taking away a potential attempt at 98, 99, something that based on that lift looks like she's definitely capable of. But nonetheless, a great final attempt and a great job bouncing back there. as we wrap up the snatch portion of this 71B kilo session. As you see there, we'll have a 10-minute break between the snatch and the clean and jerks. First thoughts on that snatch session before we head into the clean and jerk?
We were talking about it earlier. Some of these sessions are just flying by.
Yeah.
Like, we see the board, it's all green, a few misses, but it's not a bad way to start a session with female athletes.
A lot of green on that board, not too many misses later. That's what we want to see. And of course, we'll head over to a quick break before we get you caught up on everything you need to know in this snatch session, as well as what's to follow in the clean and jerks that are coming up with Amanda Thompson to be kicking us off. We'll take a quick break.
We are back with the 71B session, coming to the clean and jerk portion of the session. We have Amanda Thompson with her first attempt at 95 kilos.
Yeah, Amanda setting up after a relatively impressive snatch session, tying her PR at 77 kilos in the snatch. She takes 95 kilos in her clean and jerk as her opener, just 3 kilos under her all-time best at 98 kilos. So pretty aggressive start here for Amanda Thompson, but she seems poised to make it work. Let's see how it goes. It's good clean.
Fortunately, that is a no lift, or incomplete lift, I should say.
Yeah, pretty technically sound clean. Just not enough on the jerk there.
Yeah, we talk about that part of the clean and jerk. For me personally, as of right now, that's what I'm struggling with. Sometimes I find the moment, or most athletes, the moment you're able to clean that barbell, they have no issues with putting it over their head. I mean, I could do cleans forever, if that. But we all know that to complete that lift, you need to clean and jerk that weight.
And that will bring up Amanda, who looks like she's likely to retake that 95. And we see Alana Sanaby at 96 kilos set to follow her. Here, and as we mentioned, the pretty aggressive approach here from Amanda Thompson, coming in just 3 kilos under her personal best. But I mean, before the jerk, you couldn't really tell. That was really impressive, clean, pretty technically sound, strong legs coming out of the hole, and just gonna look to get it right on that jerk here. In her first Senior Canadian Nationals, of course. Here comes Amanda, using the majority of this 2 minutes on the clock. Dynamic starter there in the clean.
She definitely has no issues there.
Yeah, looks identical to her first clean. Let's see if she can put it away. And she's able to get under it. I wonder if the judges will take any issue with her elbows there. And one of them did. But 2 to 3 white lights takes the monkey off her back and gets her in the mix here for a total with 95 kilo clean and jerk and a 77 kilo snatch. She, of course, has one more attempt.
So 96 is being verified by Alana Sanovi as her first attempt. She is lifting out of Canada.
Yeah. And, of course, this isn't Alana's first juniors this year. She competed it isn't her first nationals, pardon me. She competed in the junior championships earlier this year as she puts that jerk behind the ears.
Easy opener
real
for her.
convincing opener there for Alana. Gets a high five from Coach Sanovi. This is her third Canadian Nationals. She notes here that she medaled. She had a bronze medal in the Junior Canadian Championships this year, and looking to really enforce that with a great performance here in the 71 kilo B session at seniors.
She started lifting when she was 10 years old.
Yeah, you can see that here, and 103 kilos is her best in training. It's clean and jerk, of course. 95, as you mentioned earlier on in this session, being her best in competition. So automatically PRing that clean and jerk, that in competition clean and jerk, as we head over to Magali Rue, who takes 98 kilos as her opening clean and jerk attempt. No issues there in the clean. And much like
lift.
all of Coach Darcigny's lifters, the jerk is automatic.
Let me tell you, there's something I have to say about these athletes from Quebec. They're definitely doing something right.
Oh yeah, that goes without saying, and especially Coach Darcigny's had a lot of athletes here competing at the national level. He's been a busy man this weekend, and his athletes have performed well. So we'll take us back to Amanda Thompson, who is again attempting to tie a personal record here at 98 kilos. We saw her do this in the snatch as well. She took a very aggressive opener and then aimed to tie her all-time best instead of maybe going up to 99 or 100 here. This is a weight she's hit before, and let's see if she can carry it out here when it counts.
Great clean.
Looks unfazed by the clean again. It's just a matter of putting it behind the ears. And just
incomplete
not enough power
lift
on that jerk as it falls forward. So she'll take 3 for 6 and a 172 kilo total in her first Canadian Nationals.
So the bar is being verified in British Columbia by Kayla Bosch, taking her first attempt.
Here comes Bosch with 100 kilos. Another strong clean. And a solid jerk there. Kayla Bosch, see what the judges think.
That's a good lift. Few athletes here taking the 100 to 103 mark.
Yep.
Should be interesting to see
Yeah.
what these athletes lift.
It's worth noting, Kayla Bosch had her 3 for 3 snatch performance, actually tying a PR at 87. And she'll look to get close to her all-time best at 106 after that 100 kilo opener. We sent it to Alana, lifting for Ontario.
This will be her best lift when she makes it.
That looked like a really good strong clean. Has the jerk overhead. And I don't
know if
believe
she gets
establishes
that lift.
control. So we do got 1 out of 3 white lights. That unfortunately will be a no lift for Alana. We're unclear as to what exactly the judges think of that, whether they don't think she established control or if it was the elbows or both. But nonetheless, for either of those reasons, we will have Alana either repeat that or take a jump up here.
It's difficult to say since we are in this virtual atmosphere. That platform, that taped perimeter that you see, you have to stay within that part of where you're lifting. Maybe that could be something too. But the highlight of that lift is that her best clean and jerk in competition is 95 kilos.
Yeah,
She attempted 100 kilos. I think it would have been a great lift.
Attempting a 5 kilo PR.
She
in competition PR, that is.
I think in training, her best is 103.
Yep. And we all know doing it on the competition stage is a much different feeling than doing it in training, right? So ultimately you got to take those big lifts onto the big stage and perform when it counts, and that's what Alana will try to do here. Looks like she might be staying at 100 kilos. Real close attempt there on her second attempt.
So we were talking about shoes a few times this weekend. I think Canama's really trying to sell us on some gear that they have in the background here. Romaleo 4s.
No free ads, though. Third attempt on its way from Alana Sanavy. She comes out from behind the curtain, ready to take this third and final attempt at 100 kilos.
What an easy clean.
Strong clean. And a much better jerk here from Alana. I don't think there's going to be much doubt in the official's mind here.
That's
whites.
a good lift.
3 whites from the judges. Much better. Much better performance there on the jerk. So,
Competition PR.
4 for 6. 4 for 6 in a competition PR for Alana. That takes her total to 179 kilos in this new F61 weight class. And does so as a junior, too. That will bring up Chandler Coleman.
For her first attempt at 102 kilos.
Out of Alberta. Catches the double bounce in the bottom of the clean there. She stands up. That clean gets set to jerk. Powerful jerk there from Chandler Coleman. As she takes her 102 kg opener with authority. Is some doubt in the minds of the judges with 2 to 3? What do you think they saw there? Or what do you think one of them saw?
Not sure, but from what I seen in that lift, there could have been an elbow bend. There could be a few things, but it's... Being a judge, it's so hard doing that job online. You kind of have to make a quick decision with what you see. It's not like we can replay that lift, you know?
Yep. And that brings up Magali Rue. We've seen a couple lifters in between her first and second attempts here, taking a 4 kilo jump to 102 kilos with just over 40 seconds on the clock.
She had a great first attempt at 98 kilos.
Similar to her teammates, a really impressive and powerful jerk. See if she can keep that up here.
No struggle in the clean.
And another really impressive jerk. Head through, gets that behind the ears, and finishes that lift off with authority. And we have yet to see Gina McMonigal as her opening attempt is set at 104 kilos. Currently, we'll see if that changes. Magali's third and final attempt right now is set to 103 with the automatic increase. We expect that to change momentarily.
This is where we start to see those common 1 or 2 kilo changes in between athletes, and then the camera changes. Then it gets exciting again,
Yep.
and always the last few minutes of a session.
Yep. And it looks like you're seeing Gina McMonigal's platform on screen. It appears Maghalie Roux has elected to go up more than the 1 kilo automatic increase. That takes us to Gina McMonigal out of Alberta, who's got 104 kilos on the bar, ready and loaded. I was going to say it looked like 105 kilos on the bar. They have officially bumped that up to 105 kilos. That will bring up Kayla Bosch out of British Columbia.
For her second attempt.
Her attempt at 104 is loaded, and keep in mind her best is 106. So this would be awfully close to that. You have to imagine a good lift here. We'll send her going for personal record. And she's 4 for 4 so far. Let's see if she can stay perfect.
Great clean.
Yep. And a little bit.
There's a
of a
little bit
waver in the elbow.
soft elbows, but I'm not sure what the judges see because there wasn't really a
Judges
press
going
out.
white lights here. 3 whites for Kayla Bosch. And that will bring up Maghalie Roux as it stands right now at 104 kilos. We'll see if she elects to take 105 and potentially put Gina McMonigal in the spotlight for her opener. That looks like that's what she's done. She has gone to 106 while McMonigal will take her opener at 105. McMonigal catches that double bounce out of the hole, steps forward on her jerk, and puts that behind the ears for
That
a
jerk
good
is
opener.
beautiful.
Yep.
She controlled that bar from the ground too. Like, she had that bar perfectly. She stayed over the
Yep.
bar. But like you said, she got out of that hole, which is sometimes we find athletes getting stuck there.
Yep.
But the jerk is clearly not a problem for her. We have a few athletes taking 106
Yep.
for either their second or third attempt.
And first up at 106, as it stands right now, will be Chandler Coleman with a 4 kilo increase for her second attempt. And before Chandler takes her second attempt, we'd like to thank everybody behind the scenes at the OWA for making all of this possible. And there's a lot you don't see that goes on behind the scenes, technically, equipment-wise, and just to really make this all possible. So a big thank you to those guys. As we see Chandler Coleman here attempts 106 kilos. Good, strong, clean, and dynamic start here. Even better jerk there.
Definitely better than her first one.
Yep, left no doubt in the judge's mind there, or at least shouldn't.
We also say sometimes too that when you add a little bit more weight, your technique kind of just cleans up just a little bit.
And 106 loaded on the bar. Looks like 108 kilos on screen right now, although it's officially listed at 107. That should bring up Maghalie Roux from Quebec.
This is her third and final attempt.
Yep. And second consecutive 4 kilo increase.
She's
Made the
walking
first-
out with purpose in this lift.
Yep, made the first 2 lifts look really easy. And just pulls that as she walks off the platform. We've seen that this weekend on a lot of third attempts. It happens, mentally the sport is just as draining, if not more draining, and physically, and that full 100% level of commitment has to be there on third attempts if you're even thinking about making that.
Could be a PR attempt.
Yeah. We'll move back to Kayla Bosch. Or will we? It looks like we're seeing her jump up as well, so Gina McMonagle might be in the mix here for her second attempt. And it looks like that's exactly what we got.
Yep, the loader or coach is verifying the weight on the bar. She is taking 108 kilos as her second attempt. Quick thank you to all the coaches, all the volunteers and the loaders that are helping at where you guys are lifting.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely makes each session a lot less stressful, and thank you for all your help.
Definitely couldn't imagine doing this online format as an athlete alone. And a little bit of a slower pull off the ground there. Accelerates past the knees, but ultimately fails forward. She may take that again at 108 kilos. We'll see what she elects to do. Looks like the loaders are just tightening that thing up.
I noticed there was a little bit of change on how she approached the bar in that lift.
That can happen, especially when the weight gets heavier.
108 seems to be the number on our board here.
Yep. 108 kilograms for Kayla Bosch out of British Columbia. Great, strong clean there, coming out of the hole real quick. And what's that behind the ears and overhead? She seems pretty happy about that. We're going to have to wait for judge's decision. We get one red and 2 whites.
That's a good lift.
So that's a good lift, and I believe that's a PR for her. It is. You can tell by the reaction there that that is a huge milestone for Kayla Bosch. 6 for 6, 195 kilo total in this F71B session there. That'll actually bring up McMonagle. She's got 110 kilos listed on the scoreboard right now. And if that holds up, we should see Chandler Coleman take her third and final attempt at 110 kilos. Approaching the final 5 lifts of this 71 kg B session here. Here's Gina, who does not in fact take 110. She is going to repeat at 108 kilos for her third and final attempt here. Trying to go 2 for 3 in the clean and jerk. And just can't quite get that clean up for the second consecutive lift there.
She will be credited, though, with her first attempt at 105.
Yes. So as you mentioned, Nikki, 105 kilos will be taken as with her 86 kilo snatch, and that will give her a 191 kilo total, which holds her in third place right now with a couple lifters still to finish. Those lifters being Chandler Coleman and, of course, Adrienne Messier, who hasn't even taken her opener yet.
This is her third and final attempt at 110 kilos.
And takes a double bounce there at the bottom, but can't quite take advantage of it and get through that sticking point. That 110 will be no good.
That is a great attempt.
Mm-hmm.
Great
She
effort
goes
from
4 for
Chandler.
6 there. In sole possession of second place.
This will bring out Messier for her first attempt at 112 kilos. Bar is being verified.
Bar has not yet been verified for Adrienne. It is still at the 45-degree angle, and now it is ready to go as you see the clock start to tick. And we've seen a little bit of a timeout here, and we're back with Adrienne Messier's camera. Clock has stopped at 42 seconds. She has elected
More
to
weight.
move up to 113 kilos. And really try to assert her dominance at the top of this 51B session. Looking forward to our later sessions before we see Messier's opening attempt. In our next session, we will have guest remote commentator Jason McLean on the show. I'll be doing that session with him, and then after that, you'll have Nikki with Spencer Mormon later on this evening to wrap up your 2021 Senior National Championships. An impressive clean there from Adrienne.
To be expected for her solid opening attempt. Now she will have 2 minutes.
Yep.
In these 2 minutes, I'd like to mention our sponsors again. Dotmar, we'd like to thank you for supplying Ontario with quality weightlifting equipment since 2017. Please check out his website. There is an email. His email is info@dotmarfitness.com. You will get 10% off. There is a code. 6 for 6 weightlifting. Thank you for supplying graphics and logos for this event. Virus, earlier this year, the Canadian Weightlifting Federation signed a 3-year agreement with Virus International to be the exclusive provider of the branded apparel itself for our national team. So thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Nikki. We've got 115 actually being loaded on the bar right now for Messier out of Quebec. Bar is being turned and in the process of being verified. The bar appears to be verified. The clock now ticks. And the 2-minute clock that she gets, due to the fact that she follows herself, will be used here from Messier out of Quebec. And it looks like we have another change.
Yep, I was just about to say she'll probably request more weight.
Yeah, just to buy her an extra few seconds and stop the clock. So that probably buys you another 15, 20 seconds, especially as an athlete following yourself.
Clock does not start until the loaders leave the platform setting.
And this is precisely why so many coaches emphasize pushing the pace in training. You just never know what a weightlifting competition is going to bring. You could be sitting, between attempts for 5 minutes, or you could be the next up in 2 minutes, right? So you have to be able to control that and be ready to go and be as prepared as you can be. And ultimately you're training for competition. You're training to be ready for anything, as Coach Clance would say if he's listening to this. So here comes.
I hope he's been listening.
I don't know. We'll have to ask him when we get back. Adrienne Messier taking her second attempt here at 116 kilos. Really milking this clock as much as she possibly can, and she seems ready to go. Takes a double and triple bounce there out of the hole. Seemed to catch it all right in an upright position. Quick elbows, but just couldn't get through that sticking point. I thought maybe she could have collected herself and been capable of getting out of there, but unfortunately it wasn't to be there. We'll see if she can come back and hit 116. Nikki, if you're Coach Darcigny in this scenario, do you just let the clock run out for another 2 minutes, or do you maybe go up a kilo at about the 1 minute mark to try and buy your athlete another 20 seconds?
If I were the Coach Darcigny, as you had mentioned, maybe the 1 kilo increase just to buy some rest, but she didn't look exhausted in that lift. I mean,
you're right, yeah. There's
a little bit of an error, but I don't think she looked like she needed more rest. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see if she comes out to take this 116 or if she goes up kilo to 117. The loaders haven't made any move toward the bar. It's been untouched since Adrienne's last miss at 116 kilos. She looks to come back here. And she has come out before the loaders. So it looks like she's going to take this 116. And this will be the last lift of this 71 kilo women's B session. Let's see if she can finish the job. Strong pull off the ground and able to get through that sticking point in the clean with one bounce out of there. And
just couldn't save the jerk. That was a very effort. Close complete lift. She almost had that.
That may be one of the first times I've seen one of Coach Darcigny's lifters miss a jerk in this competition this weekend. They've really performed quite well. We saw quite the effort there from our last lifter, Messier. Overall thoughts, closing remarks on this last 71 kilo B session?
I mean, I think there were a few athletes that were making PR attempts.
Yep.
A few of them were trying to come back from an unsuccessful lift.
Yep.
So I think overall this short session that we've had was pretty good, considering we mentioned this Darcigny coach. He's had a few athletes this weekend.
Yeah.
Successful athletes, I should say. So not a doubt that other athletes in our sessions upcoming will have great performances, just like the sessions we've had today and over the weekend.
Yeah, another great performance by Quebec in this 71 kilo B session. We'll be back for more. I'll be with remote guest commentator Jason McLean in our next session. Nikki will be back with Spencer Moorman in her last session. And unfortunately, Nikki, this is our last session together for this for this senior Canadian weightlifting championships. It's been a pleasure. I'll be with you, of course, with Jason McLean next, but last session that me and Nikki will be bringing to you today. It's been a great experience, and we thank everybody at OWA for making this possible. Big thank you goes out to them. We'll send you to break, and then I'll be back with McLean in our next session. Welcome back to the 2021 Canadian Senior Weightlifting Championships. I'm John Nardi. Up until this point, I've been joined by Nikki, but we have something new for you right now. We have a special guest who will be coming onto the show remotely. His name is Jason McLean. Many of you know him as a former national team weightlifter, representing Canada for 10 years on the international stage. He has competed at multiple senior world championships, winning a silver and a bronze medal at the Pan Am Championships. Following his competitive career, he was one of the lead strength and conditioning coaches for Wrestling Canada, training multiple world-level athletes in wrestling and hockey. Jason is currently coaching his 2 young daughters in weightlifting, while also working closely with the senior Canadian team in his role as Vice President of Technical Operations on the Canadian Weightlifting Federation's Executive Board. Welcoming in Jason McLean. Jason, how are you?
Excellent, John. Thanks for having me. Got a very exciting session coming up here for us.
Yeah, I actually can't hear Jason right now. Yeah. So Jason is not currently with us right now, but as we mentioned, Jason has been. Oh, there you are. Hey, Jason, how are you?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Actually, can't currently hear Jason at the moment. He is experiencing, or one of us is actually experiencing some technical difficulties. But, as mentioned, Jason McLean, very accomplished athlete and coach right now with in his new position with Canadian Weightlifting. As we wait for this men's 96 kilo A session, as well as the men's 102, just checking in, Jason, can you hear us?
I can, yes.
Okay, unfortunately, I can't hear Jason at this point in time. We'll let our technical crew deal with that. Yeah, Jason, why don't you just go through what stands out to you? You've been in the sport of weightlifting for so long, but a new twist this year coming in with, the whole virtual setup that we got this year at the 2021 Canadian Senior Weightlifting Championships. As somebody that's been in the sport for so long, what do you think of all this?
Oh, it's interesting times to say the least. Can you hear now, Henry? Is the mic coming through, John?
That's great. Okay. Sorry, that's great, Jason. What would you say has been the biggest change you've seen in weightlifting since the coronavirus pandemic hit? And, you're training athletes yourself, right? So how have you adjusted coaching your daughters?
It's been a huge change. Just the whole online, just training other athletes. Gyms being closed. It's been a challenging year, 2020 and 2021. The biggest changes I've seen though is just how athletes and coaches have adapted during this time. So it's I got to commend all of them for the adapting to such challenging times, especially just in the last year itself.
Yeah, and thanks to our technical crew, I can now hear Jason. Jay, you've been elected to the Canadian Weightlifting Board of Executives. What's your biggest goal for this term as VP Technical?
Yeah, it's exciting times. Got elected, or it's on an interim basis. So really my biggest goal is to get familiar with the board of directors, all the different provinces, work with our executive team. It's, with the Olympics coming up, it's been so much happening in such a short period of time. So just getting familiar with our bylaws, with all the different advisory committees that we have. Lots to take on. It's an interim between now and next July of 2022. So looking forward to working with the board of directors, the executive board, the national team. So lots to take on for sure in a short period of time.
Yeah, and we're getting set for quite the 96 kilo session here. But before we get into that, one personal question. If you could redo your weightlifting career, what would you do differently?
Ooh, good question. Very good question. For my time on the national team, I was in 2 different weight classes. I was in the 76 kilo class back then and the 83 kilo class. So I think I would have made the switch a little bit sooner because I felt I was holding back my body weight for a good 3 or 4 years when I was on the national team. So I think that held me back a little bit. So I would have moved up to that weight class sooner than later.
Good to hear. And we've, Megan and Nikki have been talking this weekend about all the young talent as we see Sasha Amade take his first lift right now. We've been seeing so much more young talent in Canadian weightlifting and starting to dominate, not just compete, but dominate on the senior stage with guys like the Darcynys in Quebec and youngsters in Ontario competing in A sessions as youngsters like Faraz Sharaf El-Din. where do you see the direction of youth lifting and junior lifting going, and how has Canada improved in that way?
Just it's grown so much since, when I was a junior. It's just, and I think there's a number of things that are contributing to that itself. Exposure to CrossFit and, a lot of sports using weightlifting as a means to get stronger, more powerful. It's got a lot of exposure. So I think a lot of younger youth and
Fernando,
young kids are
can I get
exposed to that. So
Yeah, thanks for that, Jason. As we see Gilles Cazat there, you cut out on my end a little bit here, but I'm sure the viewers heard everything you had to say there. And yeah, it's been really exciting seeing a lot of these lifters really coming to, even medaling on these stages and in some cases winning here. And it's good to see the future of Canadian weightlifting is bright. Looking at this 96 kilo session here, obviously no Bodie as he prepares for the Olympic Games. Who stands out to you here, or in particular, who stood out to you as a strong performer this weekend?
Well, I think his younger brother Noah is going to be a force to reckon with in this class.
Yeah.
He's recently moved up a weight class, so I'll be really curious to see what kind of numbers he's going to be doing. I've been following him pretty close actually over the years. I know the family very well, so yeah, this will be a very interesting session. Just looking at some of the ages, I think our youngest competitor is 22, and I think our oldest competitor, Mr. Amade, is 46. So quite the span and age difference here.
Yeah, and you mentioned your experience moving up weight classes. We see Noah moving up to his brother's weight class at 96. What were some of the experiences and the challenges you faced moving up a weight class? Making sure you're putting on the right weight and being accustomed to moving at that new weight class while still remaining fast.
Yeah, that's I think the biggest challenge is just being patient. Because your body weight's going to go up, but for really the numbers to kind of follow, that doesn't happen, within the first 2-3 months. That's more of a 6 to 8 month period. So just being patient with that process.
Yeah, as we see Gilles Cazat take his second attempt at 120 kilos here. And that is a good lift from Cazat. Jason, I want to ask you between lifts here. Nikki and I were referring to Quebec's dominance, and you've been around the sport in this country longer than I have. What do you think you can attribute to Quebec's performance year after year in the sport and their relative dominance so far this year in the 2021 Senior Canadian Weightlifting Championships?
I think right from the top, their leadership over the years. They've had excellent coaches over the years. There's so much depth with their coaching, and just there's so many clubs with so many good coaches there. So and the leadership too. It's been a strong leadership with their provincial association. So I think all of that combined with some just fantastic athletes. So
yeah,
kudos to them.
Yeah. On a personal note, and I guess as a coach, we did mention earlier on that you do coach your two young daughters, and how would you say you approach this as a coach of two really young athletes? What kind of approach are you taking them earlier on? What are you prioritizing? What are you looking for early on before, I guess, they advance and ultimately get older and get more advanced in the sport?
At this age, my daughters are pretty young. They're 8 and 12. So really just, being cautious not to push them too hard at that age.
Yeah.
But enough to, they're going to get a good workout out of it. But just a little bit of everything, just learning the lifts, the full movements themselves, getting them into full range squats, overhead movements, just trying to get a well-rounded approach with all their muscle groups and flexibility, and not too heavy, with the intensity yet, but just a lot of time on technique, learning full snatch, full clean and jerk,
Yep.
It seems to be working well so far, but
Yeah.
yeah.
That's good to hear. And something I wanted to ask on top of that was, over the last few years, I would say you do see some sort of stigma in terms of parents putting their kids in weightlifting early. And what would you say as a successful athlete and coach and somebody who coaches young athletes? What would you say to people thinking about getting their kids started in weightlifting? Because as we see, the younger the better, and we're starting to see more and more young talent come up every single year. So what would you say there?
Uh, I'm sorry. Just what exactly are you asking me? I missed the question a little bit.
Yeah, all good. We see stigma around in some people, some myths around not starting their kids out in weightlifting really young. What would you say to parents that are thinking about putting their kids in weightlifting at a young age, and how they should approach that?
Yeah, no. Speak with the coaches.
Yeah.
Become well advised by good coaches, because you're right. There are a lot of myths out there, and
Yeah.
stuff that is probably 20, 30 years old that really is not true. It is a myth.
Exactly.
Starting young kids is not a bad thing. It's not
Yeah.
detrimental to their health. But I think the parents need to be educated on that properly.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the biggest thing for, being a parent now that's in any sport. I want to become informed, right? Speak with the coaches and do my research.
Yeah, as we see Sasha Amadei take his third and final attempt at 126 kilos here. And that is
Very
a good,
nice
powerful lift. It's a good lift for Sasha Amadei. He will take 126 kilos into his clean and jerk, which he is set to open up at 146 kilos right now. That brings up a new lifter in Samuel Espinoza out of Quebec, born in 1994. For you personally, what would you think was the biggest challenge going from athlete to coach after such a long weightlifting career?
It's funny too, because I made that transition pretty quick.
Okay.
My last senior worlds was 2003, so I started coaching right into 04. I think my biggest challenge is just still wanting to compete while you're coaching.
Yeah.
Because I still trained 2-3 years after I finished up in 2003, and I was still lifting relatively decent weights at that period of time till about 08. But I never competed, so but there was always that temptation to want to compete.
Yeah.
So it was for me, the challenge was just focusing really on coaching 100%, because I did still train quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. As we see Samuel Espinoza take his first attempt here, he approached the bar opening at 127 kilos. Let's see what he's got here. And that is a no lift for Samuel Espinoza. What did you see there, Jason?
Looked like it was just a little out front.
Yeah.
When he turned it over, I thought he had it, but
yeah,
just from this angle, hard to see how far out front it was.
Yeah, and that's another one of the big challenges we've mentioned all throughout this broadcast this weekend. These judges aren't getting the same angles that they usually get in person. And how have you've probably been watching this weekend? What do you think about this whole online format, making it obviously harder to judge with lag and stuff like that? But how's your experience been so far?
Yeah, well, just from a spectator watching this weekend to actually being a participant coaching my daughters, they've been in 3 online meets now. So I think for everyone, it's extremely challenging, whether you're a coach, an athlete, an official. There's so much work that goes behind the scenes, especially at this level. Like, this is really high quality that's been put together this weekend. But I know just having to enter the numbers in the chat line as a coach and then run over to the bar and load it and turn the weights so the officials can see. It's stressful. It's challenging.
Yeah, we mentioned those challenges, of course, and as a coach coming in here, we know there's definitely differences between the online format and the in-person format, but does your strategy at all change as a coach?
It does. It has to, because you're doing things that to some extent you're not really accustomed to making sure like worrying about
Yeah.
stuff like your Wi-Fi and you got a good connection, and
Yeah.
there's just things like that you don't think of that you would never even consider
Yeah.
at an in-person meet. So
Yeah.
definitely some challenges there.
As we see Espinosa take his second attempt here at 127 kilos coming out of Quebec. And he takes this thing for a little bit of a walk.
Good, nice lift, good fight.
Bar set down, and the judges give him 3 white lights here. Got Rich Davidson in the M102 weight class. He has represented Team Canada in the past on the international stage. Outside of maybe Rich, or what are you looking for from a guy like Rich or anybody else who stands out to you on this on the start list today?
Like I said earlier, just I think Noah moving into this class and seeing what he's
Yeah.
done in training, I'm really curious to see how he's going to do his first time, competing in this class, which is, really his brother's weight class.
Yep.
So I'd be very interested what he's going to do. I'm also curious to see what Mr. Bissette's going to do from Quebec.
Right.
I know he's had some really big numbers over the years, and yeah, I've
As we see Aaron Cathcart McKinnon here take his first attempt at 128 kilos. He sets up. We seem to be having a few technical difficulties on Aaron Cathcart McKinnon's standpoint here. The clock remains at 45 seconds. And here come in some of the challenges that we were talking about earlier on. We got lag, and we just completely missed that lift. So we don't know if the judges saw that or if that's just an error on our end, but definitely seems like it could be a potential connection issue for Cathcart McKinnon.
I think so.
It looks like he's going to get another chance to do that lift. The coaches on his team don't seem to know quite exactly what went on, expecting 3 white lights, and just all they have is the clock running. With 15 seconds left on the clock, he's going to look to take this lift. Let's see what he can make of it. This is basically a double for him at 128. And that's a good lift.
Oh, good lift, very good lift.
Kudos out to Aaron Cathcart McKinnon there of Ontario for making the most of a tough situation. Jay, talk to us a little bit about more about yourself and your experiences coaching. You went into wrestling and also trained some hockey players. So how do you use what you learned in Olympic weightlifting as an athlete and carry that forward to your principles while training hockey players and wrestlers?
Yeah, it's a similar approach, really. It's just trying to get the athlete, just their overall strength, their power up. And we all know that there's no better lifts than the Olympic style lifts, whether it's snatch, power clean, squats, deads. Just obviously not training them like they're going to compete in a competition, but just the loading and the volume. And I find the movements themselves are what's most beneficial, right? They're multi-joint movements, they're explosive movements, especially for a sport like wrestling or hockey.
Yep.
So that transition, when they apply those lifts to their sport, it seems to have been very successful with a number of athletes.
Yeah, and I just want to touch on something before we see Andrew get set to make his opening attempt at 132. I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but I train with Clarence Layler in Toronto with LPS Athletic. And a lot of the things he's talking about in that transfer of power and speed from the Olympic lifts to other sports, and that being so beneficial, why do you think it is that more strength coaches don't take ownership and learn the Olympic lifts to prepare their athletes as best as possible?
It's a good question, because I've asked that question myself, and I've worked with a lot of varsity programs. And I think just unfortunately, they just I don't think they're aware. They just really don't know the true benefits of it. There might be some I don't want to say insecurity, but hesitation with just because they don't know it, they're afraid to apply it.
And that definitely seems to be the case. Not as much knowledge about the Olympic lifts and their transfer into team sports as in North America as there are in other countries across the world, as we see Andrew out of Alberta missing his first attempt at 132 kilos. Yeah, what in terms of coaching your young athletes themselves, what do you how do you see, like, let's say, um, competing in multiple sports at once as kids, or should they be specializing early? What's your stance on that?
Oh, I think there's definitely you know, two different paths that they go down. I know
Yep.
personally as a coach to my own children, it's nice seeing them do different things.
Yeah.
I think there's some fundamentals like sports like gymnastics that are really helpful for
Yes.
weightlifting. Um, the track and field events like explosive sprinting, hurdles. I think those are very beneficial as well. But I
Yep.
think at a young age, it's nice to expose the kids to a number of different things. I'm trying to do that with my own daughters, just to
Yep.
not, you know, push too much weightlifting on them, but
Yep.
that's hard sometimes.
Yeah. Of course. Here comes
I'm a bit
pretty
biased. Nice lift.
good left coming back there with 132 kilos. What did you see there in terms of potential technical adjustments or any sort of adjustments made between that missed opener, and that second attempt at 132 kilos?
I should be a little more patient there from the floor.
Yep.
Hips didn't come up. It was really nice lift actually. Came up a
And
little forward, but
yeah, that takes us to Aaron Cathcart McKinnon out of Ontario. If you remember a couple minutes ago, he was the one who basically completed two openers at 128 kilos. Of course, had the technical glitch there. He looks to be in fine form as he gets ready to take this 133. This will be a 5 kilo increase on the bar for Cathcart McKinnon. Let's see what he makes of this. Comes Cathcart sitting up, ready to take his second attempt.
there's another little glitch there.
Looks like
Kind of
another
froze
glitch.
for
We'll
a second.
see. And the judges actually have apparently seen enough to give him 3 white lights for that lift. Great adjustment there, and great resilience on display from Aaron there out of Ontario. As we see Samuel Espinoza get ready to take his third and final attempt at 133 kilos. And I guess, Jason, I'll ask you, for those watching, your most memorable moment as an athlete, as an international level athlete, what would it be?
I would say my last senior worlds because it was hosted in Canada in Vancouver, so it was nice being able to compete in my home country and have some
Yep.
family and friends there. It was fantastic.
Yeah. And, you've been in the sport for a long time, competing and coaching. And for the young athletes watching at home right now, or any of the young athletes that competed earlier on, what would you say your biggest key is to staying in this sport and being effective and healthy for as long as you have?
Take care of your body. If whether it's seeing chiros, even if you're not sore,
Yeah.
physio, just really taking care of your body.
So just constant maintenance is what you're saying.
Constant maintenance, yeah.
Yeah.
Stretching, just
Yeah.
getting soft tissue work, massage. Even if you feel you don't need it, chances are your muscles are definitely requiring it.
Yep.
So it's
And
actually something I wish I would have done more of as a younger athlete.
okay. So add that to the
Yeah.
things that so one of the things you would have done differently, as we have Aaron Cathcart McKinnon, who is set to take his 137 kilo lift here on the stage.
Going
He's
for his
got
fourth attempt.
Yeah, he's got 137 listed, but that has changed to 140 in the bar. That will bring up Richard Davidson out of Ontario as he gets ready to take his opener. Rich, of course, born in 1994. The bar is being verified. It is tilted on a 45-degree angle and now has been confirmed by the judges as Rich Davidson attempts his 139 kilo snatch here.
Oh, very nice opener.
That's a good, powerful lift there.
Yeah, excellent lift.
Yep. And that, of course, will bring us to Andrew Preddy, pardon me, Rashid Quran out of British Columbia, who has declared 140 kilos. And Jason, what would you say on a more, as a coach, how do you draw that line between father and coach when coaching your daughters? Because you know, Clance has talked about it before. There's time to be somebody's father and time to be their coach. How do you keep that balance there?
It's tough. I'm still learning, to be quite honest with you, because both my daughters started taking up weightlifting really during COVID, right? So
Okay.
we have a nice we have a nice setup at our house, and so Clance is right. It's a battle some days and a
Yeah.
challenge, to say the least.
Yeah. We see Andrew Preddy's third attempt at 139 kilos. Just didn't quite finish and get his head through there. That brings up Nicholas Vanes out of Quebec, one of many Quebec lifters in this men's 102, men's 96 kilo session here.
I think Nicholas Besser, what, 147, 184, I believe. So
Yeah, we'll call up those
should
numbers.
be
Yeah.
a good opener for him.
And
How long?
sorry, go ahead.
I was just, how long have you been working with Clance?
This will be coming up on 3 years now. So been
Oh,
working with Clance since the fall of 2018. For
good
myself,
stuff.
yeah,
Great coach.
yeah, great coach. As I was talking about earlier on with Nikki earlier on, I would say, like many others, a lot of my interest in weightlifting started at a young age in CrossFit. Did that for a couple months. Didn't like it as much. What do you think? Do you think how much of a
Oh,
contribution do you think CrossFit actually makes to the overall sport of Olympic weightlifting? And in the last 10 years, you'd say.
yeah, I think it's been quite significant.
Hmm.
Um, I think it's starting to maybe hit that tipping point, though, where uh, it's kind of plateaued, I think, over the last couple of years. But
Yep.
no question, it's done quite a bit for, I think, just exposing Olympic weightlifting and
Yes.
giving it a little more recognition.
Yep.
So yeah, I think it's done quite a bit for the sport of weightlifting
Yeah.
worldwide.
Yeah. 100%. It definitely brought more knowledge and popularity to the lifts. Completely different atmosphere, complete different sport, but definitely
Oh, for sure.
sparked the interest of a lot of young athletes as we wait for Nicholas's third attempt. Jason, have you been watching the other sessions? We had a real nail biter in the men's 73 kilo session as well as the men's 81 kilo session. Uh, Definitely one of the
I
most
missed
exciting
those
sessions.
sessions. I
Yeah, it
saw the
was
results, but yeah, it looked really close.
absolutely crazy stuff going on, coming down to the last possible lift. I believe a 1 kilo difference between Matt Darcigny and his runner up there. Um, Definitely a lot of talent on display there as we see Nicholas Viens coming out for Quebec here with 55 seconds on the clock. Here comes Nicholas approaching the bar at 140 kilos. And that is unfortunately a no lift there. Jason, what did you see there?
It looked like it may have been just the pole may have been slightly cut, so I
Yeah.
think he needs a little more extension on this third attempt.
Yep.
Just a little more finish at that top end.
Yep. And that will leave him with one final attempt to secure a total in this men's 102 kilogram session. And we are waiting on Aaron Cathcart McKinnon out of Ontario, who's got 140 kilos on the bar, a 7 kilo, pretty aggressive jump coming in out of 133. comes Cathcart McKinnon. And unfortunately, that snatch spits him out at the bottom. Not enough extension there, not enough speed on that pull, accelerating past the knees there. So unfortunately, Cathcart McKinnon will have to take his 133 kilo snatch going in to the clean and jerk. And, you know, Jason, we've seen guys, some pretty prominent coaches, guys at Cal Strength like Dave Spitz, you know, with the pretty famous saying, you snatch what you can and clean and jerk what you must.
Exactly.
Seeing a lot of athletes just try to keep it close here in the snatch, keep themselves within a stone's throw, get as many kilos as they can going in, and ultimately finishing the job in the clean and jerk. What do you think of that?
Oh, it's definitely a very good approach.
Yeah.
Especially when the numbers are pretty tight in this class. It's very close competition
for us. And here comes Nicholas, who needs this snatch to remain in the competition. And he hangs on.
Good fight. Very good fight.
For dear life there, and is able to get 3 white lights and get a total going into this clean and jerks. A chance to rebound there. You see 2 missed lifts there, Jay, after 2 misses at 140. Gets that. How much, just shed some light for our viewers at home, how much of this sport is mental, especially in a lift like the snatch, which relies so much on confidence, rhythm, tempo, and timing.
Oh, it's nerve-wracking, I think, for the coach and the athlete.
Yeah.
But especially at the senior nationals, to come back after 2 missed attempts and then get the third. It's a lot of mental toughness.
Yeah.
Very nice.
That's a good attempt from Rich Davidson. You know, seen a lot of athletes really go, especially in the last few sessions on Saturday and Sunday, really be quite aggressive there. Does a coach's strategy change in a bigger national or international competition like this in terms of how a coach chooses weights?
Oh, most definitely, especially, with the 102s here. This is tight. 3 or 4 athletes going in that 140, 145. So, yeah, there's a lot of juggling in the warm-up room for a coach, right?
Yep. And this brings us to Rashid Quran with his opening attempt out of British Columbia at 145 kilos. And that lift is good from Rashid. Great demonstration of strength and speed, acceleration past the knees on that pull there. A great opener there. And that brings up Alexander Bessette out of Quebec, just a 1999 born, opening up here at 145 kilos. Obviously, Canada will be sending 4 Olympians, 4 female Olympians, and one male. What are you looking for? You said you've been following the Sandovies and you're quite good friends with them for some time now. What kind of numbers is Bodie looking to hit?
Ooh, that's a good question. If I had to guess, I think he's definitely got a 183 to 184. And I'm going to say a 212, 214.
Yep.
So he's going to be in the medal contention, I think, for sure.
Yeah, we saw him definitely attempt that 187 world record attempt at the Pan American Games, where he medaled first in the snatch. Didn't take his last few clean and jerks, but he's looking to definitely make up some ground there in the Olympic Games. And here comes Noah Sanovi here. You mentioned this was one of your marquee athletes to watch. What are you looking for here on his opener?
This should be, based on his training weights I've seen here, this should be a very solid open for him.
Yeah. Wow.
Very nice.
It's that snatch opener with authority at 146 kilos. We've seen Noah snatch in the upper 150s. We'll see if he touches that kind of weight today. Definitely looked like he hit that 146 with confidence. And what we've heard a lot about Noah's technique and his speed and skill, having done this for quite some time. What makes Noah such a great snatcher?
I think, just with the history of the family, right?
Yeah,
He's born into it. Um, with their father coaching, their grandfather, like there's just so much depth with this. We talked about depth with, the
yep,
Quebec Federation.
yep,
Well, here's another example in Ontario with a family of extensive knowledge in weightlifting and, success at the international level. So I think all of that factors into this.
definitely. And he's got an older brother that definitely makes really um, promotes competition in training.
Oh, big time. Yeah.
Yeah,
With all the kids, right? Whether it's
yeah,
Alana, Braden,
yep,
they train together all the time. So
yep,
it's a fantastic atmosphere for any coach to have, especially if you talk about coaching your own kids.
yeah,
It's got to be a dream come true for Dallas.
of
So
course.
this is it's exciting.
Yeah, and that brings up Rich for his third and final attempt. We've seen this on final attempts. Guys like Rich Davidson just pull to the hip, and obviously, some bigger numbers going up there. Is a mistake like that a commitment issue? Is it a mental issue? As a coach, what do you see there?
Yeah, I'm not sure because when I saw his first two attempts, they
Yeah,
looked fantastic. His
yeah,
bar went up pretty easy, and so it could be mental for sure.
yep,
I'm not sure what Rich's best snatch is, if
yep.
that was a PR attempt for him or not.
Mhm. We've definitely seen him, unaware of his current PRs, we've definitely seen him hit some snatches in the mid 140s before. And that brings us
Yeah.
to Noah Senevi, who's indicating 148 kilos on the start list here, but we have a feeling he's moving up, and there it is to 150. That will bring up Alexander Bassett out of Quebec, opening at 150 kilos. And obviously, with the online format, how much is lost in terms of that adrenaline factor that we've been talking about all weekend?
I think quite a bit.
Yeah,
It's funny just because my young daughters have said that because they got
yeah.
to go into one in-person competition,
Okay.
and the online was like, I don't know, Dad, it's just not quite the
Yeah.
same.
Yeah.
I'd have to agree with them.
Yeah, I'd have to agree as well. Definitely the comfort level of training in your own facility, but the adrenaline isn't there. Not the same scene in the back room, of course, as Bassett takes his first attempt at 150 and absolutely smokes that. Looks like he could have powered that
Wow,
at 150 kilos.
solid opener. Looked very good.
Solid opener. A lot of strength and power on display there. We'll see if he takes a big jump. Looking at Noah Sanofi, who's listed at 150 right now, but we're going to head over to Rashid Quran in British Columbia with his second attempt at 150 kilos. The bar is in the process of being approved by the judges. And here comes Rashid attempting his second attempt at 150 kilos. And that's another good
Very
attempt.
nice. Yeah, very
Rashid
nice.
Quran. What kind of jumps we seeing from Noah today? You think he's going to hit this 150 and then maybe go towards the mid 150s again, or because we've seen,
I
I
do,
believe,
yeah. I think
157 in training.
that's right. I think if he hits this year, I think maybe a 154,
Yep.
155.
And he is actually elected to move up to 151 kilos, which will potentially bring up. We go back to Noah here at 151 kilos. The bar is loaded at 151. He is lifting with Coach Darsigny in Quebec. That's an
Very
impressive
nice.
attempt.
Definitely room for more.
Yeah, he's got room for more. And somebody who knows Noah well, Jay, what does his training schedule and his regimen look like?
I don't know. I know they're, I'm going to say training 4 times a week, I believe.
Okay.
I'd have to confirm that with Dallas, but I know just with Bodie getting ready for Tokyo, they've been having some great workouts,
Yep.
really stepping up the intensity, and so that's
Yep.
nice to see. I think that, they're all thriving from that, right?
Yep. As
Both
we
Alana
see,
and Braden as well. Yeah,
yeah, Alana with some good numbers in her session earlier on today, hitting the 100 kilo clean and jerk. As we take it to back to Quebec with Bassett after an impressive opener at 150, nearly powered that. He's going up to 155, definitely in his wheelhouse. Let's see what he gives us here. That's another impressive lift there from Bassett. He looks ready for more as
very
well.
nice. Definitely room for more.
Yep. That brings us back to Rashid Quran out of British Columbia, wrapping up the last few snatch attempts. We've got about 3 more snatch attempts to conclude this men's 96A and men's 102 session. A lot of green on the board early on. It's a good sign for these lifters coming in here.
Turned out to be a very exciting session for sure.
Yeah. We've got Noah right now, who currently leads the snatch component of this 96 kilo session. He got a few in the men's 102 who are pushing him a little bit here. Yeah, Noah currently has 155 kilos on the bar.
This is good because I don't know if he's going to stay in the 96, but if he decides to go up 102, he's got a good landscape of the competition to expect. So this is really good.
Of course. Here's Rashid Quran with his third and final attempt in the snatch.
Ooh, close.
Just misses that. 155 in front of him. And that should bring up Noah for his third and final attempt at 155. This is pretty close to some of his all-time bests. He's looking in fine form right now. Look to see if he can finish off this men's 96 kilo group with a bang. And it looks like Noah's going to take this lift at 155 kilos as he sets up.
Oh,
nice
good fight
there.
Well done.
Nice fight there from Noah. That looks like the best
Wow.
we've seen from him in competition. He's definitely happy with that.
Yep.
You see his reaction after that.
Very impressive. Nicely done.
Yep. Training in what appears to be a real great environment there with Coach Darsigny in Quebec. And that brings us to our last lift of this men's 102 kilo session. Alexander Bassett of Quebec. Wow. 3 for 3 in the snatch for Alexander Bassett. Goes 3 for 3 and looks like he could have had even more there.
Wow, very impressive.
Really, really impressive stuff there.
Nice to see the top 2 lifters here going both 3 for 3 in the snatch. So
Yep.
very well done.
Yeah, and it appears we don't have any break between the snatch and the clean and jerk. But Jason, tell the viewers at home a little bit more before we get into this clean and jerk session about your gym and what you do and some of the athletes you train and where you're located right now.
Yeah, so it's Mac Athletics is the name of it.
Hmm.
It's based out of Niagara Falls, and we've had a variety of athletes over the years, whether it's junior A hockey players going into NHL, um, a lot of varsity athletes as well. Spent a lot of time, as you mentioned earlier, with Wrestling Canada.
Yep.
I was one of the lead strength and conditioning coaches with Wrestling Canada from about 2004 till 2017. So
Mhm.
got to work with some amazing male and female athletes. One of the athletes I worked with specifically was Tanya Verbeek.
Yep.
So I got to work with her through her 2004 medal and 2008 medal and 212. Actually got to go to London with her in 2012, so that was pretty special.
Nice.
Yeah, so some really talented athletes over the years.
Yeah, great to see Jason's experiences as not only an athlete, but of course some memorable moments as a coach, as we see Sasha Amadei in his first opening attempt here at 146 kilos. Real strong pull off the ground there, wastes no time with the jerk.
Very nice. This is for me. I love seeing this. I know Sasha very well. We actually
Okay.
competed on Team Canada, so we competed at the '99 Senior Worlds and my last Senior Worlds, 2003. So it was nice. This is pretty neat seeing a guy who's 46 still compete at the senior level. So
Wow.
hats
Yeah.
off to Sasha. I know he's done well at the Masters level. I think he's at the world level. I think he's medaled, and so he's wow. It's impressive seeing a guy still lift. Not that 46 is old, but to competing with the young fellows. Wow, it's good for him. So it's really
Yeah.
nice to see.
As you mentioned, obviously really in there as a masters athlete, but also competing in
Yeah.
the A session of the Canadian Senior Weightlifting Championships shows that age sometimes is just a number.
No, that's very impressive.
And that takes us to Gilles Caza out of Quebec with 150 kilos on the bar. And another power clean here from the
Very
102.
strong.
Puts
Yeah,
that
very easy opener.
puts that jerk through the roof on his opening attempt at 150. Pardon me, he's a 96 lifter. My mistake there. But
Yeah, Gilles was one of our athletes that we
okay,
sent to Dominican for the Senior Pan Ams back in April this year. Because I was
okay,
just before I was appointed to VP, I was also the team leader for our national team that traveled to Dominican Republic for the Senior Pan Ams, which was also the last Olympic qualifier for our national team.
yes,
So I
yes,
I got to work quite a bit with Gilles in the weeks leading up to it, and I think at the Pan Ams he did 146 and 175.
okay.
So yeah, easy openers for him.
Impressive performance there. Looks like just child's play with that 150 kilo clean jerk. Of course,
Oh yeah,
Jason mentioned the Pan Ams that just went down in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Some great performances on display there from a lot of Canadian athletes. Athletes like Crystal Ngarla, Mo Charon, Maya Layler, my training partner. Shout out to her. What a great performance in the 76 kilo category there. And
she did fantastic.
yep, a great performance there. See Sasha Amadei's second attempt at 151 kilos is good. He'll look to
Very good.
move up. As we await our next attempts, we've got Aaron Cathcart McKinnon, who's on deck right now, waiting for some changes from Sasha Amadei as we expect him to move up past the automatic 1 kilo increment.
Yeah, that was John. That was an interesting competition in Dominican. That was really the
Yeah,
first in-person meet that Team Canada had,
yeah,
just with the pandemic, right, with COVID. So
yeah,
I know a lot of them were very excited to compete there. Just being off the platform for so long.
yep.
Yeah, I
Being
think we
off the
sent
platform.
seven females and 4 males to that competition.
Yep. Definitely making their home country proud. And as we see Aaron Cathcart McKinnon here at 155 kilos. Yeah, it was quite the quite the performance from many Canadian athletes, and a competition that a lot of people were gearing up for and looking forward to, and in many cases peaking for as their last shot before the Olympic Games, and last chance to get those numbers in, as we see Cathcart McKinnon here. Impressive opener.
Very nice.
That is a good lift. See the automatic increase to 156 kilos. We expect that to potentially go up. Sasha Amade, has indicated he wants 156 kilos on the bar. Talk to us a little bit about a lifter from New Brunswick that you've lifted with for a long time, Sasha Amade. What are some of his best numbers like? What was he capable of back in his prime?
Oh, back in his prime, I think he hit a 160 and 192, I believe. So
Okay.
some very impressive numbers. And I think at that time it was probably the 94 kilo class,
Okay,
not
right.
the 96. Yeah. So, but no, a very efficient lifter, very consistent too, especially at the international level.
Yep.
At that time, he would have been competing in the province of Quebec, because he's living in New Brunswick now. But
Okay.
when he was on the senior national team, he would have been living and training out of Quebec.
Right.
But a very explosive lifter. Still, watching him lift now, it's very impressive.
You can still see that explosive power that Jay mentions here as he
Oh, yeah.
attempts his 156 kilo clean and jerk. Easy clean and easy jerk there.
Wow.
A lot of power, as you mentioned. He's still got
Good
that
for him.
power, and he's pretty thrilled about that 156 kilo lift. He's pumped up.
Good lift. Good for him.
And
That's nice to see.
Yeah, you see Sasha still competing on the elite level here, and I guess that brings me to the point of what's your training like these days? Do you ever see yourself doing something like this?
No. No. I'm still training, but no, not at this level, not at those numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, still active. Still like to
Yeah.
train 3 times a week in the Olympic style lifts, but gotta focus on taking care of my body now as I get older. So
Of course. And that brings up Gilles with a 10 kilo increase over his.
I love the setup. This is a great setup.
Yeah, yesterday it got kind of crazy. We had obviously the outdoor setup, and we had pets walking through the platform. In Nicholas Vachon's 81 kilo weight class. That was yesterday. It was quite the thriller there late. As Gilles.
Nick was another one of our athletes that competed in Santo Domingo.
Okay, right.
Yeah, Nick and Alex Belmar as well.
Right. He put on quite a show today in the 89 kilo weight class, moving
He
up
did.
from an 81. Not sure if he's quite filled out that 89 kilo weight class. Do you know anything about if he intends on staying there long term, or?
I'm not sure. I'd be surprised if he went up to stay there, but
Okay.
not 100% certain.
We're still waiting for Gilles' second attempt here. The clock has stopped. Wonder if there's something going on with the judges. They deem it a no lift. Potentially some technical difficulties. As a coach yourself, have you noticed any challenges or any technical difficulties with the online process so far?
Oh yeah, it's like we discussed earlier, just with the officials not having all 3 angles right for their view, and just I find it very challenging, the online format. It's great. It still keeps the athletes training, keeps them engaged, but it doesn't compare to the in-person meets, and you can probably relate to that yourself, right? It's just it's something about it. It's just it's a bit of for me, I view it as an enhanced workout. It's tough to really get that competition adrenaline when you're in your own club, and
it is. And there's something about taking you outside the comfort zone of your own gym that really actually gives you a boost, and that rush of adrenaline that a lot of these competitors need to
Exactly.
perform on the elite level. as Samuel Espinoza takes his opening clean and jerk here at 161. Impressive clean there. Is able to
Looks like a good lift.
lock out that jerk there at 161. Judges give it 3 whites. And we're waiting for Aaron Cathcart McKinnon right now out of British Columbia, who is taking a 6 kilo increase from 155 to 161. The bar is in the process of being verified by the judges. Seem to have frozen up. Not the first time we've had some internet issues on Aaron's end, but it seems to be all cleared up now. He's good to go. The clock is running. Here comes Aaron with his second attempt at 161 kilos. Nice strong clear in there from Aaron. An impressive, powerful jerk there.
Jerk looks really good. Yeah. Good lift.
Yep, that is indeed a good lift, and that will bring us to Andrew Pretty out of Alberta, who is planning on opening at 162 kilos. We see Noah with 180 kilos on the bar for his intended opener. We still have a few athletes to go before that. What's he capable of in the jerk?
Ooh, I think high 80s, 186 to 188.
Yeah.
Based on some of the training numbers he's done earlier this year. So,
yep.
He's consistently hitting, 180, 181, 182 in training. So,
yep.
I think we could be seeing 80s today. So that'd be nice.
Yeah, and of course, all Sanovis are in the field this weekend, except for Bodie. Braden actually went on Friday, totaling, I believe,
That's right,
130 and 165. A big increase and a big improvement that we've seen from him this year.
Yeah, he's made big gains in 2021.
Yep.
But again, that training environment, it's fantastic, right?
Yep.
All of them in the same room.
That brings up Preddy. 162. And he puts that jerk behind the ears and stabilizes that for a good lift. Get
Very
him
good
off to
lift.
a good start.
Definitely room for more there.
Yep. That will bring up our next lifter at should be Samuel Espinoza at 165 kilos. As we're waiting for the judges to verify this bar here at for Andrew Preddy of Alberta, who's got the 1 kilo increase to 163. It looks like that's changing. We go back to Quebec, where Samuel Espinoza is waiting with 165 kilos on the bar. The bar is on a 45-degree angle and is in the process of being verified. It looks like it's good to go, and they'll roll that into the middle of the platform. And Jason, after everything, after we're out of the woods here and coronavirus is dealt with, do you see, as a coach who's coached multiple high-performance athletes, not just weightlifters, but wrestlers, hockey players, do you see any changes to high-performance sports after Corona in this country?
Great question. I think so. I'm not sure what those changes will be, but just, yeah, that's one of the challenges that we're dealing with, is just some of the uncertainty with the coronavirus.
And see that some athletes, of course, during this time had access to home equipment with restrictions, and how long do you think that takes before that starts to level out again and we start to see more of an even playing field?
I'm not sure. It's just funny you bring that up, because I've actually lent out quite a bit of my equipment at my gym in the falls. So just with some of our wrestlers and bars and Olympic sets. So
that
I'm hoping we're back to that pre-pandemic normal,
Yeah.
mid late this fall. I know in Ontario we things are opening up this coming Friday, so that'll be good. I think a lot of the gyms get to reopen
Mhm.
with specific guidelines in place. So I'm sure a lot of the weightlifting clubs in Ontario are excited to hear that.
Yep.
It's been a challenging year though, to say the least, or year and a half really.
It has, and it's good to see a lot of these athletes on the elite level still managing to get through that and get as best training in as they can in their circumstances. We see Andrew Preddy here with 165 kilo attempt on the bar. A little bit of a pause in the bottom of that clean, but strong legs to get that thing up. And gives the judges something to look at with that jerk.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they give him 3 whites.
Well, that's good. 3 white lights.
Yep, it's a good lift for Andrew.
Yeah, it was interesting just with our senior team going to Dominican, just some of the stuff that you had to think of that you never thought of before, like just
Yeah.
PPE and masks and
Yeah.
hand sanitization and just, keeping them in pods and just
Yeah.
all that stuff. It's just stuff we
Yeah.
never thought of, right? Pre-pandemic. So
Yeah.
hopefully some of that starts to ease later this year
Yep.
as we get into more in-person competitions.
Yeah. I think we're in that odd transition phase right now between, obviously reopening and going back to normal, and still, as we see here at the Canadian Senior Nationals, it's still that online. So we're still kind of in that state of limbo right now where we're not fully back to normal. But many of these lifters have been through this process about 3 or 4 times already, if not more, trying to get as many reps in as possible before things get back to normal. As we see Cathcart McKinnon here with his third and final attempt at 166 kilos. Let's see if he can bring that same power that we saw in his first 2 attempts and put this clean and jerk away. It's a double bounce there out of the bottom there for Andrew. And we may have another issue here on hand where Aaron's attempts seem to not have been captured by the camera. Seems to have a no decision from the judges right now. He may get another chance to attempt that. And from the look of his reaction, I think he missed that. So this could actually end up benefiting him. And that has changed. He has been giving 3 red lights. I think his facial expressions have given it away to the judges. He missed that lift. He'll take 161 kilos in the clean and jerk and 133 in the snatch, a total 294. 4 for 6. A decent performance there from Aaron as we move forward now to Samuel Espinoza out of Quebec here. And here comes Samuel with third attempt at 166 kilos on the bar. We'll see what Samuel's got here. Quick out of the hole there is Samuel.
Yeah, very strong clean.
And unfortunately not able to get that thing behind the ears for clean and jerk. He receives 3 red lights there, and that is deemed a no lift by the judges. And Jay, so you've got young athletes, of course. Eventually the day might come where they get into their first senior Canadian championships. What's your biggest piece of advice, you'd say, for... We've seen so many of these athletes, this being their first senior nationals, first national level event. What would be your best word of advice to those athletes?
Just you got to follow the process, and it's not a quick process, as you know, right? It's just
Yeah.
you got to be patient,
Yep.
and follow that process.
Yep.
That's easier said than done, right?
Yeah, of course. Here's Andrew with his third attempt at 170 kilos. Gets out of that hole. And just can't squeeze that and hold that overhead. That will be a no lift. Andrew will take a 3 for 6, 297 kilo total into his total, currently ranked number 1. But of course, many lifters still to go as we send it to Rashid Quran and Nicholas Vanes as well. We've got 3 lifters that have declared a 175 kilo opener. And Noah stands alone at the top right now, declaring a 180 kilo opener. Is that as aggressive as we've seen him come into competition in terms
I
of,
think so. Yeah,
openers?
most definitely. Yep. I think that's the biggest I've seen from him from an opener.
Yeah. Good clean here from Rashid. Impressive jerk.
Very
there.
solid lift. Yeah, very nice. Wow. Room for more, that's for sure.
Yep. That will bring us to Nicholas out of Quebec, who, if you guys watching at home remember correctly, and as you can see in the scoreboard, he missed his first 2 opening snatch attempts at 140 kilos and hung on for dear life to stay in this competition and earn himself a chance at totaling here, as he's got 3 slabs of beef on that bar to take his first clean and jerk at 175 kilos. And here is Nicholas at 175 kilos for his opener. Let's see how he attacks this. Solid clean there.
Oh, very nice.
And a much better performance here in his opening clean and jerks. He's setting himself up to add a few kilos on that bar.
Easy opener.
Yep. And that brings up Rich Davidson as a men's 102, who's changed actually his opener to 178 kilos, which will bring up potentially Rashid Quran, who sits at the current automatic increase of 176. By the looks of that bar, he wants 180 on the board, so we may be heading back to Rich Davidson after all.
Should be an exciting finish here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to the wire.
Approaching the 400-pound mark. This is exciting.
And 178 looks like it's going to be taken by Rich Davidson here as he approaches the bar.
Very strong clean.
A little bit of we'll see what the judges say about that before we comment on that. It's 3 white lights. Absolutely nothing wrong with that lift from Rich Davidson.
I was thinking what you were thinking, but that was a really good lift by Rich. Nice to see.
We've seen some levels of inconsistencies here in this.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't know if it's the actual feed, if it's a little glitch in the Wi-Fi like we've seen. So it's hard to tell, right?
Yeah, it definitely makes things a lot harder, especially when you don't have 3 angles at a particular lift. If you're just seeing what we're seeing right now. So we'll see what Nicholas takes here out of Quebec. He has indicated he wants to go up to 179 kilos, coming up against Noah's 180 kilos, which currently sits at what was originally declared. So see if he elects to take that when the time comes, as we got Nicholas Vanes here with 179 kilos. see if he can give Noah a bit of a run for his money in the clean and jerk component of this competition. And, Jason, with all these athletes, really coming down to the wire, we've seen some really close competitions. Do you think they know exactly what's going on, what the competitors are hitting in this kind of scenario, or are they just trying to stay in their own head and do their best to put whatever they can on the platform?
I think with some of them, they have a pretty good idea,
Okay.
but with others, I'm not so certain.
Yep.
I know with Rich, like I think he's done some bigger numbers as maybe a 109.
Yep.
So there's that may throw some people off.
Yep.
But I think that's one of the other things. You talk about changes in the
Yep.
sport itself over the years. You look at when I was on the senior team, there wasn't much social media, right? You didn't have
Mm-hmm.
Facebook and
Yep.
Instagram, so I think technology and social media and just the internet itself, like with some of these different platforms, has really changed the sport itself.
Yeah.
Just
You bring up
you can see stuff globally, right?
you bring up an interesting talking point there. Let's get into that. So, obviously, social media has changed the game and everything, and you see some athletes more. We'll get to that in just a second as Noah takes his 180 clean and jerk. Good clean there from Noah. Impressive at this weight. And jerks that with authority.
Very strong jerk. Good lift.
Yep, leaves absolutely no doubt. Yeah, do you see that as the whole social media world? Do you see that as a detriment to weightlifters right now, especially at the elite level, knowing exactly what their competitors are hitting in training?
No, I don't think so. I think
Okay.
if anything, it could be a motivator, right?
Right. Okay.
It's you see what the competition's doing. It's
Yep.
I see it as a benefit. I think it's really helped weightlifting actually, quite
Yeah.
frankly. Just you look at athletes like Dmitry Klokov and some of these others that
Yeah.
are on social media. Like it's really opened up the eyes of weightlifting, right,
Yep.
to the world.
Yeah, and we're in the later stages of this 96 kilo senior Canadian weightlifting championships. Is Alexander Bassett, who had a perfect snatch session, takes his opening clean and jerk at 180 kilos. And that looks like it's definitely going to be turned down as a
Yep.
no lift by the judges. And
Not sure if he
yeah,
hurt his elbow there.
could have some issues there with his lockout. This is the 96 kilo session after all, so I do have to ask you: did you see Tian Tao's retirement announcement on Instagram a couple days ago?
I did. I did.
Yeah, definitely shocked the weightlifting world there. Maybe
Oh,
not.
most definitely.
Yeah, he
Most definitely.
he mentioned injuries being a big part of that. How surprised are you with this decision coming so close to the Olympics?
I'm not surprised, to be quite honest. I think
Okay.
it was looming. So
Right.
amazing weightlifter,
Yep.
nonetheless.
Yep. Definitely one of the weightlifters of my generation for sure, as we see Rashid Quran here take his second attempt at 180 kilos and is able to duck out of the way as that bar goes flying behind him on his 180 kilo clean and jerk. Noah Sanofi has, as of right now, the 1 kilo automatic increase, but we definitely look for him to go up into the mid 180s here in his second attempt as Bassett looks to retake his 180 kilo clean and jerk. We'll take a moment to thank everybody for their here at OWA headquarters for their real hard work. The media team here has done an incredible job putting this on, and probably one of the more advanced and involved productions in OWA history. So huge credit goes out to everybody behind the scenes for making this all work out, as we see Bassett take his second attempt at 180 kilos. Yeah, my crew's giving me a thumbs up here as we see Bassett here at 180 kilos. Easy clean again. That thing goes up like an empty bar. Let's see if he can put away the jerk.
Yeah.
That's much better.
There we go.
Oh, has a little bit of an
Ooh.
issue stabilizing there. I think he's got his feet together. What do you think?
Close call. I thought he had it, just like you did.
I thought he had it. I
just at
thought he
that
had
end
it too.
there.
The judges say he doesn't establish control. I thought he had control. He had 2 feet together for
Yeah.
about a second or two there. The judges aren't buying it. I guess the whole virtual aspect of it makes it a lot harder to see if he's established control there. Definitely after his feet together, see some issues stabilizing overhead. He's upset with the call. Let's see if that motivates him to come out and hit 180 with even more authority on that jerk. And that will bring up Nicolas Viens out of Quebec. His Quebec counterpart, Gilles Cazat, did not take his second or third attempts in the clean and jerk. Not sure if there's anything going on there, if he just came in to hit numbers he needed. Of course, we're not with the athletes in person, so we don't exactly know what's going on here. But Rashid Quran is back for more with his 180 kilo attempt. And back to Rashid Quran here. It looks like he's about to take this with the clock running down. As Quran approaches the bar, he's looking to make his final attempt at 180 kilos. Let's see what he can muster here. Gets out of the clean. A little bit of adjustment there, and is not quite able to secure that jerk. Good effort there as we start to near the end of this men's 102, men's 96 session. That brings us back to Alexander Bassett. That last miss there, that issue overhead, what is that? What as a coach, what do you attribute that to?
It's a good question. It's his feet weren't in line, just a little overhead
Yeah.
instability from the overhead perspective, right?
Yep.
A couple different things.
Bassett is looking for redemption here, and he's going to need this to total. He needs a clean and jerk here.
Yeah, this is a big lift for him.
Another strong clean. He's had no issues there. And this looks to leave no doubt in the mind of the judges.
Wow, good
Big
lift.
lift there.
Good comeback. That's
Big
tough
lift
to come back from that, right?
Yeah, of course. All the emotions running through you there. Thankfully for Bassett, he was able to channel that frustration in a good way, and ultimately resulted in him with 180 kilos overhead, and as of right now, taking the sole possession of first place. It's going to come down to the last lift here with Nicolas Viens.
So it looks like Davidson's taking a really big jump on his second attempt.
Right. Missed that down
Wow.
there. 187 kilos on the bar for Rich Davidson.
Impressive.
I think the most I've seen him hit in competition is the upper 190s, 195. So I think that 176 kilo opener was definitely ultra conservative from him, and he's taking that big jump on that second lift.
Yeah, and I think that may have been in a heavier weight class too, John.
Right, yeah, that was when he was a 109, so anything over 190 in the upper 180s is pretty good for him here. We'll see how he comes up there in with that 187, but first we got to head over to Nicolas in Quebec with 183 kilos on the bar. And we may have some issues here as the Okay, the clock has resumed. And just didn't have anything left in the tank. Pulls that to the knees and drops that. That will do it for Nicholas. Jay, as an athlete, how were you with that? Were you a big jump kind of guy, or how comfortable were you with big jumps like that?
Um, if I had to, I was comfortable with that mentally.
Yep.
It didn't wasn't a regular thing I've done, but I remember at a couple Pan Am championships, I made a couple big jumps on my third attempt to finish in a higher placing. But yeah,
Yep.
usually back you had to do a 2.5 kilo minimum jump when I was competing on the
Right.
national
Right.
team. So and on your from your first attempt, actually, it was a minimum 5 kilo jump. So
Wow.
yeah, you could only do a 2.5 kilo jump on your second and third attempt. So that's another, notable change from when I was on the senior
Yeah.
team back in '03 till now, right? Especially with the 1 kilo
Yep.
increase, the automatic increase. It was a minimum 2.5 kilo on second and third, and on your first attempt, like I said, it was a 5 kilo increase.
Yeah. And that's a great point for our younger lifters at home. Before we get to Sanovi's 186, Jay, before we wrap this up, as a coach, or even as an athlete, you could put him in the same boat. Who would be your biggest mentor in your weightlifting career, and as an athlete and as a coach? Like who'd you learn a lot from?
I learned a lot from my very first coach, Don Shores. Let's just
Okay.
see this really quick. Sorry.
Yeah, of course. No worries. Great clean there
Strong,
by Noah.
clean. Yeah,
Wow. Fantastic
good
jerk.
fight.
And he's happy about that. He's pumped up.
Wow, he is. Nice to see.
Yeah.
So yeah, back to that, John. My very first coach was Don Shores, actually former president of the Ontario Weightlifting Association for a number of years.
Mhm.
I learned quite a bit from him, and then I learned quite a bit from one of my first national coaches, who was Dan Robitaille.
Okay.
And then the later years on the national team, I spent quite a bit of time working with Steve Sandor and Akos Sandor.
Yes.
Um, Steve coached me for my last two senior worlds, and I was actually driving up 2-3 times a week with Akos and his brother Balaj, and
Yep.
training with their father Steve. So those would be the three that I learned quite a bit
Yep.
over the years. Right,
Nice. Yeah. We
great
met
great coaches.
met Steve myself lately. Definitely quite the character, and obviously a really knowledgeable coach here, as
Oh
Rich
yeah,
Davidson puts 187 kilos through the roof. The big jump didn't seem to phase him at all. Definitely.
no, very nice.
Sure, he definitely took some lifts in the back room leading up to that. As we see,
One red
going
light,
back.
that's okay though.
Yep, going back to Noah's lift, a little slower off the floor, but really accelerates well in that second pull past the knees, and able to really keep that bar close, and impeccable, effective, efficient technique from Noah really makes him stand out to me. And he's got 190 on the bar. This is definitely more than
Wow.
anything I've ever seen, and he is moving up to 96. This is his first competition I've seen him in as a 96, and hey, this is. It looks like he's reacting really well to this moving up of a weight class. So here comes Noah Sanovi. It looks like this is the weight he wants to take. The bar is centered. It is loaded. It is approved by the judges, and here comes Noah. This is a huge lift for him. Really fighting in the bottom position, a triple bounce, and just unable to get it up there. I had a feeling if he gets that up past that sticking point, he's jerking that. But you know what? He'll definitely have that on another day, no doubt about it. And that brings us to our last lift of what's been a great M96 and M102 session here. 191 is loaded right now on the bar for Richard Davison.
420 pounds is big weight.
Yep. He's got the 331.
Going up.
331 total right now. He's moved up to 193 in the clean and jerk. As of right now, he is the number one clean and jerk in this session, but currently stands at number 2 overall. He needs to take Alexander Bassett. This is a huge lift for
He's
him.
moving up again.
He's moving up again. He needs this 195. He's going for it all here. He's trying to win and 195 would, to my knowledge, match one of the best lifts he's ever done in competition as a 109. So this is a 102 would actually be huge for Rich. Let's see if he can put it together.
So if he gets this will put him at 339. Wow.
This would, and this
Exciting.
Again, another session in the 2021 Canadian Championships coming down to the very last lift. Rich needs this to win. Richard Davidson, 195 kilos in the bar for the win. Strong clean from Rich Davidson there.
Very strong.
And oh my goodness, it's going to come down to a judge's opinion here. He's happy about it. The lift is good. It's good
There
for
it
Richard
is.
Davidson.
Wow. Good for him. Very
What
nice
an
lift.
absolute thriller in the M102 kilo weight class.
Wow.
It comes down to the very last lift for the second time in this thrilling senior nationals. Rich is absolutely elated, as you see there on screen. What an impressive session. I've been joined by Jason McLean, a longtime weightlifter, longtime coach, and enjoying his new job as executive VP of OWA. Jason, it's been a pleasure having you for this absolutely incredible M96 and M102 show. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me. Great
And
session.
from myself and everybody else behind the scenes at the OWA headquarters, myself as well as Nikki will be back for our last session together in the upcoming session. But for now, we'll take a break and be right back. Thank you guys for watching.
Welcome back to our Canadian Championships. We are approaching our final female session for tonight. We have our 71A session, our female 81 athletes, and those athletes that are over 87 body weight. John, this is our last session today.
Yeah, we kind of faked you guys out there by accident. We thought that the last session would have been our last session together, but following my session with Jason McLean, we've got myself and Nikki's last session together today. It's been a really great weekend of national weightlifting, and we look to carry that forward into our last session together. But make sure you stay tuned in. After this session, Nikki will be commentating with guest remote commentator Spencer Moorman. You're really going to want to hear from him, and he and Nikki will bring you through that final session of the day, and that should wrap up senior nationals with one heck of a bang. In terms of this session right now, we're looking at Ontario lifter Hannah Rollman in the 81 kilo class as the first to start off, declaring a 68 kilo snatch opener and an 88 kilo clean and jerk opener. We'll see if she takes a jump up and moves up from there. A lot of talented lifters here in this session as well. 3 weight classes into one session here. Who are you looking for?
Well, looking at the start list, there are some names that we should probably all be familiar with. For
Yep.
example, we have Crystal Garlam that
Yep.
will be competing as an 81 lifter, and I think she is representing Canada as well in the
Yeah.
Olympics.
She is, and this can provide her with a quick tune-up before the Tokyo 2021 Olympic Games. And it should be an interesting final session here that I'll be commentating on with you all about. And definitely looking for, we got a junior in the field, Hannah Rollman, that will be competing in this year's senior nationals. This is her last year as a junior. She's looking to make some moves here and turn heads for Team Ontario, as well as her teammate Shania Bedward out of Ontario as well. So should
think
be some
that's her-
quality Ontario content here.
I think this is her first nationals. Shani is.
It, to my knowledge, it is as well, and I believe it's also Hannah's first senior nationals. We lifted together at the Junior Canadian Nationals in January of 2020. That was one of my last competitions in person. I think that was my last in-person competition to date. So definitely great to see how she performs in her debut as a senior Canadian.
So we're talking a lot about in-person meets and virtual competitions this whole weekend.
Yeah.
As you all know, or if you haven't tuned in any part of the weekend, this is the first time we've actually done something like this, where we have speakers for a competition. So we were very grateful that we got this opportunity to represent Canada as your commentators for the weekend.
Yeah. So we've thanked everybody behind the scenes multiple times, but just give them one more virtual round of applause for everybody behind the scenes here at OW8 headquarters who's made this possible, and probably the most extensive, in-depth kind of coverage we've had of nationals, especially from a virtual standpoint, from to do this and put in all this crazy work. You see us, and we've been here all weekend, but you're not seeing the faces like Amanda Braddock and everybody else behind the scenes, and Joshua Delgado has really helped put this thing together. But without further ado, let's get into our F6 women's 71, 81, and plus 87 kilo category. Here we have Hannah Rollman, who is set to open up with her opening snatch attempt at 68 kilos. The bar is at a 45-degree angle and currently being verified. It looks like the clock is running. The judges are happy with what they see. 68 is declared, and it looks like she will take this opening attempt. Here comes Hannah. See her teammate Jackson Levine there, giving her one last pep talk before she walks up to this bar. Let's see what Hannah's got here at 68 kilos. Running down the clock, right down to the wire here. 7 seconds to go.
I think that's an easy
Really
open attempt.
easy attempt there for Hannah. Looks like she can take some confidence into her second and third attempts from there. She's got that first one out of the way. Now she can have a little fun. And the way we stand right now, that would have Hannah Rollman following herself as an 81, while Alexis Ashworth out of Saskatchewan awaits, currently declaring 74 kilos.
Looking at the scoreboard here, we have to keep in mind the time difference from all these provinces that are lifting in this session.
Yeah. We're at a time of day now where that shouldn't be too much of an issue. Whereas, I believe we had our 10 o'clock session where we had a couple lifters in there from BC and they were lifting at 7 a.m., right? Not necessarily the most comfortable setup there. And we'll see what Hannah Rollman has in store. It looks like she's going up to 72. She will take her second consecutive lift of the competition here, looking to remain perfect.
Can you mention this is her last year as a junior?
This is her last year as a junior. She is born in 2001, so it's her last year as a junior. And, looks like she'll be taking the full 2 minutes off the clock. See her teammate Jackson Levine there, coaching her for this one in her first Canadian Senior Nationals.
We'd like to take a moment to wish Xavier and Hanny good luck for their competition.
Right.
From your Team Ontario, we're wishing you the very best.
That is in Colombia, right? 72 kilos on the bar here for Hannah Rollman. Walks that out a little bit.
What a save.
It looks like it's also a good lift, too, the judges say. They give
a
that
good
3
lift.
white lights.
She takes the automatic increment of 73 kilos, which she'll probably go up, I think.
Yeah. I would be surprised to see her take 3 consecutive snatches here with Alexis Ashworth declaring 74, but you never know. They might bump that up as well. You have Christine Cole out of British Columbia in the mix there at 75 kilos, but it looks like we're headed to Saskatchewan where Alexis Ashworth is waiting. And the bar is verified and straightened by her loaders, and looks like she's ready to take 74 kilos with her first opening attempt here at 74.
Seems like the athlete noticed something on the platform.
Yeah, see the loader just tightening up 74 kilos there. Just a little bit of reassurance before she takes this opening attempt. Looks like a good lift here. A little
There was
bit
a bit of a lag.
of a lag,
I
but we've
think-
seen judges be generous with this kind of thing in all but one time where there was absolutely, I believe in the last session that I was doing with Jason McLean, there's absolutely no way you could have told. I could have tell.
That's the unfortunate part
yeah.
of this the whole virtual competition
Yeah, of course.
atmosphere.
And that brings up, what do we got now? We got Christine Cole, or do we have Hannah Rollman? Looks like we may have, well, we have a change in weights. We're going up from 72 to 76 and for Rollman, and then that brings up Christine Cole out of British Columbia for her first attempt at 75 kilos. And that is also a comfortable first attempt for Christine.
Starting off with a really good snatch session here.
Yep. No misses so far. The automatic increase for Christine Cole is 76 kilos, but she looks like she's just made the change, as we can see on our screen here.
This will probably bring back Hannah Rollman for her final attempt at 76 kilos.
And we see the bar on a 45-degree angle there. Gives the judges a good look at what exactly is on the bar. Looks like they're happy with that. And we're going to have Hannah Rollman come out and take her third attempt, her chance to go 3 for 3 in the snatch at 76 kilos. Hannah lifting as an 81 today. She's bounced around before between 81, 71, and 76, so quite the ride for her. But she seems locked and loaded here as an 81 kilo lifter. Going for 3 for 3 in the snatch. And that is a miss just behind
So
her.
close. Solid effort from Hannah Rollman.
Really close attempt there. Unfortunately, no cigar for Hannah.
Also bring back Alexis Ashworth from Saskatchewan for her
Yep.
second attempt. Bar is being verified by the loaders or coach.
And that weight on the bar for Ashworth is 78 kilos, a 4-kilo increase from her opener at 74. That miss from Hannah Rollman is our first miss of the session. See her coach with some last words there for Alexis Ashworth as she steps up onto the platform to take her second attempt at 78 kilos. Ashworth wrapping up her wrists with less than 20 seconds left on the clock. She seems not at all concerned about the time left, as she's got less than 10 seconds now. And a quick setup and an easy second attempt at 78
Didn't phase
kilos.
her at all.
Yep.
I think that was
cool,
better
calm,
than
and
her
collected.
first attempt, actually.
Yep.
So you're briefly mentioning like that pep talk that she had
Mm-hmm.
from her coach. What are some things that your coach says to you before you walk up to the platform?
Yeah, I think in a scenario like this, it's really important to not overwhelm the athlete with too much. I think just one or two things the athlete can really focus on there, whether it's, depending on what the athlete's fighting through lately, technically, like, legs, stay over the bar, that sort of thing. Push through your whole foot really helps me in particular. That's what I think to myself. I know when Coach Clance says legs, I think, push the whole foot through the ground and drive. But every athlete and coach is definitely different, have a different preference.
She almost had that lift.
Christine Cole, nearly 3 for 3 in the snatch there, but misses that 80-kilo attempt ever so slightly.
I think there's going to be a change here.
We head back to Saskatchewan, where Alexis Ashworth is set to take 80 kilos, should that stand, for her third and final attempt here.
Her second attempt looked really strong.
Yep. And she has moved up to 82 kilos. That leaves Cole with another attempt. Nope.
Cole.
Seems, yeah, that's odd. It seems got some sort of lag going on here. The scoreboard and the clock has also stopped momentarily here as we await directions from our judges. Clock's running down.
The clock is running, but I think it's Christine Cole for her third and final attempt at 80 kilos.
Yep. However, the camera's on Alexis Ashworth. I believe Cole just attempted her last attempt at 80 kilos. Okay,
She had 78. She went up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's Cole with 80. And that falls in front of her. That is no lift. Definitely looked like that was attainable, just didn't finish that pull and get that head through, as we've seen on a few second
lifts.
and third
Yeah.
attempts here, and that's normal. As we see Alexis Ashworth finally with her 82-kilo third attempt. As she stands over this attempt, trying to go 3 for 3 in the snatch.
And that's a good lift. She went 3 for 3 for snatches today.
3 for 3 is definitely something to write home about for Alexis Ashworth. She goes perfect in the snatch, sets herself up beautifully, 3 for 3, and opening at 100 kilos in the clean and jerk. Or at least that's what she's set to do.
This will bring out a new athlete from Alberta, Nadia Burke. Opening attempt at 84 kilos. I believe she competed in the Pan American Games. I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure she did.
Nadia Burke, as you mentioned, has competed on the international stage before. And this is her 5th nationals.
That's a solid opener.
Definitely a
for
veteran
Burke.
presence here. She's been there, done that many times before. This being her 5th time on the competing on the national stage at the Canadian Senior Nationals. So
And she's also done Worlds in 2019.
wow, definitely an experienced lifter there from Alberta. As we see Anais Michaud, I believe her name's pronounced, coming in here into the sub 87 category with a nice opening attempt. Walks that out a little bit, but not much concern there as she takes care of business with her opener. And she looks like she'll be moving up as well. Right now we got 85 as the automatic increase, but
We know they tend to move up a
Yeah.
few kilos after their first attempt.
the
That looked-
relatively low level difficulty that she made that look like,
Absolutely.
I definitely see her going up, as she has indicated she wants 87 kilos on the bar.
So this would bring out
Yep.
Bedward for her first attempt at 86 kilos.
That brings us to Hannah's teammate in at I see here Toronto Weightlifting, representing Ontario, of course.
This is her first Canadian Championships.
Yep. And you did mention Coach Hanny is in Colombia right now, right, for Junior Pan Ams. See Coach Jackson Levine there taking over behind the curtain, getting his athletes ready to go. Quite the job done by Jackson Levine early on. Let's see what Shania can muster here on her first opening attempt at 86 kilos. Real explosive pull there. Walks that out a little bit, but
I think that's a good lift.
seems to have command of that.
Now
And 3
she
whites.
she competed at the Richard Borden competition. She
Yep.
came first as a 76 athlete. And she also came first at provincials.
Yep, and she is, you mentioned her as a 76. She seems to have made the cut down to 71 kilos here for this competition. You know, Hannah also one that had to move up weight class coming into this one as well. So a little bit of juggling pre-competition.
This will bring back Burke for her second attempt.
Real great command of that.
A
Really
lot of
strong.
patience there.
Strong in all positions there. Great extension.
She looks very happy with that lift. She's
And
a few
she's on the
kilos. She's a few kilos shy off her best snatch.
Yep. And really did that 87 kilo second attempt with complete authority. I can see her maybe even moving up another 3 kilos to 90 kilos there. And yeah. That snatch would lead the F71 category. You only see 371 athletes in this session, as we'll get to that in just a sec, as Anais Michaud is not quite able to hang on to that overhead. A lot of the 71 athletes in this female category happened to lift earlier today in the B session. Alan Asanovi, one of them, and she's able to put together a nice 100 kg clean and jerk. Kind of, you know, worth noting that. Put that in
That is her best lift.
yeah, in perspective to how these 71s lift in this A session. So of course Alana not far off from these lifters as well. She'll be on their tails, I believe, in no time. That brings us back to Michaud here. What do you think she can fix to make this and really lock this last attempt in?
So missing in front is always, we kind of talk about it behind the scene a little bit today. We would always prefer to miss behind than in the front. So I think maybe just more in the pull.
Yep.
We know she's very strong.
Yep.
Overhead is not an issue for her. We were talking a little bit about the weight juggling going down and up a weight class as well. I think some athletes that we know that went up a weight class, it's done them really well for this weekend's competition.
Yep. And of course, here's Michaud from Quebec, trying to go for 2 for 3 in the snatch and take an 87 kilo lift into her clean and jerk session. Go into that clean and jerk session with some momentum. And there it is. She's got it. She's got the 87 kilo lift. That's a great adjustment, and she'll happily take that.
We're still seeing a lot more successful lifts in the snatch portion.
Yep. And I do see that as normal. We've mentioned this numerous times on this weekend. Especially in big competitions like this, where it's a national level event, which is quite good for a lot of these athletes. You're seeing them want to really, in the clean and jerk anyway, you're really trying to win that competition, right? And we've seen it on this weekend. We've seen it just with Rich Davidson in the 102 category, winning with the last lift, and then in the 73 category with that coming down to the last lift. You got to put it all on the line for those last lifts, and that's probably why we're seeing a lot more misses in final clean and jerks versus snatches and stuff. You're just trying to keep yourself close and within striking distance come clean and jerk.
So we're going back to Shania from Ontario. The main coach is actually not there, so Jackson is filling in for the coach.
Yeah.
That's also an adjustment that the athlete has to make as well.
Jackson's got a lot of airtime this weekend. And here comes Shania with her second attempt at 90 kilos. Setting up real far back in the platform here in the 4x4 designated area, as she likes to do this. Walks it forward just a tad, but that looked even more impressive in her last lift. Jackson knows it. He's pumped up. Shania's
got
pumped
the
up.
walk away too.
Yep.
He's very confident in her third attempt. This will bring out Burke for her third attempt. This is, I believe, her best. She's attempting a best lift in competition, because her best lift in competition is 89 kilos.
Yeah, this is big for her, to be at this elite level, continuing to push and continue to hunt for PRs here in competition.
What a great lift.
That does not look like a competition
PR for her. And she is definitely excited about that.
Made that look easy.
I think she had more in the tank, to be honest with you.
She'll be back for more.
This will bring out a new lifter from Quebec.
Yep. Some real clean lifting from the 71s in the session. They are a perfect 8 for 8 so far. If Shania Bedward nails her 94 kilo snatch, that will be a perfect 9 for 9 for the 71s in the session.
Athlete wants more weight. That would be, I think, Rosalie's gym, or where she's lifting from.
That's Rosalie Dumas, who has elected to move up to 93 kilos, which brings up Crystal and Garland. Crystal will be attending Tokyo Games. The Olympic Games in Tokyo representing Team Canada. This is 93 kilos for her first attempt. She originally declared 90 kilos. Has gone up 3 kilos to this 93. Let's see what she can do with this. That's a good lift from Crystal. She seems pretty happy with that. As mentioned, this serves as her last tune-up before the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Now, as a coach, I guess, wonder what some of the things Coach JP is looking for in her final tune-up. I believe just 3 or 4 weeks out from the Olympic Games.
This will bring out Rosalie for her first attempt.
Yep.
Minus the step out from the catch, it looked pretty strong.
Yeah.
Like her pull was strong.
Yep.
There was a bit of control from the ground, but I think she just looked very powerful in that lift.
Agreed. And we might see the first of Emma Friesen here, out of Alberta. Still a junior. Here comes Emma with her first attempt at 94 kilos.
Looked like
Completes
an easy opener for her.
Completes that lift with complete control there. No doubt about that. And that will bring us to... Not quite sure yet, as we have a few athletes in the mid 90s here. 94. Looks like we might be going to Shania Bedward here to take her third and final attempt to go 3 for 3 and a chance for the F71s to go perfect. 9 for 9 through their snatches.
Considering this is her first nationals, or I guess first year of competing provincials and a local meet, this is pretty impressive for an athlete that's new to the sport.
It is. Of course, Nikki mentioned how new she is. This is her first Canadian championships and first time lifting at the senior national level. She won first place at the Richard Borden competition, which you mentioned earlier on. It looks to build on that here with teammate Hannah Rollman looking on. And she's really fighting for that. Looks like it's going to be a good lift. She's going to be really thrilled about that.
I believe that's a good lift.
Yep, she goes perfect in the snatch.
Everyone.
As do all the rest of the 71s.
Yeah,
what a great start to their session today.
That snatch looked better and well controlled at the bottom than her second and first attempt.
Some athletes really get better as the weight increases. And Shania seems to be one of those cases here, as we see Crystal Garland will be the next to take her attempt at 96 kilos. Let's see what she's got in store for us as likely our last look at her before she heads over to Tokyo. Here's Crystal walking up to that bar pretty confidently. This would be... She does not, unfortunately, complete that lift. Should she hit this on her third attempt, this would be more than she hit in the Pan American Championships in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic.
From what I read about the amount of times she's actually competed in the Canadian Championships, this is her 12th time being in this competition.
Yep. Her best numbers, just to put that in perspective, are 101 and 134. She'll be looking to hit that, put her best foot forward closer to competition date in Tokyo. as that is her priority right now.
Rosalie comes out with a successful 96 snatch in her second attempt.
Yep.
This is also her first
Yep.
Canadian Championships. And I believe that's
It
a
is
PR,
a PR.
lift.
Yep.
So this explains the celebration
Yep.
after that lift.
Her prior PR would be 95 kilos. She just hit that 96 and absolutely smoked it in her second attempt. We'll see what she goes for in her third attempt. And it looks like Garland will move up a kilo to 97 kilos. This would put her 4 kilos off her best all time at 101. Looked like a much better lift there. She walks that forward, but hits it, and able to hit that 97.
Deems to be a successful lift.
I think she's going to look back and be a lot more pleased with that lift than her miss at 96. Much stronger pull off the ground, much more aggressive lift, and ultimately got her head through and secured that bottom position quite nicely. That brings us to our
Lifter in Alberta, Emma, for her second attempt at 98 kilos.
Yep. She will be lifting in the sub 87 kilogram category. Also out of Alberta. And that looks like a good lift from Emma.
3 white lights.
That'll bring up Rosalie Dumas, who has indicated 98 kilos on the bar. And that bar is loaded. It is turned. It is confirmed. The judges are pleased with it, and the clock will begin to run for Rosalie Dumas.
Could she possibly hit another PR? What do you think?
Yeah, I think at this level, at this point, it's hard not to get complacent, but let's see. She looks focused here. Yeah.
Oh,
Definitely went for it there with at 98 kilos. Going for gravy there at that point after securing the PR at 96 kilos, but definitely a step in the right direction for Dumas today.
we have a final lift in the snatch portion from Emma at 99 kilos.
And that was more than just for gravy, as Rosalie Dumas was attempting to finish first in the snatch. As we see, the number one snatch belonged to Crystal in the 81 category here today. Crystal is expected to compete in the 76 kilo category at the Tokyo 2021 Olympic Games. Just in the 81 category here to get her last, touch up before in competition, touch up before the Olympic Games.
So she asked for more weight.
Yep.
We always talk about that final third attempt. Sometimes we always ask for maybe 1 more kilo.
Yep.
Just give me that 1 last kilo. Make it count, right?
Yeah. And this will be our first sub 100 lift of the day. It comes in the snatch from a Friesen. And, oh, man. Really close temp there. I thought she really pulled that bar nice and high.
I thought she had it as well, yeah.
It looked really nice off the ground. Accelerated past the knees, full extension, and just wasn't there. We see Jackson Levine running around like a maniac behind the scenes at Kanama. Wonder what's going on there.
You know what? Jackson's got an important job if Hanny is not there. And I think, you know what, Jackson, you're doing a fabulous job taking care of these 2 athletes, maybe
Yep.
more. So, and
He's
your
running the show.
loaders that are there with you, you guys are doing awesome. I think the bar has been verified.
Yep, and the clock is running, so it has indeed been verified for Hannah Rollman as we go straight to the clean and jerks. There will be no break between the snatch and the clean and jerk in this 71, 76, and sub 87 kilo session. Hannah as well taking this lift at the far back of her platform. That's a strong clean from Hannah. We've seen her strength on display so far today.
Solid jerk.
Solid jerk. And pizza has officially arrived in the OWA studio.
I think we're a little distracted right now by the smell that we're experiencing here.
Yeah, but in terms of this session here, Hannah will have the automatic increase of 89 kilos. But she has elected to go up by 6 kilos, taking a more conservative approach in that opening attempt, and
This brings out
she'll take some bigger
Christine
jumps here.
from British Columbia for her first attempt in the clean and jerk portion. 93 kilos.
Christine Call at British Columbia. Strong clean.
Oh, I don't
I don't
know.
know.
On our
I
side,
think-
it lagged a little
I
bit.
think she's gonna get it. Okay, 3 white lights. The judges say they've seen enough there. We've seen on one particular occasion where a glitch wound up in a redo in the last men's 102 session. So not the case here. The judges give her the lift. They saw the completion of the jerk and stabilization overhead. So they're happy with that. And we'll move on to Hannah Rollman
for her
with
second,
her second attempt at 94 kilos. She's got to walk out confidently after really bossing that last opener there. Don't see a clock on screen. I wonder if that means that the weight has not in fact been verified. I'd hope not, as Hannah steps
That's a
forward
successful
here
clean.
on this clean. Clock still hasn't run yet, and
Saves the jerk, but I'm
starting
not
to fear that this
sure.
might not count. But the judges give her the benefit of the doubt, and although the weight may have not been verified initially, the judges elect to give her the lift, as she was clearly able to establish control of that lift with what was clear to be 94 kilos on the bar. So good job from Hannah there. Let's see if she takes a bigger jump here. She's elected to go to 97 as of right now. Let's see if that switches up.
So not only do the athletes that are competing and wherever they are competing right now, some may experience technical difficulties. We actually experience some delay too. So we're commentating as what we're seeing might not actually be what our viewers are seeing.
Yep. This will be Christine with her second attempt at 96 kilos. She's pretty pumped up about this.
It's a good fight on that clean.
Great fluid clean there from Christine.
I'm gonna
We'll just
leave
let the
this
judges
to the
be the judges
judges.
And 2 reds for Christine Cole, unfortunately.
Majority decision, 2 reds. There might be an infraction. Press out. She could be asking for more weight. There might be an athlete change as we speak. She could potentially be following herself,
Yep.
or a new athlete will approach on screen.
Looks like they have verified the bar.
Yep. They declared the 96 as their third attempt.
And it looks like Christine Cole will take a good significant amount of time following herself here to maybe make some finishing touches there and find a way to lock out this jerk overhead. Her cleans have been no problem early on. We'll see what Christine Cole can put up behind her ears here.
I think she can definitely come out with a successful third attempt.
Yep. And here comes Christine now with less than 25 seconds on the clock. She's ready to go. Another decent clean. Coming a little forward out of that one, though. Maybe a little bit of sign of fatigue. Let's see what she can do here. And
that was a better
great
jerk.
Adjustment there.
Her clean almost looked like it was a no-foot clean.
Honestly, I thought her second clean was a lot better.
Yeah, but I think that's why when you said it, she came a little forward. It's like
Yep.
her feet didn't move. So, but
Yep.
I mean, she stood it up no problem.
Yep.
That jerk was definitely better and not questionable from her
Yeah.
second attempt.
You know, ideally, and oftentimes you see a better clean make for an easier jerk, but quite the opposite there in that scenario. And
Let's speak for yourself, John.
yep, that's just sometimes just everybody puts together a little differently, right? And this would be good for Hannah Rollman. This would be 97 kilos and a chance to go 3 for 3 in the clean and jerk, and 5 for 6 overall.
I like that she always comes out with purpose.
Yep. Purpose, focus, and confidence, that is here. Strong clean as always.
Great fight.
From Hannah. There's never been a doubt in my mind that she can clean it. And that's a...
Oh, that was very close.
It looked like it was
Great
there for her.
effort.
And a
You know
really
what?
nice effort from Hannah Rollman there in the 81 kilo category. Her last year as a junior. 4 for 6, and she'll take a 166 kilo total home.
This will bring out Alexis for her first attempt at 103 kilos, lifting from Saskatchewan.
Yeah, and close that note off. You know, Hannah's had quite a few competitions this year. She's really taken advantage of her opportunities in a virtual environment. You know, I believe she did the Richard Borden. She did junior and senior Ontario championships, junior Canadians, and now she's back for senior Canadians. So quite the schedule for her this year, and she's put a lot of good lifts up this year. We'll look to follow her progress in the near future as we skip forward to Alexis Ashworth of Saskatchewan.
I think the athlete wants more weight, so this will bring back Michaud for her first attempt at 103 kilos.
Yep, the bar is at a 45-degree angle. Looks to be verified. And here we go. Showed with a strong clean. That thing went up like an empty bar. And a nice jerk.
That
Really
overhead
nice job.
stability is phenomenal. You know, it impresses me when an athlete comes out with no belt during the clean and jerk portion.
Yeah, if you remember correctly, Nikki said that she'd actually wear 2 belts.
I would wear 2 belts.
If she
you
could.
know.
I don't know exactly how that works.
It would be illegal in the sport of weightlifting,
Yep.
but anything to save my torso.
Might also lose air. But yeah, I just want to mention there, great confidence in that jerk from Michaud, really stepping through and getting that head through, getting that bar behind the ears. And that brings up Shania Bedward for her first attempt at 105 kilos as a 71 kg athlete. She's definitely impressed thus far, going perfect in the snatch. Their best snatch being 94 kilos. She looks to take that momentum into the clean and jerk portion of this competition, and potentially even go home with some silverware.
Shania walks up to the platform for her first attempt.
Yep.
It's a great clean.
A nice jerk.
And I knew that jerk would not be a struggle for her. I think from what I remember when I met her being in that Guelph competition, her background is in gymnastics.
Okay.
So it doesn't surprise me that her overhead stability
Yeah.
looks very powerful.
Yeah, we had a conversation, Jason McLean and I, before this session. He's, and I've heard this from countless coaches. I've heard this from, my coach Clance and everything, always saying a lot of the best weightlifters tend to come from a gymnastics background, and just great body awareness, great overall strength.
Especially if you're that base,
Yep.
your overhead strength is
Yep.
insane.
Yep. And
So she called for elbows in this lift.
okay, so we haven't seen this since our
A few
BC
sessions
lifter.
ago.
Yeah.
Great clean.
Yeah. And we can see why she's kind of called elbows. I don't know if I see a rebend there. We definitely see the bend. She's pointing to the elbows. And
That's a good lift.
She gets 3 whites.
So you mentioned earlier today you haven't seen someone actually call elbows in an in-person competition.
I have.
Or you said it's not common.
It's not
to
common,
see.
yeah. And that brings up Anais Michaud with her second attempt at 107 kilos.
As she wastes no time approaching that barbell.
And
Again,
that is
another
also a good
athlete
lift.
with an amazing jerk.
Yeah, really steps through there, as we mentioned in the first opening attempt. We'll see what she takes as her last attempt.
So right now it looks like she's following herself, but I don't think she will.
Yep.
This will probably bring out a new athlete, most likely Burke from Alberta.
Yep.
Who I think will possibly go up too.
Yep.
Nope, the bar is being verified at 110. Burke will take 110 as her first attempt in the clean and jerk portion.
Yep. And this is going to be quite the battle for the Senior Canadian Weightlifting Championship here. Nadia Burke, of course, experience on the international level. And, in addition to that, experience some great lifts in the snatch today, as you mentioned, a PR for her, at least in competition.
She's 4 kilos shy off her best clean and jerk.
Wow.
In competition.
Okay. And that
Looked really
Yeah.
easy.
should be okay
A
here.
little shaky, but I didn't see a press out. We'll see what the judges. Oh,
Okay, they gave her the benefit of the doubt.
2-1.
Yep. Yeah, and both Shania Bedward and Nadia Burke really come in here, accomplished athletes. Burke medaling at the 2017, 2019 Canadian Championships, as well as competing at the 2018, 2019, and 2020 Pan American Championships, and of course, as you mentioned earlier on, the 2019 Worlds. So, a more experienced lifter in Nadia Burke, but Shania Bedward definitely doesn't look like she's in the mood to back down today, going toe-to-toe with her. And actually takes a 4-kilo lead into the clean and jerk portion after snatching 94 versus Burke's 90 kilos. So some ground to be made up for Burke, but she is off to the right start. Currently 5 kilos ahead of Bedward in the clean and jerk, and that would leave her at 1 kilo up, but still a lot of lifting to be done before we determine a winner here. As Alexis Ashworth steps foot in the platform. And really dynamic, impressive, powerful, fast.
She did not
clean.
joke with that clean.
And the elbows again, but I don't see it as a problem because she has pointed the elbows. Yeah, they give her 3 whites. They'll give her 3 whites there, as she did warn the judges of her elbows prior to taking her first lift.
This will bring back Michaud for her third and final attempt.
Yep.
At 110 kilos.
Show it here. Let's see if she can replicate her success in those 2 lifts.
There was no struggle in that clean.
Yeah, technically sound clean. See if she can step through like she did in the last lift. She does.
Definitely
That
better
is
in-
a textbook jerk.
And she's happy about that lift.
Great
So
5 for 6 performance there.
She actually hit a PR, a competition PR there.
Yep.
3 kilos.
Nice. That brings up Shania, who is taking 111 kilos following Nadia Burke's 110 kilo clean and jerk. I'm definitely excited to see this go down on the wire.
So Shania's best lift in competition is 112 kilos.
So this would put her just 1 kilo below that record, and
Which
she knows
tells
she's
me
confident in this.
she's going to ask for more weight
Yep.
in her third attempt. Something I noticed in her setup too is they start the barbell further back
Yep.
in the perimeter, which you don't always see.
Yep.
The barbell's usually placed in the middle of the platform.
Middle or, a third of the way back, but not usually.
Not too far.
This, yeah.
Good fight and not clean.
Looks like a solid jerk there from Shania. She walks this forward, puts her feet together, establishes control. The down signal is good, and it is 3 white lights. So she's putting the pressure on Nadia Burke here to make some lifts.
So we are going to...
Those two will jockey for position back and forth as this
Yeah.
progresses.
Our screen is going back and forth right now. We're just trying to figure out who will take the next lift. I think it would be Rosalie for her first attempt at 113 kilos, lifting out of Quebec. Bar is being verified. I think these singlets were personally made from that gym.
Yeah.
I've seen a few athletes from this gym with different singlets.
And Dumont looking to take some momentum into this clean jerk session after an impressive snatch session.
That's a great clean.
And we see the power jerk here. Looks clean to me. I'll give her 3 whites there.
It's a great lift.
And we did see we have seen multiple power jerks from athletes out of this gym. I don't know. One of our very first sessions, if not our first session, featured the young Ibanez born 2006 going to the power jerk there. So
Nadia's lifting her best lifting competition as we speak.
Yep.
For her second attempt.
Really strong pull off the ground.
It's a great fight in that clean.
Nice little bit of rhythm there in that jerk, and sends that straight through the roof.
2
For a good
whites. This will bring out a new athlete, a familiar name from... Oh, we just made a change. We will bring out Emma for her first attempt at 115 kilos, lifting from Alberta.
She's got a confident lead in the snatch over Michaud, but as we've seen, this definitely isn't over until it's over. We've seen athletes with commanding leads.
You did say in the clean and jerk portion is where they have fun and lift more weight.
We've seen some athletes take massive leads into the clean and jerk and then just not being able to total. So that's just the beauty of this sport. That's what makes it worth watching.
Easy clean.
Oh man, I don't see that becoming a lift for 2 reasons. One, the connection timed out, and 2, okay. Yeah.
That's a great lift.
I didn't see much of the jerk there.
I did not see it either, to be honest with you, because we're just watching it from the screen, just like everybody else. But there was a lag on our end.
I thought the feed was the same, but either they thought they've seen enough or they saw it perfectly. Regardless.
But we can't fight the judge's decision, so good lift. This will bring out Alexis for her third and final attempt at 115 kilos. We noticed in all her attempts today that she takes her whole minute, I've noticed.
Yep. Doesn't look like she's going to do that here, though. She's pretty confident. She's been sitting for a while. She's ready to go here at 115 with her third attempt. Stepping in here is Alexis Ashworth out of Saskatchewan.
A little step out as soon as she got out of that hole.
And just seems to have lost air there.
And you know what? That does happen.
Yep.
It does happen. Sometimes you catch it in that wrong position and pun intended, it knocks the wind out of you. But I was really distracted by her shoes. We've been talking about shoes all weekend. And
I
her shoes
actually didn't notice them for as distracting as you claim them to be.
Is it because they weren't CJ Cummings shoes?
No, I didn't notice them. That brings forward. We've got Shania Bedward on screen below, but now we've switched to Shania Bedward on camera.
She is attempting.
This would be a PR after her 111 clean and jerk. Her best all time is 112, and this would definitely put the pressure on Nadia Burke.
I'm expecting a nice celebration from Jackson in the background after this lift.
Yep. She's currently got a lead of 1 kilo because of her 4 kilo advantage in the snatch. This
we know she's
would
strong
make
overhead.
Yeah. This would be huge. Oh, and that clean unfortunately spits her out and
that was
ruins
a good
her
attempt.
6 for 6 performance, but
good attempt.
She's definitely made this a competition for Nadia Burke, who needs to hit this. She needs to hit this to win and be crowned the 71 kilo national champion.
So if she makes this lift, this will be her best lift in competition.
Yep.
3 kilos over her best.
And the way she cleaned that last attempt, this looks like it's definitely in her wheelhouse.
I think when you pass that staking point in a clean, in your mind, it's almost like
Yep.
I think you have to stand it up.
Yep. And especially jerk it at that point.
I'm not that confident in myself.
Confidence is running high, however, for Nadia Burke as
Absolutely.
she walks in to take this 117 kilo clean and jerk.
Love when we see like fire in their
Yeah.
eyes before they approach the bar.
Yeah. And that's tough to generate online, but
She had it in
seems
her
to-
face.
Yeah. Seems unfazed. And
What a fight. She needs this jerk.
this for the championship. And it is a no lift for
That's a
Nadia
no
Burke.
lift.
I'm telling you, we've really been in for one heck of a treat this weekend. That's like the third session now that has come down to the very last lift. So,
She is ranked second
yep,
as Shania takes first.
credit to Shania and Team Ontario for taking a gold medal there.
Another medal.
Another gold medal there in the 71 kilo category.
Here we have Ngarlum for her first attempt at 120 kilos.
Yep. Good first attempt there from Ngarlum. Ngarlum, of course, one of JP's athletes that he will be taking to the 2021 Olympic Games in Tokyo.
Go back to Quebec to Rosalie for her second attempt. Par has been verified.
Second attempt here for Damas at 120.
And that's a
Yeah.
no lift.
No lift, and quite the big jump from 113 to 120 there. She really went for it. Let's see how she comes out in response. And Ngarlum technically really hasn't indicated
An increase in
an
her second
increase
attempt.
as a 121 kilo.
But you also said that this could be a competition
Yeah.
she's just tuning up for
Yeah.
before she leaves for Tokyo. We
No,
said
I
it's
still
about
expect that number to go
Oh,
up. But
absolutely.
yes, nonetheless, you're right.
because she's about, I think her best in competition is 134 kilos.
Yep. Definitely a really strong athlete in the clean and jerk here. And Emma steps up to 120. Fighting it a little bit out of the bottom position there, but able to
Good
collect herself
reset.
quite nicely.
I'll leave this one to the judges.
Well, that's a good lift. 3 white lights, say the judges. And as we look in, nearing the end of this F71, F81, and F sub 87 session, we now go to Ngarlum, who looks like there will be adding some weight onto that bar. They've decided to go up to 124 kilos. That sends us back to Dumas, who takes another 1 kilo increase, bought her some time in between lifts, and allows her to collect herself and put together a nice total here.
I guess that's one benefit, I guess, with the virtual meet.
Yep.
You almost get like a 4-minute rest if there's weight increase.
You can
Because in competition,
Yep.
you could potentially just be going after your previous lift. Let's see how she performs in her third attempt.
slow pull out of the bottom, but really sticks with this here.
She did save
Strong
that
legs
clean.
there. And unable to finish the push jerk there.
She will be credited with 113 kilos in her first attempt.
Yep.
This brings us back to Alberta for her third and final attempt, 123 kilos. Coach is just making sure that the appropriate and accurate weight is on the bar.
Yep.
I've seen or witnessed competitions where bar has been misloaded. Still successful lifts, but very uncomfortable if you're lifting that bar from the platform.
Yep. And Emma just pulls that to the hip and does not attempt to get under that on her last attempt, but a solid 98 and 120 to give her a 218 total and Canadian National Championship. And this will bring us back to Quebec, where we see Ngarlum with 124 kilos on the bar.
That's
Nice
a
clean
great clean.
Nice jerk too.
She's also another athlete that does not waste any time from
Nope.
the moment she stands up that clean, quick air and release. She's also one of those athletes that are just strong overhead. That does take her first place.
Yep, so Crystal is your F81 Canadian Senior Champion. All else is gravy at this point, but keep in mind that Crystal will be representing Canada at the Olympics in the 76 kilo category, as this serves as her last touch-up before the Olympic Games in Tokyo. And she is declared 128 kilos on the bar. And this will be the last lift of the session for our F71s, F81s, and F sub 87s.
Overall, I think that was a great session.
Yeah, great session. Another weight class being determined by the very last lift.
You know what? I'm correcting myself. All weekend, it's been a fabulous Canadian
Yep.
weightlifting championships.
Yeah, we've had a great time bringing you some real nail-biting sessions here, and this was no different.
And she's not taking her full 2 minutes, so
She seems poised and confident, ready to get after this 128 kilo lift. Very dynamic start.
great clean.
Nice bounce out of the bottom position. Great springs. And
Oh,
try to...
I think
really
that back foot
Yeah.
just got stuck.
Yeah. I was just going to say, it looked like she was trying to drag that foot through and really get her head through there. And that concludes our F71, F81, and F sub 87 session. Of course, Emma Friesen, the champion of the F87 pluses. You have Shania Bedward as her first Canadian Senior Championships, and actually wins in the F71 session. And of course, Crystal Ngarlum going to the Tokyo 2021 Olympic Games. Impressive performances along the board, and a lot of green on the board, of course. This is my last session here with you guys at the Canadian Senior Weightlifting Championships.
For real this time.
Yeah, for real this time. And Nikki will be taking you through the last session of the day with guest commentator, remote commentator Spencer Moorman. That should be another great session. Make sure you tune into that as well. But for myself and everybody else behind the scenes at the OWA headquarters, it's been a pleasure.
It's been a fantastic weekend of weightlifting. For those who've been watching since Friday, I believe there's been some incredible lifts from both male and female athletes. PRs have been made, snatch attempts, clean and jerk attempts, such wonderful lifts from many athletes all over Canada. Tonight, to end our weekend of weightlifting, joining with me this evening is our very own Spencer Moorman. He is a USA national team member. Spencer, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic, and it's a pleasure to be here to close out this weekend of Canadian Nationals.
I don't know if it's a coincidence, but you get to do the session of the male 109 and sub 109 session. How do you feel about that?
It's a little strange being on this side of the platform. Typically, I would find myself just like these other competitors, gearing up, having my warm-ups on, having my singlet on. So it's a little strange, but very exciting to be here. I'm very happy.
So let's go into depth a little bit with that. So you say it's a little weird to be on the back end of this because, correct me if I'm wrong, you've competed at the 105 weight class.
Yes, that's correct.
And the amount of experience that you've had, 20 years, maybe more of experience in the sport of weightlifting. If anyone that's listening right now, if you Google the name Spencer Moorman, it's such an iconic name in this sport. Not only the 20 years of experience in this sport, but you help grow the sport of weightlifting because you started at such a young age.
Yes, I started my weightlifting journey or career when I was just 8 years old. My father was my coach, and he had started as a football coach and got into the sport of weightlifting to help his athletes. And I have 3 older brothers, and so by the time I came around, I was practically saturated in chalk and barbells and kilos. So it's so with
you say that because in the sport of weightlifting, for those who are new to the sport, if you're not covered in chalk, chances are you're not doing it properly, right?
No, I can't imagine the amount of chalk I've inhaled over that amount of time.
Now, we have about 2 minutes before we start this session. Let's bring out some of your history with weightlifting. You grew into the Cal Strength environment for how many years? Can you clarify how many years you've been with them?
I got to Cal Strength in 2011 and was there right up until the 2016 Olympic trials.
And
so
you
I was
know
there
that
for about 5 years, a little over 5 years.
Okay, so you know a lot of the people that are tuning into this are probably trying to dig information about this history that you've had with Cal Strength, because there are some names like John North that you trained with.
Oh, John North, Donnie Schenkel. And even now, I got a brief interaction with the now Olympian Wes Kitts. He was kind of out the door while he was just coming in. It was a little bit of a transition point for me there. Another legendary coach, the late Glenn Pendelay, was there for the first 2 years that I was there and had a lot of my experience under Dave Spitz, who's the owner and head coach there now.
So just the small bits that we're getting from you, you've had so much experience. So definitely the sport is definitely not something new for you. So as we come into the male 109 session and the 109 plus, are there any names that stick out to you in this session? Is there anything that you're expecting from any of the athletes that are competing this evening?
Well, certainly the 2 names that come up right away are Mike Bensick and Quinn Everett. Those 2 big boys I've known around in the sport for a little while. Also Ryan Metal, he's also been around for, I think he's showed up to 11 Canadian national championships and has gotten some international experience. So there are some boys in this session that have putting up some really big numbers, gotten some international experience, and that is always worth mentioning and worth some respect. And and just notoriety on that part.
Absolutely, and I couldn't agree more. So we are starting off our session. I'm going to, for a lack of a better term, the big dog heat of the weekend of weightlifting for the Canadian Championships. This brings out our first athlete, Diego Such from British Columbia, opening at 111 kilos. We're noticing a little bit more of this wide grip and snatches over the past weekend, and that is a no lift for his first attempt. Spencer, what do you think you saw there?
Maybe just some competition nerves. That first lift is always the hardest one to get onto the book. So he looked like he had it like in the bag, maybe just like a little nervous, cut the pull a little short, left it out in front. So hopefully we'll see him coming back on his second attempt and nail that.
Absolutely. And I think, being one of the last athletes competing tonight, I would be pretty nervous or maybe a little more excited because we're closing up this competition. The last names that everyone's going to hear is your name. So you might be right about that.
Mm-hmm. As one of the guys who would be in the session, you're just kind of waiting in the wings until it finally comes to game day. And by that point, you've already watched all of your teammates compete. You've watched them step onto the platform and you are just chomping at the bit waiting. So the anticipation is at an all-time high for these guys.
So you competed as a 105 athlete, and you mentioned previously that you'd be in the warm-up area getting ready. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. You probably wouldn't be touching the bar yet.
I get a little sneak peek here of like Quinn Everett, and I'm kind of if I was competing, he would be the guy that I would have my eyes set on and trying to rattle him a little bit, putting my game face on.
You know what? I wouldn't expect anything less from you, to be honest. Oh, that's a great save as he stayed at the bottom a little bit. He was being a little more patient, I think, and that's very important in a snatch, I find. Definitely a good lift. Do you think he'll go up, stay in the one increment?
Well, I gotta say, like he made the correct adjustments there, just like you said, Nikki. Like he settled into that bottom position, didn't rush out of it. So hopefully we see maybe like a 3 or 5 kilo increase on that.
Now, this actually is his first Canadian Senior Championships, so I think you might be right about the whole nerves thing in his first attempt.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing that he's a little young gun, born in 2000. So this is another exciting thing to see a couple of these young guys get out there on that first national platform. It's a big moment and a big accomplishment for those guys.
So Diego wants more weight. So this will bring out a new athlete, Jesse Campbell from British Columbia, starting at 115 for his opener.
We have quite a few of these British Columbia guys showing up with a full squad. This is exciting.
Considering in the situation we've been in, I couldn't agree more with you.
Yeah, that's very fortunate for those guys to have a whole team qualify and have that environment. That was a big thing with the Cal Strength environment, was like competition and the will to win was a big priority.
And that's a no lift.
Unfortunate. Hopefully he can make this similar adjustment and kind of slow down that first pull things into control a little bit.
You talked about the environment that they're in right now. How is that going for you, considering where we are, we've been on this lockdown, no lockdown, and from what I know, you've been training at home. How is that like?
It's very tough. Weightlifting is already a hard, solitary sport. It could be incredibly monotonous. So at the moment, I'm just trying to be as patient as I can and take advantage of like the little opportunities that do show up for me to train with somebody, or to have like one of my clients, Patrick Boileau, who comes down from Sudbury every once in a while. And so like those moments are like incredibly valuable. I think that we've all learned that from now, from this time in COVID.
For sure. And from what I know too, your partner is quite entertaining. So I couldn't even imagine the way your training sessions are, because you both come out in bright colors of like outfits. It's like you guys are almost trying to outdress each other, and you live in the same house.
Absolutely. That competitive spirit doesn't leave the platform, I'll tell you that. Everything's everything's a little bit of a competition, from how well we lift and how often, to even who has the more glam outfit.
I know she's listening to this.
Here's Jesse Campbell on his second attempt. Here we go, Jesse.
We'll see what the judges say about that right elbow.
Certainly
Fortunately,
was
it's
a
a
more
no
cleaned
lift.
up attempt.
Now, there might be something else going on there that we can't really tell, we might not know about. Spencer, have you yourself, I mean, in the amount of experience you've been in this sport, have you experienced any type of injury or anything that's held you back from maybe a snatch or a clean and a jerk?
Certainly, you spend the amount of years that I have in this sport, you do not go unscathed. That the barbell is an incredible teacher, and can humble you at best of times. And it looks like Jesse might be experiencing like some shoulder impingement, and he has like lots of speed, lots of power, and he's probably relying on that to get him through this competition right now.
This brings back Diego for his third and final attempt at 115. I think that lift looked better than his second attempt. He looked more confident.
I was going to say that was
lift.
the best. Absolutely. I was going to say that is the best snatch that he has done today, without a doubt. That was very, very great note to end on for that young guy.
Now we're hoping to see Jesse come back and make this lift. He does need a snatch to total.
Mm-hmm. So in the snatch, you get 3 attempts. Well, in the sport of weightlifting, 3 attempts in the snatch, 3 attempts in the clean and jerk, taking the best lift of those 2 and making them into a total. So if you don't make one of those 3 attempts, then you do not get to submit a total for the day.
We've seen a few lifters that have experienced that this weekend, or vice versa, with the snatch or the clean and jerk. It is unfortunate, but I guess that is the sport of weightlifting. So Jesse is calling elbows in this lift.
He must have felt that last one was good and is just clarifying to the judges with that elbow point.
And that's a good lift.
And there it is. There it is.
I like the way
great.
you used the word clarification, because maybe sometimes that's all it takes, because maybe that's how he trains. Maybe that's where his extension goes. Like you say, or from what I know, 20 years of experience in weightlifting. That's more than half my age. I'm publicly saying that live. So you've seen different techniques. You've seen those bad fails and whatnot. So I know you're very familiar with these types of lifts.
Yeah, and yeah, certainly you see a lot of different styles of how a person can get the bar overhead. And that's one thing that I really love about the sport of weightlifting, is that it is kind of an expression of your body. And when you step onto that platform, it's just you and the bar. And it's up to you of how to get that thing over your head. And, at the end of the day, it's those 3 white lights. And if you get them, however, then, you did your job.
It's always that competition between you and the barbell.
Exactly.
That's a great first attempt by Robin from Quebec with a 128 kilo snatch.
That is one of the best feelings in weightlifting, is coming out from that warm-up room, stepping out onto the platform and nailing that first snatch. Bunch of nerves just kind of like flood off your back, and you're like, okay, I got 1 on the board.
And that's what matters, right?
Yeah, if you can at least get 2 on the board, and you can walk away with some kind of victory.
Now, is it the same feeling also too in the clean and jerk? I think even though you do make that first snatch, you still have to make your first clean and jerk.
Exactly. I always found that in this situation, it's a little different, because for most of these guys, the warm-up platform is also the competition platform. And just on a visual sense, when you step out from that tight, closed quarters warm-up area into that big open platform, it can kind of like rattle your depth perception a little bit. You have that spotlight on you. And so it's a very different and very big adjustment to make.
This brings out Thomas for his first attempt at 130 kilos. Again, from that same gym from British Columbia.
That was a fantastic lift. I would hope to see him make a 5 kilo increase on that. There's lots of room for him to go up there.
The technique was pretty meticulous, I thought, too, in that lift.
We were fortunate to catch a few of his warm-ups, and they did not change from that first attempt, which is great to see. Good consistency.
We have a new athlete coming from Alberta, Max, with his first attempt also taking 130 kilos. A lot of these athletes, I'm noticing that wide grip. I think it has, maybe you can confirm that whole height thing it might have to do with. I'm 4'11", so my depth doesn't go very far, and that is a no lift.
That might be, well, certainly like in this session, you're going to see a lot more wider grip from these big boys. Certainly like with a broader stance, wider hips, bigger back, they got to find some room for those arms.
And I mean, you're speaking out of experience, because you've competed at, maybe 4 kilos under this weight class. You know that, like you mentioned, you're up on this platform in front of a big crowd. We'll get into that a little bit more, but we know, or many of the people that are watching or listening right now, they know your history in this sport.
If they know my history, then they also know that I used to compete as a super heavy for pretty much all of my youth and junior and my early senior lifting career. I was one of the big boys, and if you want to lift big, then you got to eat big. And certainly as I made my way down into the 105s, yeah, still do. And I think that one will stay as they
and
when they rearrange the weight classes.
That is amazing.
And here we go, second attempt for Max. That first one looked just a little insecure overhead, so hopefully makes that adjustment, tightens up in that catch.
kind of looked like his first lift, but that one probably looked a little more controlled as soon as he got under it.
I thought so too. He less aggressive off the floor, which doesn't always serve you in the best way in the snatch. One of the things that my old teammate Rob Blackwell would say is that you can't do the snatches angry. There's a bit more finesse. You got to love it a little bit, show it a bit more respect.
It's kind of like food. You have to have a good relationship with food, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I had to reestablish my relationship with food when I moved down into the 105s.
Oh, I can't wait to hear about that.
That was quite a journey, and really like for the best. Had lots of little Polish voices like in my ear telling me that I was not a super heavy.
But strong, powerful, again, very memorable in the weightlifting community, as we are very fortunate to have you here in Canada with us now.
Watching all this is making me a little bummed that I'm not
You're not
in
there.
this session. Yeah, which I knew I was going to have that feeling.
What a great lift.
Yeah. Love seeing like these big athletic boys. It's just such a talent and such a rarity to get down to that squat in good overhead positions.
And considering the height of these athletes too, from what I can see, I don't know if it might the camera from where they are, but it looks like he's almost very close to the ceiling, which I'm a little nervous about, but they clearly measured that. But like you said, a lot of these athletes are taller, they're bigger, they're throwing a massive amount of weight overhead. The last thing I need to see is a broken ceiling.
I think that was an issue with one of Quinn's garage gyms, is that he had to cut holes in the roof for the weights, so that way when he did a jerk, he still had enough room.
If that's not dedication, I don't know what is.
Yeah, a weightlifter. I mean, you'll be creative. You got to be a little creative because, again, weightlifting is such a demanding sport, and once you kind of get bit by that bug, it's not letting you go, and so you'll find ways to make it work.
So people that are listening to this, in order to get into this sport, you need a barbell, set of weights, and a chainsaw just to make things work.
Just in case.
Just in case.
I mean, you might want a squat rack too, but you can.
If you can clean it, you can squat it,
something
right?
Else. Exactly.
I think
that
this
was
athlete he's asking for more weight. There's a little bit of a delay, so there might be going back with weight here.
A little dance. I always thought that the back room of a competition was probably one of the more exciting places to watch a competition from. You get a little bit you get to see from the board a bit more of the dance and the competition side of things, whether when you're a spectator, you're just kind of like watching the platform and you may not understand like what's happening, why the weights are changing, but these guys are clearly competing with each other. They clearly know what's going on, and it's just a battle between kind of tactics and strategy of who can outmaneuver who.
As you say that, we have Ryan from Alberta with his first attempt at 135 kilos.
Definitely one of the more experienced athletes in this field.
If I'm not mistaken, am I seeing sunglasses? I can't tell. I might be looking at a reflection or something, but that is the first I've ever seen.
You know what? I think you're right. I think you were right there.
That is definitely new to me.
I mean, that's a first. I've seen that here on the Canadian page. And here's Mike Bensick for his first attempt at 135 kilos.
What an easy opener. Mike, that is a joke.
Yeah.
Put some weight on
Buttery.
that bar.
Exactly. I would be really happy to see Mike get like 3 plates on the bar, hitting that iconic 145.
For sure. Stop fooling your viewers. We know you could lift a little bit more weight than that. Nice warm-up
I
weight
know.
you got there, Mike.
Mm-hmm. That looked like a warm-up.
Totally did.
Warm-up.
This brings out Thomas for his second attempt at 100. Another athlete taking 135 kilos.
And just as predicted, that 5 kilo jump.
It didn't hurt him. I think it was a great lift. He looks solid at the catch.
Great decision there of like making that 5 kilo jump. Still looks very comfortable in that weight. And we are right on the heels of that 300-pound mark. So here's the second attempt for Ryan. That first one looked, well, he just looked too strong. So
Unfortunately, that's a no lift as he misses out in front. What do you think as a experienced lifter, experienced competitor, and USAW team member? How do you think he's feeling right now? What do you think is going through his mind as he has not made any lifts in the snatch portion?
I've definitely been in this situation before. And if this was me, I would be, obviously your back's against the wall. And one of the best things to kind of be is to just be aware of your situation. You don't want to forget about the first 2 opportunities that kind of like went by you. And you had 1 lift behind, 1 lift in front. If this was me, I'm going to say, you know what? It's the Goldilocks theory. We're going to get this third one in the middle.
We will
Try to be
definitely
like
see him.
trying to turn my mind on the positive side to make that third lift.
For sure, we will see him back hitting that third attempt as this athlete from Alberta makes his third and final attempt. I think that was a great lift. He looks really happy with that.
There we go. 3 white lights. Another great way to end that snatch portion. Like with a miss, make it on your second, move up on your third to nail that. Now you just kind of get to have the fun of being done with snatches.
And you know what? All weekend we've been talking about what did I want to see in this competition is fun. This is all about fun. I hope Ryan makes this lift. We would like to see him make a successful lift. He does need a lift to make a total. So clearly that weight is not a struggle for him because that looked easy.
That looked like how it should have been done on the first attempt. I've seen Ryan snatch 150, maybe 155 kilos before. So maybe he kind of took that weight a little for granted on those first 2 attempts and kind of just had to pull himself in his lane to make that third attempt.
And sometimes it could be a little nerve-wracking too after you miss your first 2 lifts. I think you almost have to shut your mind off coming to the third lift. And this brings out Robin for his third attempt at 137 kilos.
Right at that 300-pound mark.
What a great lift.
Amazing. Waiting for that down signal. And I think that's our first lifter to go 3 for 3 in the snatches. Incredible job. Incredible job.
You know what? I like that. I appreciate that the coach was kind of right in front of the camera, almost in front of the athlete to let him know, don't put the barbell down yet. Let me tell you and go.
Yeah, you know what? You're always going to trust the people in your corner more than the people like sitting in front of you. No offense to any of the judges out there, but if I hear my coach like telling me down and I've already got the sound signal, I'm gonna wait to hear that from that familiar voice in the back.
for sure. This brings out Thomas for his third and final attempt at 138 kilos. There was a bit of a delay, and we know that being in this setting could almost turn your lift down, but I think that by majority rules, he did get a good lift out of that. But you were briefly mentioning the situation we're in right now, and like you said, that down signal. We had a lot of lifters out in Quebec that were holding this barbell over their head for like 5 seconds. So I totally understand where you're coming from. But again, no offense to the coaches. It's just what we're used to.
Yeah.
Just misses the snatch in front. I think he's capable of this weight.
Yes, for sure. I've seen Mike snatch 140 kilos plenty of times. This is right around that point where technically like things may start to break down for Mike. I think his best snatches are right around 150 kilos. Well, I'm a little surprised at that. Judging by how easy and routine that opener looked, I would have thought 140 would be in the bag.
I agree with you because he's a strong athlete.
That's for sure. So I think we're going to keep with Mike on these next two attempts, and then we'll have Quinn, the final athlete of the snatch portion. This snatch session has gone by fairly quick. We only have 8 athletes in this session. There's been a lot of makes, which has been really good to see.
We were talking about that this weekend, how usually majority of the time that the snatches tend to be more successful because we always tend to go a little more heavier in the clean and jerk, and we always go for that big number. How do you feel that being in this side of, not competing as a 105 athlete, do you wish being there right now?
I do, but I'm very, very happy about like my decision of kind of like staying a bit out right now. When COVID initially hit, I was making plans to be on this stage in this situation, and then when everything was kind of like being taken away, I was like, you know what, I can take my foot off the gas pedal, and because I'm here. Let's watch Mike.
There
we go.
I knew it.
Amazing.
That was so easy.
Yeah. I think Mike's kicking himself a little bit for missing that second attempt at 140. I think he would have liked to have gone 145. Judging by that smile on his face, yeah, I think that's about right.
That he has been around for nationals. I think this is his 8th time being on the nationals platform. So he is experienced in this sport.
And he's pretty consistent at getting that 140 kilo snatch mark. I rarely see him dip under that.
So we have our last athlete for the snatch portion, Quinn Everett from Nova Scotia, with his first attempt at 155 kilos. That he did save that lift. I don't think there was anything wrong with the extension on that. So, yep, it's a good lift.
Yeah, we get 3 white lights on that. Again, that first lift on the platform is always the hardest. That was great to see Quinn kind of just like shake off the nerves, get that one on the board. He actually sent me a video not too long ago of him attempting a 160 snatch for a double.
Wow.
So, yeah. I'm like happy to see like that 155, get it out of the way. Hopefully we could see, a 5 kilo jump at that 160 mark, and then, let the dog run loose for that third attempt.
For sure. I think his best in competition is 160 kilos. So it would be definitely something to witness if he does hit over that number. And from what I can see here, he's won nationals in 2018. He's competed at the Las Vegas International Open. He's got other competitions on his profile, so he's very capable of being a competitor in this sport. But we probably know that he's not going to take one. Oh, like I knew it. He will be taking 160.
There it is. There it is. Quinn, despite his numbers, is actually like pretty new to the sport. So it's funny for me to say that as he's like putting 160 kilos on, but I believe he's been in the sport for maybe 5 years, and you know, you do your most amount of like improvement in those first 5 years, and you probably gain the most amount of maybe like experience there. Like a lot of those experiences are very new, you know. So Quinn's still kind of learning as an athlete of like getting these numbers and trying to get that ball rolling.
For sure. And I think this sport too, there's always something to learn, and we're always learning something in every session that we have. And even despite the situation we're in, if we're training, we're hoping for always like a good solid training session. And we're seeing his second attempt at 160 kilos. And that's a good lift.
Much better lift. I think you just need to put some more weight on the bar.
It's always the answer I find. Put more weight, more weight. Coach, I want more weight.
Just send it. Put some more weight on the bar.
So we have 2 minutes before he takes his third and final attempt. Now we're gonna touch a little bit about this clean and jerk American record we were talking about earlier today, or earlier in our session, and you said that record stays because of the weight changes.
Yeah, which I wasn't sure if that was going to change, because sometimes when they reevaluate weight classes, they'll just create a standard and you know, I'm really not sure why my record ended up like staying in those books. But to see it like when that initially happened, and I still saw my name next to that American record of 204 kilos as a junior athlete, I was like, well, I'll be pretty happy when I see that broken, but that might take a while.
Just so in case anybody heard that was a kind warning that Spencer has this record.
Well, there's a interesting, like, well, maybe not interesting, but just like a funny circumstance where my coach Glenn, he had the athlete who had broken that record before, Caleb Ward, held it at 203 kilos, and then a year later, here I come under the same coach. And it was on my very last meet, very last lift as a junior athlete, last attempt to try to break that record.
You stole his thunder. That's basically what it is. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Now, I mean, you said he did was it 170?
No, he attempted 160 for a double. He made the first one and was very close on that second attempt. I think it's only a matter of time before we see Quinn put 170 kilos on the bar, and to see him kind of drill that. That seems to be the road that he's on. So the more competition experience, the more times he puts that weight on the bar, he's eventually going to make it.
For sure. And then usually sometimes we tend to add a few more kilos in our last attempt just so that we could say, you know what, I did it in competition and not in just training. Now, just for those people that are tuning in to this portion of our competition, you've mentioned the name Glenn. His full name is Glenn William Penley III, who is a American level 5 weightlifting coach, and he has the highest accreditation of the Olympic weightlifting coaches in the United States of America. And you mentioned that you were coached under him. How long? What was that like? Just to give our listeners a touch of what that experience was like.
Wow. Well, Glenn absolutely holds a very close place in my heart, because he took a big chance on me my first experience with Glenn was when I had made the junior world team and traveled to Bulgaria for that competition. And Glenn was just very different, very unique from all the other coaches I had in my life up to that point. And he was just kind of like this big bear of a man, and you kind of underestimated his weightlifting knowledge just by his appearance, maybe, and by that hard Southern drawl that he had. But then once you start kind of talking to Glenn, and his ball starts to roll on weightlifting, and your mind is just blown away. And every time I stepped into that gym under Glenn, it was kind of a question mark, because Glenn had an individual idea and plan for just about everybody, and everybody was kind of looking towards Glenn as the ringleader in that circus of Cal Strength. But
Needless
it was
to say, though, it sounds to me that he's a legend in this sport of weightlifting.
Absolutely. The Muscle Driver USA, it kind of started from, a small, it started by Glenn just making barbells in his own garage, and ended up turning into, a rival business up next to Rogue. And same with the Penley shoes and barbell. I still see those represented today, and they kind of rings back so much nostalgia for me under those days training under Glenn.
That sounds, I'm pretty sure there's more to it in that experience, but it sounds like a phenomenal experience. And it's great that we get to hear your side versus reading stuff online, because sometimes that stuff can be very misleading. So hearing it from you definitely is reassuring. And it is very unfortunate that we lose these iconic legends in a sport that many people are either really familiar with or not familiar with. But thank you for sharing that with us. We will take a break before our clean and jerk portion, and that would be the last part of this session. Ooh. Welcome back to the final part of our weightlifting competition this weekend. We are ending off this weekend with clean and jerks from the male 109 and 109 plus athletes. Joining with me to end this weekend is Spencer Mormon. Spencer, how do you feel about the clean and jerks with the big dogs of this weekend? You know, speaking of experience, and you know what it's like. Tell me a little bit about the athletes and the clean and jerk part of this.
So there was a saying that we threw around at Cal Strength, and it was snatch what you can and clean and jerk what you must. And certainly being one of these guys that, you know, you're kind of lean into that clean and jerk portion a little bit more. You got a little bit more weight to throw into that bar. It's a little bit more, typically that's going to be more in your strong suit. You know, so this is where you kind of, you get a little longer leash, or you just let that dog off the leash and say, run boy.
Well, I can't wait to see what these dogs have in their system to end this session. Starting off this session, we have Diego coming with his first attempt at 141 kilos from BC.
Yeah, this is exciting already, kind of passing that 300-pound mark. I got to say that, you know, just being the American in the room, using those freedom units. But that's a very big milestone once you kind of hit that 300-pound mark. That weight doesn't move itself, and you got to put a little something into it to get it to go.
Well, we started this clean and jerk portion, and your face kind of lit up like, here we go. We're watching these guys lift a ton of weight.
Oh yeah, well, both of the American records I broke were in the clean and jerk, so I get a little extra excited.
That's a solid clean from Diego. And from what I can see, that jerk, there was nothing wrong with that jerk.
Yeah, that should deserve like 3 white lights, and it does. Great way to turn things around. It's a great feeling to be like that first person out, to get those 3 white lights, starting the session off on a make. It just kind of like builds the momentum from there.
So you mentioned there's 3 white lights, so there are 3 judges in a competition. Now, you've been on this big stage before. Does it matter at how many people are watching you, or does it really just feel like those 3 judges are the only ones watching you lift?
You know, so another one of these like isms that I got from Cal Strength, and it was like, if you want to watch a sport of man versus man, watch wrestling. If you want to see a sport that is like man versus himself, watch weightlifting.
I love that.
So it definitely like helps, and it provides a greater, bigger atmosphere, obviously, when there's people around. That's why I was saying it's very fortunate for all these British Columbia guys to have that cohesiveness in that gym. But, you know, that shouldn't change anything as far as like your mentality of how to approach the bar, because again, it's just you. When you step onto that platform, it's just you there. You have a job to do. So it's nice when there's people around, but it shouldn't really change much.
I guess especially if you've been doing this for, I guess, a couple years even.
A couple decades.
Well, not you particularly. I mean, these athletes that are coming into their first nationals, that maybe they need a little bit of that extra vibe of encouragement and, you know, that hype squad, if you will.
Oh, it makes a big difference. That was one of the great things about being in the gym that I was, is that like you had your crew that was going to be, you know, there for you, whether you're having a good day or a bad day. And when you show up to meets like this and it's still the same people, you know, that's more of an advantage to you.
clean looks just like his first one. Fortunately, that lift will be turned down because it is an incomplete lift, but I think he'll come back and attempt that same lift, maybe more.
You know, if I was his coach, I might be saying to repeat this. That lift looked, you know, there looked like there might have been like some kind of like mobility issues in that rack position. So that might have left his jerk out in front. Again, hopefully we can see some corrections there and just extend a bit more vertically on that drive, not cutting it short, not trying to dip underneath that too soon.
Now, we touched base on the adjustment or the shift change a little bit with where you're at, particularly right now, because you used to be this competitive weightlifter. I think you made or tried to compete to qualify for the Olympics, did the Grand Prix in Russia, I believe, but now you're in this different role. You are a coach. From anyone that knows this sport, you coach one of the youngest athletes in the world.
You know, it's certainly been an adjustment, and I'm at the point in my lifting career, which is the kind of like the end tail of that, where I know that like my days of lifting at a high level and maybe being in a position to make international teams, like those opportunities aren't going to come as frequently as they used to. So that's certainly like an adjustment that I think that any lifter coming to that point in their career, or really any athlete, you have to maybe let go of a little bit of that ego drive to still be a part and to contribute to a sport that you love.
We'll come back to that as this athlete attempts his third and final lift. Strong.
A little more
again.
Something on that clean. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
Much better
amazing
executed.
Lift.
Wow. Yeah, he just stayed a little bit more tighter in that rack position. Drove a bit more and a bit longer with his legs. He was limping off the platform.
Little bit. I noticed that too. Not sure what happened there, because I don't know if maybe he hit his knee in that previous lift.
Ooh, well, that would certainly change things.
Absolutely.
You know, again, that barbell. That barbell is unforgiving.
But it's you against the bar, so who's really controlling the barbell?
Yeah. One of my old teammates, Nicole Lim, she would say that the barbell always has a perfect day. It always has a perfect day. It's going to do exactly what you tell it to.
So this athlete is calling for elbows again in his first attempt.
That seemed to serve him really well on his third attempt in the snatch. So it's smart that he's coming up in his first attempt in the clean jerk and pointing that out.
For sure. I mean,
very
he
nice
didn't struggle
clean.
in that clean. Yep.
Now that's interesting. I wonder, well, gets a majority decision, 2-1. I'm sure he's a little relieved at that. You know, one of the
Yeah.
tricks of the trade is to always sell your lift. You always make it. You know,
Right.
in your mind, you're always making it.
You smile as soon as you lift that thing over your head. You put a smile on your face and walk out like you know you hit that until they say 3 reds. And then you're like, oh, no.
You might even be like, what? How could
Exactly.
you? How could you?
Now, are you speaking from experience?
I've definitely had to like work my way to sell a lift or two. Doesn't always work, but you know, when it does, you're just kind of like you're a little proud of yourself.
For sure. You're like, okay, let's not do that again.
Yeah, you're like kind of wiping the sweat off.
For
It's like,
sure.
all right,
Now,
well,
you corrected me when you said you've been around for decades. So for those who've not been familiar with Spencer Mormon, if you Google his name, he does not look the way he does, or the way he did when he was a junior. So let's not, like, again, the internet could be very deceiving. So don't believe what you guys see on the internet until you actually know, if you're viewing this live, this is what Spencer Mormon looks like. And he did attempt and make these American records and junior records. So please, like, this is an incredible experience for us to have you here. So it is very entertaining to hear your experience being an American, because we have all majority Canadian listeners in this competition.
You know what? I gotta say, like, this is an experience in and of itself, and I'm very happy to be here, very happy to be on this side of the platform. And, you know, I'm having a ton of fun right now. You know, I love the sport of weightlifting. It's given so many opportunities to me to travel and to see the world, to meet people. And, you know, to be in this position is like one of the least that I could do, you know.
Absolutely. And it's fairly new to all of us, since this is not really our normal setting in a competition, as Jesse walks up to attempt his second lift. And that's a no lift. What do you think happened there?
You know, that seemed like there was a little grip and rip style, and not necessarily anticipating or being ready to catch that bar. There's obviously plenty of pull, plenty of strength there. And I think just kind of having a bit more like confidence to rack and stand, being ready to catch that weight, ready to stand it up, and not allowing that bar to push around.
For sure.
So,
I mean, it's his third attempt. We always say sometimes in the clean and jerk, you like to lift your heaviest or lift more than your previous lift. So we'll see. And I'm pretty sure he'll come out confident in this third attempt.
yeah, it would not surprise me if some of these athletes who might end up in this position might just like go up 1 kilo or 2 kilos just to psychologically get out of that mindset of attempting a weight that you just missed and maybe attempting a new weight. That was a pretty like strong strategy for myself. Like, I hated taking a weight that I had just, you know, very similar to this, had plenty of pull, mistimed that catch a little bit, got spit out, and I'm just kind of kicking myself for it. So
Again,
it would be a pretty common for me to just go up 1.
For sure. And for those, if you don't remember, this is his first Canadian Championships.
I think this is the smarter decision here, though. Repeat it and get it on the board.
Right.
Ooh.
And that's a no lift. So he will be credited with his first attempt at 150 kilos. That leaves him with a 265 total. This will bring out Thomas for his first attempt, coming from British Columbia.
You know, for these athletes who are showing up for their first time, really that's kind of like just the big goal, is to make as many lifts as you can, put up a total, try to enjoy your experience, and just have fun. You know, like, that's probably not the day that he wanted, but it is a day that he's going to walk away with, you know, earning himself a total, being able to participate in the competition. That's
Absolutely
what really matters.
I feel like he's really getting that belt snug. I like that, when you just put it at the last hole or really tighten that belt.
I've had to get used to lifting with the belt for many years. I did not like lifting with equipment, particularly a belt. It felt like it just kind of got in the way. And that was a really easy clean for Thomas.
And an easy jerk. What a great lift.
Yeah, this kid's kind of impressing me so far. looks like he's put some time into the lifts. Like certainly you don't get above like 300-pound snatch, and he's in a 160 area. You might push to that 170, maybe break that threshold of a 300 kilo total. That's a point where you've definitely had to like put in some time and kind of like earn that total.
There is another athlete asking for 165 kilos for his first attempt from Alberta. And that's a power clean. I don't think there's anything wrong with that lift.
No, that was fantastic. And if anybody caught my face on that, my eyebrows just kind of went to like the top of my forehead. I was not expecting that. That's a pretty big power clean, guys. That is a pretty big power clean, and that's a statement move coming out on your first attempt and doing a power clean. That is a statement right there. Certainly, he is kind of making himself like known with those shades on, power clean his first attempt.
Has nothing to do with vision, just coming there with a power clean with his first attempt.
Yeah, he might be showing up with a little more aggression in these clean and jerks, because I'm sure he's probably like feeling like he still had something left after those snatches.
Absolutely. Thomas with his second attempt from British Columbia, 165 kilos. And just kind of spat him out there a little bit. I'm not sure. It didn't look the same from his first attempt, because I know he made a 5-kilo jump.
Yeah, he looked like he just kind of like pulled up a little too soon on that. For these guys who are showing up for their first big competition, even though it's a remote competition, it's still your first experience competing at a nationals, and so like each lift might feel a little different. And if it's a lift that you're attempting for the first time, you're trying to override all those panic buttons to say just get under it as fast as you can. So that looked like just like a little excitement there, trying to put a little extra something and kind of leaving it out in front.
We hope to see him hit that weight on his third attempt, as this athlete comes out with 168 kilos for his first attempt.
Which would also mean that that Thomas is moving up for his third attempt. So maybe he feels like he has some extra, has something in there.
That's a great clean. Great fight on that clean.
Mm-hmm.
No issues with that jerk.
Excellent weightlifting here. Excellent weightlifting. Man, that is a big boy. It's sometimes like that is a big boy. Oh, man. I feel
I'm
like
sure people have said that about you.
I am like small on the big scale.
I mean, from when you were a junior at their age, decades ago, as you said earlier. He is pretty tall, though.
Yeah. One of the most humbling things that has ever happened to me was showing up to a weightlifting camp at the Olympic Training Center. And there's some junior athletes, there's the senior team. And one of the kids recognizes me from the Cal Strength page and just goes, "Oh, wow, like you're like a normal sized person." It was such a and it's this junior lifter. I'm like, "Kid,
you don't even know.
Go to the back. Go to the back." Here's Thomas on his third attempt, moving up.
So he definitely knew he could lift that.
Mm-hmm.
And a powerful jerk yet again So I wonder what happened in that second attempt. I mean, he asked for more weight. He got 3 white lights, so could have just been a minor error, like you said.
Yeah, he looked like he wanted like some more there, and like made a great adjustment to just handle that weight. Man, I'm like, sometimes you gotta settle. Sometimes you gotta settle just to put up the best total that you can to be competitive. That was a very smart decision, and like really great job by Thomas there to nail down that third attempt after that second miss.
For sure, we have Max at 170 kilos for his first attempt. Ooh, just slightly out front. I think he's capable of that weight, though.
Absolutely. I feel like just like those snatches, you're trying to make all these lifts look fast and strong, like you can show that you have a lot more in the tank, and sometimes that can get the better of you. I'm sure Max has, plenty more weight in him.
Absolutely. So he actually placed 7th in the IWF Youth World Online Cup, and he's been the 2-time junior national champion.
Wow. That's great for him to already have gotten like some of that international experience, particularly as a junior. Those are big accomplishments. And it's definitely like a real kind of shift as you go from like those junior rankings into a senior category. That was one of the reasons why I moved down into a lighter weight class, because it was again, I was one of the big boys, but I was not the biggest boy. So it's very different, like going from like a junior category where you could be a big fish in a small pond, and then you're just another big fish in an even bigger pond, and you really got something to prove.
Here is Robin for his second attempt, lifting out of Quebec with 172 kilos.
Now that looks like a better clean.
I think so too. Now the jerk, though, there might be something. I don't know. I'm going to leave this one to the judges. Yes. So there might be a slight infraction from our angle, the right elbow. There could have been a slight press out.
Yeah. So didn't want to say something too soon, because again, you're not quite sure like what the judges are going to see, but a little elbow bobble kind of gets them.
Now, in this situation, would you just stay, we had some athletes previously just stay at that weight? Would you, as if you were his coach, would you move up? Would you take that 1 kilo increment?
That's a tough question, because I don't know Robin. So depending on like his strong suits, if this was me in that situation and it was one of my coaches, we might be looking at jumping up a kilo, because like I've had like a pretty strong, consistent jerk, and that was a fantastic clean. So if you're feeling, if I was Robin's coach, I might go up, another kilo or 2, just to kind of get out of that mindset that you're about to take a lift, and you want the novelty of like attempting a new weight.
For sure.
But most times when you see that little elbow bobble, that's typically just a timing issue. So hopefully Robin can just like clean that up a little bit, come out with that same strong clean, and just execute a little more.
I mean, that's a lot of weight to be lifting from the ground to the rack position and then putting it over your head.
Definitely. Right at this 170 kilo mark is a weight that I've heard it from guys who have clean and jerked 230 kilos, where once they get to 170, they kind of have to try hard.
That looked pretty easy.
There's
to
that
him.
strong clean.
I think that jerk was a lot better than his second attempt.
There we go. Majority decision, 2-1. Walks away with a good lift. He looked like he was just able to kind of put himself in a little bit longer split, give himself a little bit more time to get under that bar. Great job. Great job.
This will bring out Ryan for his second attempt at 175 kilos, lifting out of Alberta.
And Nikki, we just got some information that Ryan is nearly blind, hence the sunglasses. So they are prescription. It's not just a fashion statement.
I mean, I think that could be something that we should take into consideration, that, you know, there's different types of athletes in this sport, and even the slightest, you know, impairment, you could still lift the way these athletes are lifting, and it doesn't stop him from lifting 3 reds on each side of the bar. So, you know, I'm even more excited to see him power clean his second attempt.
I was going to say, you think he's going to power clean this one?
I don't know. Should we put
We'll
money
see.
on this? What do you think?
No, I'm saying he goes into the squat.
Oh, you called
There we
that.
go.
The
Now,
clean
just looked like it
definitely
was a
was
little-
not. Go ahead.
It looked like a little too tense in that front rack position. A little too much tension, pushing into the bar a bit too soon. Maybe that's what caused him to move it forward a bit.
I mean, he didn't struggle with the clean at all. So even if he had to change it from a power clean to a full clean, we'd definitely like to see him come back and hit that weight.
Absolutely. I think Ryan has has like all the experience he needs to kind of come back and make that adjustment to make that lift on his third attempt. Now, is Max moved up after that miss on his first attempt?
He did.
That looked like an easier clean.
Ooh, I'm not sure.
Oh, well, there's plenty of room.
And that
3
lift,
reds.
I'm only going to base my opinion. There could be because of that lag. I don't know if that was what you experienced on your end, but there might have been a lag from that movement in this virtual setting. It is unfortunate that is a part of the sport right now, and what we deal with in the virtual setting, that if the judges cannot see you complete the lift, it will be turned down. Because from what I saw, I don't think there was an elbow bend or anything, but
No, I didn't see that either. And what we see here is that there's a taped off area for these athletes. So that's a smaller platform that they're lifting on, but there's a designated taped off area that would simulate a competition sized platform.
And that's a no lift. So he will be credited with 165 kilos, which was his opening attempt. So we are back to Max for his final attempt. He needs this lift to have a total in the competition.
These are do or die moments. Certainly, again, not the ones you kind of want to be in, but I always think that like weightlifting is more of it's not character building, but character revealing. And these are where, you know, your character kind of like has to show up, and you as an athlete kind of have to make a decision of making a lift.
So this lift is actually his best clean and jerk ever. So he will match his PR lift.
This certainly makes more things are on the line for him now.
Absolutely.
A little bit of pride. Yeah, a little bit of pride on the line.
Easy clean.
Oh,
What an amazing jerk.
I
And
am
that's
just
a
on
great
pins and needles.
lift.
Yes. There we go.
His coaches and teammates look just as happy as he does.
I'm certainly relieved. Like that is, you never
That was
want
a
to see an athlete bomb out, but that was certainly like great to see him just kind of like show up for himself, get a lift in, tie his PR, still end on a big note.
and this is his first Canadian championships. So congratulations. Here's Mike for his opening attempt at 185 kilos.
Yeah, the seasoned veteran.
It's a solid opener from Mike.
Excellent lift in. The clean and jerk portion is certainly Mike's wheelhouse. So I kind of hope to see him break over that 190 area. And I've seen Mike clean and jerk 200 kilos several times. I don't know if we'll get there today based on his opener, but with some of these big boys, you're a little bit more able to take 10 or 15 kilo jumps. And that's certainly not uncommon to see.
Yeah, I've definitely never taken 10 kilo jumps in any lifts. That would be close to my max lift in both lifts.
I mean, that's a huge percentage of like just your of your numbers to take a 10 kilo jump. It's like taking a 30% jump in one lift.
Definitely do not do that if you are new to the sport of weightlifting. Take small jumps. Do not take 10, 15 kilo jumps.
Or even 20 kilo jumps. Those are not recommended.
Coming
if you're in a real
coming from our vet, speaking from experience, don't do it.
yeah, your body will thank you.
Wonder if I'm sure they declared the weight, so
Yeah, I'm trying to look to see if like a board will pop up for me, but
no, I think this is
I think
he's attempting 190.
No, I'm pretty sure we're going to see Mike repeat himself until we get for these next two attempts, and then the show will kind of get turned to Quinn Everett, and it'll be the same thing, just 3 lifts from him back to back. So 190 kilos for Mike Bensick.
That's a lot of weight. Certainly no trouble there.
Very good clean.
I think that jerk was better than his first attempt.
Yeah, I think Mike's starting to feel himself. You know what? You get that first attempt in, you get that second attempt going. You know what? I always kind of enjoyed following myself. There's nobody to kind of distract you, nobody in between your attempts. Go at your own pace. I think that's what we saw Mike.
So I think they're verifying this weight that Quinn Everett will be taking 191 kilos for his first attempt.
Now it looks like he moved down his opener from 197 to 191. And this might just be a tactical move, so that way Quinn's not taking so many heavy attempts back to back, maybe to get one on the board, have a bit more time, give Mike his third attempt.
That's a great clean.
That seemed routine. Ooh.
I think that lift has been turned down.
Yeah, we saw that shift over to the side and that elbow break.
I'm sure he'll come back and make his second attempt. Right now, it does look like he is following himself. I do notice that our last two athletes, one is not wearing a belt, the other one is wearing a belt. Now, Spencer, you mentioned that it took you a while to get used to wearing a belt in the days of training competitively. Now, I have to ask, and did this lead to your fanny pack iconic symbol of Spencer Mormon? Because really, I need to know the answer to this, because every time I see you, you have a new fanny pack. So I just want to know, did this belt transition to the fanny pack signature?
Stems from the fanny pack. You know what? That we'll go with that. We'll go ahead and say yes. But I gotta say, having a fanny pack is like the casual man's like ultimate utility pouch, and it's so handy, so useful on days like this when you're a coach and you're just kind of like bouncing back and forth from the board to maybe 2, 3, 4 athletes. You have a notebook, you have plenty of pens because you're going to run through those. You're going to have you may have 6 pens at the start of the day. You're going to have 0 by the end.
Dude, how big is your fanny pack that you have a notebook in there?
Yo, I have a fanny pack that has 4 pouches.
Wow, I need to see this.
Oh, it's my favorite for competition day.
Here's Quinn for his second attempt at 191 kilos.
Yeah, as expected, that clean was a joke.
What a fantastic jerk and comeback from his first attempt. I'm pretty sure that is 3 white lights.
Yep, count them up. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Way to, man, that is probably not how we wanted to start the day, but a very smart decision on him and his coach of sticking with that weight, just cleaning it up, getting that on the board. And for Quinn right now, it doesn't seem like there's like anything like on the like that he needs to qualify for. There's no pressure for him to put up a big total. It's just for him to kind of like show up, have a fun day, put up some numbers, and just go for it.
Having said that, this brings back Mike Bensick for his third and final attempt at 195 kilos.
Now this is when the weights really starts to get fun. You get those 3 reds and a green plus collars. At this weight, those collars make a big difference. Makes all that heavy, dense weight a bit more compact, and you can really start to feel the flex of the bar.
I thought you were going to say this is when the weight starts to get heavy. I was like, dude, this was heavy, like 100 kilos already.
This is when it starts to get real fun. You start to feel that the bar has its own like voice, its own way to groove, and that's a great clean by Mike.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, right.
What a great lift, Mike. That is a fantastic clean and jerk.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see Mike kind of end the day on that. Going, that's a 5 for 6 day, only missing 1 snatch, and he ends up coming and making that on his third attempt and goes 3 for 3 on his clean and jerk. All 5 kilo jumps, 85, 90, 95. Wham, bam, knocking him out.
Couldn't ask for a better day, I think.
No, I don't think so. He has to be pretty happy with that.
So I think they are requesting for 203 kilos from
I was going to say
191 in his second attempt. So sorry, I paused because I had to make sure I was reading correctly.
See, there you go. Like a classic, like super heavy jump, going over like 10 kilos, just throwing it on the bar. and say grip and rip.
He is fired up, so let's see.
Yeah, I actually expect him to make this clean. This will be a big lift for Quinn. Excellent job.
Wow. Oh, he almost had it.
Wow.
That is
You know what,
matching
that is
his
a-
best competition lift, though.
That was a great effort by Quinn and a great effort by all of these guys. You know, what a great way to kind of wrap up the weekend of lifting. Just watching these guys have fun. It kind of, oh man, makes me want to lift.
You have this look on your face like, I'm going to train right now at 8 o'clock in the evening on our time, and because these big dogs just lifted, I'm going to go throw 3 reds on the bar and just grip and rip.
Yeah, I might. That's not an uncommon thing for me to do. Definitely guilty.
Now, is there any part of you that takes it back or makes you, is there anything that you'd like to change from the times that you were a competitive weightlifter from where you are now?
You know what? Absolutely not. If I was to say that I wanted to change something, it would kind of discredit the things I feel like I've already done. And I'm very happy with my weightlifting career so far, and I feel like I still have like more to give. So I don't think I'm quite done yet. So, and I think that there's still like more to come out.
And you know what? We've witnessed your athlete, Rory, compete at juniors recently. So she's definitely at that young age where she still has many years ahead of her. So I'm not surprised that you're not done yet with this sport. We definitely can't wait to see the rest of your accomplishments with your gym alone, your club, and your athletes. So Spencer, thank you very much for taking the time to speak and close our competition this weekend.
Nikki, thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure. I've had so much fun here. You know, and again, like this is like such a great fun, like new experience for kind of like all of us. I'm glad that we've had like this opportunity to kind of like share and just have another day of weightlifting. It's great to have all of this back.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank a few of our sponsors. We've mentioned it over the weekend briefly, but first, 6for6 Weightlifting. Thank you for supplying graphics and the logos for this event. We have Dotmar Fitness Equipment, who supplied Ontario with quality weightlifting equipment since 2017. Please check out dotmarfitness.com for great deals on bars, plates, other equipment. Email of this company is info@dotmarfitness.com, and please mention the code 2021 CSC for 10% off, and you will save a little bit of money. We also have Virus. Earlier this year, the Canadian Weightlifting Federation signed a 3-year agreement with Virus, and this is to be the exclusive provider of branded apparel for our national teams. So we have received tremendous feedback on the quality of the apparel and recently offered a general member purchase opportunity. We hope to be able to do more for these in the future. Anyone that ordered through the process can expect to see their items in the upcoming weeks. So remember, if you are shopping on the Virus website, you can use code CWFHC10 to receive yet another discount to save you 10%. A portion of that sale is also provided to CWFHC to assist with apparel purchases and travel. Second, last, we have Untamed Grange Partnership. The Canadian Weightlifting Federation was approached by Untamed Grange to develop a partnership, and the owners of this small business create some or custom soap products that are branded with the Canadian Weightlifting Federation logo, stamped with Lift Clean. Untamed Grange provided us with a number of bars of soap that will be distributed to athletes that achieve new Canadian records along with their record certificates. Any purchases of the Canadian Weightlifting Federation soap from the Untamed Grange website will see a portion of their revenue donated back to the Canadian Weightlifting Federation for various initiatives. Lastly, we would like to thank Western Management Consultants, graciously providing funding to offset the costs of medals purchases for our junior national competition. We were able to provide gold, silver, and bronze medals for the snatch, clean and jerk, and total across all categories. Western Management Consultants also provided a donation to offset some of the expenses for athletes traveling to Junior Worlds this year. This was a very expensive trip for athletes, and their support is greatly appreciated. Now, to close off this weekend, there is definitely something or someone we have to thank, and it's the Ontario Weightlifting Association. Myself closing this weekend off, OWA, thank you so much for the staff that helped us have a successful weekend, the volunteers, all the coaches, the judges, everyone that was involved this weekend. Thank you for making this event a successful one. We hope that normalcy will be back soon and that we can see you all in-person competitions in the future.